Hello guys, welcome to Anafictionif. Support the author dimensional Watch Dxd, Orengeflame. What if issei can travel through time and space and gets harem? Part 4. Let's begin. The sun hung high in the blue sky, its warmth gently trying to warm the streets of Ko during the start of winter. The streets bustled with people going about their weekend routines, some shopping, others out for leisure, and a few couples enjoying their dates. It was an ordinary day for most. Higher, Papa! Higher! Sakura giggled as she sat proudly atop Issei's shoulders, her tiny hands gripping his hair with zero remorse or regard for his scalp. Hey, easy on the hair. Issei chuckled, adjusting his grip to steady her while trying not to wince. Papa needs that for his self-esteem. Tamamo walked beside him, holding his free hand with hers, her fingers interlaced tightly through his. She looked up at him with a soft, mischievous smile, her golden eyes sparkling like sunlight off a lake. You're adorable when you're suffering for your child, she teased sweetly. Yeah, Issei muttered, though the corner of his lips twitched into a grin. Not like I'm not used to being bullied by my family. Tamamo giggled. If her tails were out they would be swaying rhythmically behind her. Today, she wore modern winter clothes, fitted elegantly to her figure. It was casual enough not to draw too much attention yet refined in a way that only heightened her natural beauty. Her long hair shimmered under the sunlight, soft and full, and her aura, always bright, making heads turn wherever she went. The effect wasn't lost on the crowd. Passers-by slowed or stopped altogether to glance, double-take, or outright stare at the young family. Whispers started among them, subtle at first, but growing as more noticed the trio. Is that her real hair color? She's stunning like, nothing could compare. Wait, did that little girl call them her parents? I thought he was some lucky college kid, but they already have a child. Damn, now I feel like I've been doing life wrong. Issei tried his best to ignore it. He was used to being stared at these days, especially since his life had gone from high school pervert to multiversal trouble magnet, but it was still a little weird. Still looked up at Sakura and smiled. She was loving every second of the attention. Look, Mama! She shouted, arms spread like wings while she's usually shy alone. Whenever she's with her parents she feels extremely confident. Everyone's looking at us. Tamamo chuckled, stepping closer to brush a strand of hair from Sakura's face. Of course they are, little one. You're the cutest girl in the city. And Mama's the prettiest. Sakura added proudly, then leaned forward, whispering loudly in Issei's ear. Papa's lucky. I can hear you, you know, Issei deadpanned. But you are, Sakura insisted, puffing up her cheeks. Mama is like a goddess. Tamamo blushed slightly, though her smile didn't waver. Well, she's not wrong. Issei gave her hand a gentle squeeze, his voice soft. She's more than a goddess. She's one of the loves of my life. Tamamo blinked, caught off guard by the sudden sincerity. Her ears twitched, betraying her flustered state. My, she said, quickly looking away. You can't just say things like that in the middle of town, darling. Issei only looked at her with a confused expression. Why not? It's true. From above, Sakura clapped her hands. Papa, you're so blunt. Issei laughed. And what's wrong with that? If Papa isn't careful he might be attacked by Mama. Sakura warns. Tamamo broke into laughter, her voice a gentle, bell-like chime that seemed to draw even more attention from the crowd. She leaned into Issei's arm and rested her head briefly against his shoulder. They stopped for a moment in front of a park. Sakura immediately pointed toward the playground. Can we go, Papa? Please, please, please? Issei glanced at Tamamo, who nodded. We have time. All right, my little flower. Let's go conquer the playground. Sakura let out a triumphant cheer as Issei lifted her down gently, and she sprinted off, her tiny feet kicking up leaves as she ran. Tamamo watched her go, the smile on her face softening. She's really grown attached to both of us, she said quietly. Sometimes I wonder if it's too fast. Issei looked down at her, wrapping an arm around her waist. Kids know who makes them feel safe. You've given her more warmth in a week than some people get in a lifetime. Tamamo looked up at him, touched. Besides, he added with a lopsided grin, she's part of our family now. That means you're her mama, and I'm her lucky dumbass of a papa, she snorted. You're more than that, you know, he shrugged. Only a little. They watched as Sakura climbed onto the swing set, her face beaming, hair catching the breeze. People continued to watch them, but at this point, Issei didn't care. Let them stare. Let them whisper. This was about them. Sakura's joyous laughter echoed through the park, mingling with the rustling of fallen colored leaves as they danced in the breeze. The little girl darted across the playground, now accompanied by a small cluster of children who had wandered over, some that were from the same elementary school as her, drawn in by her infectious energy and innocent charm. They chased each other between slides and swings, their voices rising with excitement and youthful glee. From a shaded bench beneath a tall tree, Issei sat with Tamamo nestled comfortably beside him, cuddling up to him. He leaned back slightly, one arm draped along the backrest, his eyes never leaving Sakura. His gaze was alert but soft. Tamamo's hand slipped into his. "You're really getting into this dad thing," she said softly, her voice teasing but warm, like silk against his skin. Issei glanced at her, smirking. "Well, someone has to balance out your playful. Otherwise, we'll end up pampering her into a spoiled little empress." Tamamo gasped dramatically. "Spoiled? Never! My precious little blossom deserves the world and maybe a little pampering." He chuckled. "You mean a lot of pampering." She leaned against his arm, pressing her cheek lightly to his shoulder. "Can you blame me? Look at her. She's beautiful, sweet, clever, just like her mama." Issei rolled his eyes playfully but didn't deny it. "I won't argue with that. She's definitely learned your charm." Tamamo turned her head to glance up at him, eyes gleaming. Is that your way of saying I charmed you?" "Of course I was charmed. The first moment I summoned I couldn't take my eyes off you," she scoffed, mock offended. "Are you sure it was me and not my boba, darling?" He tilted his head to the side, trying to hide his blush. "Well, they were big. I mean, you were also interesting and beautiful. I have never met a fox girl before." Tamamo giggled, her voice lowering to a sultry whisper. "You didn't seem to ever look anywhere else but my boba, especially when they're on you in bed." Issei choked on air and turned bright red. "Tamamo!" She laughed harder, her shoulders shaking as she covered her mouth with one delicate hand. "Oh, darling, you're still so easy to tease. I expected you to be more resistant after living with a house full of women." "I am resistant," he defended weakly. "I've just been outnumbered and outgunned. And outfoxed," she added with a proud smile. He groaned into his hand, though the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed him. "So, are you enjoying this whole date while watching our kid thing?" She tilted her head, her tones softening. "While I would prefer it was just the two of us. I come to love being a mother as well as a wife, more than I ever imagined I would. All of this, it's more than I ever thought I'd have. I was treated as a criminal and a monster for a crime I didn't do, then sealed away and forgotten. On my hands is the blood of thousands for defending myself. And now, here I am walking in the sun with the man I love and a daughter I found to care for. Honestly, I find myself to be quite blessed." Issei looked at her seriously, his voice gentle. "You deserve it, Tamamo. Every bit of happiness." She smiled at him, happy that it was this boy who summoned her. Then, of course, she immediately got a smug grin. "Especially with how handsome you are as my doting husband." "Hey now," Issei mumbled with a blush. "Don't lie. I'm not that handsome. If I was, the girls at the academy would have said something." "Oh, come on," Tamamo purred, sliding closer until her thigh touched his. "You can't pretend you don't enjoy it when I flirt with you." "I enjoy it," he admitted. "Doesn't mean I'm not dying inside when you do it in public." "Then die beautifully, darling," she whispered with a wink, brushing a stray lock of his hair back. From across the playground, Sakura called out, waving excitedly from atop a slide. "Mama! Papa! Look! I'm the queen of the world." Both of them turned to wave, Tamamo giving her a big grin and Issei offering a thumbs up. "She really has become our world," Tamamo said softly. Issei nodded, voice barely above a murmur. "Yes, she is." They sat in silence for a moment, fingers intertwined, eyes fixed on the little girl who had brought something irreplaceable into their lives. Around them, the world carried on. After the joyful playtime in the park, the Hayate family strolled through the bustling shopping district. The sun bathed the city in a golden glow during the fall as people passed by in waves, the air filled with the mingled aromas of street food, perfumes, and freshly baked bread from nearby cafes. Tamamo clung to Issei's arm now, smiling up at him with the kind of genuine happiness that would have made her fox ears flick. On his shoulders, Sakura perched like a little empress surveying her kingdom, happily swaying side to side and occasionally pointing out shops that caught her eye. "Oh! Mama, Papa! Look at that!" she chirped, directing their attention to a toy store window glittering with plush animals and magical girl wands. Her little hands held tightly to her father's hair, but her grip was soft playful. Tamamo leaned closer, whispering into Issei's ear with a smile, "Do you think we should spoil her a little more?" Issei gave a small chuckle, keeping his eyes on the window. "With the way you're grinning, I think you've already made up your mind," guilty Tamamo sang. Their conversation, innocent and warm, was not unnoticed. Several passers-by had slowed their steps, glancing over their shoulders or nudging their friends subtly. It wasn't every day that such a breathtaking woman walked arm-in-arm with a boy like him, after all. Tamamo's beauty wasn't just striking, it was ethereal, the kind of presence that turned heads and silenced conversations. Combined with her light grace and radiant aura, she didn't look like she belonged to the mundane world at all. That's when they were spotted. A trio of high school girls stood near a clothing boutique, bags in hand. They were students from Ko Academy. One of the girls blinked, her eyes narrowing behind her glasses. "Wait a second, is that Haida Issei?" Another girl gasped, shielding her mouth in disbelief. "No way! It is him!" They stared, mouths slightly open, as Issei strolled along, hand in hand with Tamamo and carrying a smiling little girl on his shoulders like it was the most natural thing in the world. "But who's that woman? She's gorgeous! And she's holding his arm. I thought he was dating the new transfer student." "You know Yuka, the one with the long dark hair?" The third girl frowned, crossing her arms. "Don't tell me he's cheating already? And with a woman like that? She doesn't even look like a student." Then Sakura leaned forward on Issei's shoulders, her eyes wide with wonder at a passing balloon vendor, and shouted joyfully, "Papa! Can I get a blue one?" And just like that, the air around the girls practically froze. "Papa?" one of them squeaked. "No way. Did he get someone pregnant? Is he some kind of playboy? I always knew he was scum and trash, but this is ridiculous." The three girls began whispering furiously among themselves, glancing back and forth between the Haida family and their Flip-Pony Sourity typing messages. Tamamo's ears twitched. She had heard every word. A slow, wicked smile crept across her lips as she leaned closer to Issei, her voice honey-sweet. "Darling, I believe we've just started some new rumors." Issei blinked, confused. "Huh, back there." She flicked her tail subtly in the direction of the girls. "Your little fan club seems to think I'm your secret mistress. And Sakura, our darling Angelus, the product of a hidden affair." Issei paled slightly, groaning. "Oh no. Not again." Sakura, oblivious to the scandal brewing behind them, tugged excitedly at his hair again. "Papa, did you hear me? I want the blue one." He quickly smiled at her, lifting her down from his shoulders. All right. Let's go get it, Haim." Tamamo laced her fingers through his again as they walked toward the balloon cart, her expression amused. "If the school's going to spread rumors about you, they might as well be entertaining. I was hoping that they would stop." "No chance," she said, leaning her head on his shoulder. "You're far too interesting for that. They don't even know of the rest of the girls you have hidden in your home." Sakura now ran ahead to the balloon vendor, excitedly pointing at her chosen one. Behind them, the whispers continued to grow. After several more stops for window shopping, mostly at Sakura's insistence, who seemed to find every display case a new world to explore, the family of three finally found themselves settling into a cozy corner booth at a well-known family restaurant nestled near the heart of Koa's shopping district. The interior was warm and welcoming, with wooden beams, hanging lanterns. The walls were adorned with colorful photos of smiling patrons and shelves filled with cute trinkets and fake food models. The smell of sizzling meat, freshly cooked rice, and sweet teriyaki sauce wafted in from the open kitchen, making Issei's stomach grumble audibly. Tamamo giggled beside him, her arms still linked with his. My, you've become quite the bottomless pit, I see. Hey, that's your fault. You and Mia have forcefully increased my stomach. Plus I burned a lot of calories dodging Karasuba last night, Issei whispered. I think she cracked one of my ribs when she said it was a love tap. Sakura, seated between them with her feet dangling off the booth's edge, raised a hand dramatically. Papa needs meat. The waiter, a polite young man who couldn't stop glancing at Tamamo in stunned admiration, came over nervously. Welcome. What can I mean, what would you Tamamo gave him a patient smile that nearly made him faint. 3 specials, please. And a chocolate parfait for our daughter. The waiter stammered something resembling "Yes, ma'am," bowed, and nearly tripped as he hurried away. Poor guy, Issei muttered, watching the man disappear. I think he might walk into traffic after that smile. Tamamo flipped her hair with a smirk. Let him learn his place. I only smile like that for my husband and daughter. Sakura tugged on Tamamo's sleeve. Mama, what's a parfait? Tamamo blinked. Oh, it's a delicious dessert with layers of cream, fruit, and ice cream. And it's all yours. Sakura's red eyes sparkled. I want to eat it with Mama and Papa. Issei placed a hand over his heart. You're so noble, Sakura. The food arrived shortly after 3 steaming plates of chicken katsu, rice, and pickled vegetables. The portions were generous, and Issei dove into his with enthusiasm, savoring each bite. Tamamo ate with far more elegance, cutting her meat delicately, and never letting a grain of rice fall out of place. Meanwhile, Sakura grabbed her chopstick with both hands and tried to scoop up her rice with adorable concentration. Careful, sweetheart, Tamamo said, helping guide her hand. Hold the bowl like this. Sakura mimicked her mother's movements. Like this? Perfect, Tamamo praised with a proud smile. Issei watched them quietly for a moment, a small grin tugging at the corner of his lips. This simple, domestic moment was so new to him. Man, he muttered with a soft laugh. This feels almost too good. Tamamo raised an eyebrow. Worried it's a dream? He nodded. Yeah. Like I'll blink and wake up alone in my bed with Matsuda asking if I did something perverted in my sleep again. Sakura tilted her head. What's perverted? Issei choked on his tea. Why? And nothing. Tamamo didn't even try to hide her grin. A story for when you're much, much older. Like when I'm 7? Sakura asked with complete sincerity. Try 17. Issei muttered. They laughed together, drawing a few curious glances from other diners, but no one seemed to mind. The booth became their own little world, separated from the whispering students and curious bystanders. When the parfait arrived, tall, beautiful, and overflowing with strawberries, cream, and soft vanilla ice cream, Sakura let out a delighted squeal and immediately grabbed 3 spoons, holding one out to each of her parents. We share, she said with the kind of wisdom only a child could deliver. Issei and Tamamo smiled at each other as they took the spoons, leaning in together as Sakura offered the first bite to her papa, then her mama. The flavor was sweet, cold, and just perfect. As they shared the dessert together, laughter filling the booth and hearts warmed by food and family, Issei thought to himself, yeah. I don't care what anyone says. This is my heaven. The sky had deepened into a dusky canvas of indigo and violet by the time the Hayate family made their way back home. The once golden sunlight had long since faded, replaced by the soft glow of street lamps and the occasional shimmer of stars peeking through the veil of gathering clouds. Sakura clung sleepily to Issei's arm, her once boundless energy now waning. Her small fingers gripped the edge of his jacket as she yawned for the 5th time, purple eyes fluttering with the desperate desire to stay awake just a little longer. The cotton candy she had insisted on carrying now dropped in her little bag, long forgotten. Tamamo walked close on Issei's other side, their fingers laced once more. Her eyes flicked between Issei and Sakura with quiet fondness. She fought it well, but the sugar crash is finally claiming her. Tamamo said softly. Issei gave a warm chuckle. She did good. Honestly, I'm impressed she made it through the entire parfait without passing out. She's our daughter. Of course she will be a tiny whirlwind of adorable chaos. Their house came into view, lights already on in the windows. The familiar outline made Issei sigh in relief. It had been a perfect day, but he hadn't realized how much walking they'd done until now. He fished the key out of his pocket with one hand while keeping Sakura balanced against his hip. Tamamo reached out and pushed the door open just as he turned the knob. The moment the door opened, a flurry of movement greeted them. "Welcome back!" came a chorus of voices from within. Standing in the entryway were Mia, Yuka, Akitsu and Yashima. Each of them wore a look that blended amusement with curiosity. Tamamo blinked, pleasantly surprised. "Everyone waited for us? We wanted to hear how it went," Mia said with a gentle smile, eyes twinkling. "And whether Sakura behaved," Yuka added with a small smirk, arms crossed. "Of course she did," Issei said, shifting Sakura slightly in his arms. "She was perfect. But a little demanding, like her mama," Yuka said, winking at Tamamo. The fox woman shot her a teasing glare but didn't argue. "I can't deny that." The girls' collective attention turned to the half-asleep Sakura, her head now resting against Issei's shoulder, her little breath soft and even. She was seconds away from drifting off completely. "Oh no, she's out," Yashima whispered. "Come here, sweetheart," Mia said, stepping forward and gently taking Sakura from Issei's arms. The child murmured something incoherent but didn't wake, instead snuggling into Mia's shoulder. "We'll take care of her," Mia said with her usual grace. "You two deserve to spend some quality time together." Tamamo raised a brow. "Really?" Yashima nodded. "We talked about it. We know today was important to you. You didn't get much alone time because Sakura came along," Mia added, adjusting her hold on Sakura. "So we all agreed. We won't bother you tonight," Yuka said, offering a small smile. "You've earned it." Tamamo blinked. Her ears twitched. Her tail slowly began to rise, almost wagging with delight. "You're serious?" she asked, almost in disbelief. "We are," Akitsu confirmed, stoic but sincere. The fox woman turned to Issei, eyes shining with glee. "Darling, do you know what this means?" "I have a feeling I'm about to find out," Issei said warily, already noticing the glint of hunger in her eyes and not the kind related to food. Tamamo wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her forehead to his, her voice a heated whisper just for him. "It means you're mine tonight." The other girls giggled, rolling their eyes or shaking their heads in amusement as they carefully carried Sakura off to her room. Tamamo turned back toward the hall with Issei's hand in hers and practically dragged him down the corridor, her tail swishing with triumph, her smile utterly victorious. She had her husband. All to herself. The two quickly went upstairs as Tamamo walked ahead, pushing Issei towards his room, her fingers firmly wrapped around Issei's, her tail swaying with a joy that was almost childlike in its excitement. Issei could feel the anticipation radiating off her in waves. When they reached his room, Tamamo opened the door with a flick of her hand. With a subtle gesture, a soft, golden light pulsed from her fingers and formed a faint barrier that shimmered in the doorway like a curtain of silk. "No interruptions," she said with a wink. Issei raised a brow. Why did you place a barrier? The husband and wife need their privacy, and who knows when those girls will change their minds and sneak into your bed," she purred, leading him inside. Tamamo let go of his hand and moved to the center of the room, her steps slow, deliberate. Her dress fluttered slightly as she turned to face him, her golden eyes glowing faintly in the lamplight. She reached up and began to undo the ribbon in her hair, letting it spill down in long, silken waves over her shoulders. Then with a spell the clothes she had disappeared, revealing her naked form. Issei swallowed. "You're beautiful." Not being able to look away from her perfect body, Tamamo smiled at that, not a smug or flirty smile, but one that softened her whole expression. "You've said that before, but it always makes me happy when you say it." "How so?" he asked, stepping closer. "Because," she said, gently placing her hands on his chest, "tonight it's just us." Her fingers slipped up to his collar, and slowly, she began to undo the top button of his shirt. "You and me." Issei felt his heartbeats slow, not from nerves, but from the way everything felt right. There was a calmness in her voice, a rhythm in the silence between them that lulled his soul into peace. He lifted a hand to gently cup her cheek, thumb brushing along the edge of her jaw. "I've wanted a moment like this for a while." "I know," she whispered, leaning into his touch. "So have I." Tamamo tilted her head, and with the barest hint of a smirk, she pulled him into a kiss. Slow, deep, and full of affection. Her lips were soft, warm, and tasted faintly of strawberries. Her arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer until their bodies pressed together. Issei's hands found her waist, holding her carefully, like he was afraid the moment might vanish if he didn't treasure it. They broke the kiss slowly, Tamamo exhaling against his lips. I love you, Issei Hayadu. She murmured as she started taking off his clothes. I love you too. He said softly as the shirt was pulled up revealing his toned chest that was slowing forming muscles. Which was then followed by his pants. And I'm grateful. For everything you've given me. Tamamo chuckled, her fingers running through his hair. Then let me give you more. She took his hand and led him down to the bed, where they settled into each other's arms beneath the soft warmth of the blankets. Their kisses started deepening, gradually growing bolder with each breath. Issei's hand moved to Tamamo's back, fingers pressing lightly against her skin as she leaned further into him. Her body was warm, her scent a soothing scent of cherry blossoms, the faint perfume she often wore. Tamamo's hands slipped from his shoulders down his chest, feeling the firmness and tracing the lines of muscle she had watched grow stronger over the weeks. Her fingers lingered at his chest. You really have gotten stronger, she murmured, leaning forward to place a slow kiss just over his chest. Tamamo's eyes drifted across his chest appreciatively, her hands gliding along his bare skin with a mix of tenderness and possessiveness. Issei felt his throat tighten slightly, not from tension, but from the raw emotion in her voice. He wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her again, more forcefully this time, his hands exploring the curve of her back, feeling every delicate line of muscle on her body. Her hands were on his stomach, then up, following the line of his abdomen. He gasped, shivering as she touched his sensitive skin. Sorry, she whispered, her voice warm and teasing, as she drew back. But it's so hard not to touch you. It's okay, Issei murmured, nuzzling her neck and breathing in her scent. Her body was like a furnace, the heat of her body spilling over his as he lay half-naked and tangled in her sheets. But soon the image of another girl appeared and a promise that was made. Tamamo? Issei asked, his head resting against her shoulder. Do you think you could we stop for tonight? The woman's hand slowly trailed across Issei's chest, tracing the hard line of his collarbone, then the soft curve of his stomach. Her hand moved lower, slipping under the elastic of his boxers and against the firm flesh of his groin, where the base of his had already hardened, eager to go further with her. I'm sure she would understand, she said, her voice low and husky. Plus you can't leave me, your wife, unsatisfied now. But if that promise is so important to you, I will respect it, but that doesn't mean we have to stop our fun. She soon takes his hands and places them on her large bobas. Darling, please remember that these are yours to play with, and you can do anything you want. She whispers into his ear. How could I say no to that? Issei murmured. He finally had the boba he always wanted. Her large bobas felt as soft as he imagined, but her nipples felt hard and he gently squeezed them, his fingers stroking the sensitive flesh. Somewhere inside him something stirred, but Issei was too distracted to pay attention. That feels nice, Tamamo said, her voice husky. Her hips had been shifting forward and back as he played with her bobas. Now she was grinding them against him. You like that? Issei asked. She was watching him watch her, and when their eyes met, she gave him a small smile. I want you, Issei, she said, her voice low. Her hand reached down again between them, sliding into his boxers and wrapping her fingers around his erection, which was straining against the fabric of his underwear. Issei gasped. He felt the soft, warm flesh of her hand wrap around his. Her hands squeeze her husband's and she works it slowly. Her hand started slow and easy, her fingers moving down his shaft, her thumbs stroking the head of his and then back down to the base again. She wrapped her other hand around his base, and he gasped at how good it felt. This feels really nice, she purred, her hand sliding down his, then up again. She took her time, stroking him slowly, gently, her fingertips rubbing the head of his and then slowly moving back down to the base. Issei moaned softly. He couldn't help but the way her fingers felt as they slowly slid up and down his erection felt amazing. She wasn't even stroking hard, and he could already feel himself growing harder. Tamamo's eyes were on his face, and as she watched him moan, a small smile crossed her lips. She was still grinding against him, her hands now working more quickly. Her movements were subtle, but he could feel the hardness of her nipples pressed against his chest, feel her soft, heavy bobas pushed against his hands, feel her fingers gliding up and down his shaft. As Tamamo continued to stroke Issei, her touch grew more confident and demanding. She leaned down, her breath hot on his ear as she whispered, "I want to taste you, Issei. I want to feel you in my mouth." She trailed kisses down his chest, his abdomen, her hands never stopping their movement on his. He shivered, his body responding to her touch, his hips bucking slightly as she reached the waistband of his boxers. Tamamo looked up at him, her eyes dark with desire, as she slowly pulled his boxers down, freeing his erection. She took a moment to admire him, her tongue slipping out to wet her lips. "You're so hard for me," she murmured, her voice a low purr. She leaned down, her hair falling forward to tickle his skin, and took the head of his into her mouth. Issei gasped, his hands gripping the sheets beneath him as he tried to maintain some semblance of control. The sensation of her warm, wet mouth on him was almost too much to bear. She took her time, exploring him with her tongue, her hands still working in tandem with her mouth. She took more of him in, her head bobbing up and down, her suction tight and relentless. "Tamamo," Issei gasped, his voice hoarse with desire. "That feels incredible." He could feel the pressure building, his body tensing as she continued to work him with her mouth and hands. She looked up at him, her eyes never leaving his as she took him deeper, her throat relaxing to accommodate his length. She moaned softly, the vibration sending shivers down his spine. One of her hands reached up to cup his balls, rolling them gently in her palm, while the other continued to stroke the base of his in time with her mouth. Issei couldn't take it any more. He reached down, tangling his hands in her hair, guiding her movements as he thrust his hips up to meet her. "I'm close," he gasped, his body tensing. Tamamo redoubled her efforts, her head moving faster, her suction tighter. She wanted him to lose control, to give in to the pleasure she was giving him. With a final, deep thrust, Issei came undone, his body shaking as he released into her mouth. She took it all, swallowing every last drop, her eyes never leaving his. As he collapsed back onto the bed, spent and breathless, Tamamo crawled up his body, a satisfied smile on her lips. "See?" she said softly, kissing him gently. "That was worth breaking your promise for." She snuggled up against him, her body fitting perfectly with his as they lay there, their breathing slowly returning to normal. Issei wrapped his arms around her, holding her close, a contented smile on his face. Inside the boosted gear, deep within the sacred gear, where the ancient red dragon drag lay dormant, the usual stillness was suddenly disturbed. A tremor echoed through the inner space, a pulse of energy that made the great dragon's eyes snap open. Drake stirred, his gaze narrowing as he sensed something familiar, something powerful awakening. "Partner! What the hell did you just do?" The dragon roared, disbelief and irritation rolling through his voice like thunder. A gentle voice responded within the gear's chamber. "Is something the matter, Drake?" Sherry asked, her tone calm as ever. Drake growled in frustration. "Of course something's wrong. Why the hell has Balance Breaker been unlocked? Partner's just spending time with the fox right now. That shouldn't be the reason why it's been unlocked. I'm not sure I understand. Is unlocking the Balance Breaker such a big deal?" "Of course it is," Drake snapped. Balance Breaker is the ultimate expression of a sacred gear's power, normally triggered by intense emotion during moments of life-changing crisis. A near-death experience. A desperate battle. Something worthy of awakening such power. He paced within his spiritual prison, agitation growing. How the hell did partner activate it now? Sherry hummed thoughtfully. "Well, this is my master we're talking about. If I had to guess," she paused, then said quite seriously. "He probably unlocked it because he finally touched the boba he's always dreamed of." There was silence. Then, That's so stupid." Drake groaned, collapsing with a massive, echoing sigh. "Why was I cursed with such a ridiculous host? This should have been an epic moment, a great battle. Not this." Sherry giggled softly. There, she said, trying her best to comfort the ancient, lamenting dragon. Are you going to tell him about it? Sherry asked, still amused by the absurdity of the situation. No! Drake huffed, folding his massive wings indignantly. Absolutely not. I refuse to acknowledge that this momentous what unlocked balance breaker. He doesn't need to know. Sherry tilted her head, smirking. But wouldn't he be excited to learn how he did it? I think he'd be proud. That's exactly the problem. Drake growled. He'll never shut up about it. He'll start thinking bobas are the answer to everything. A pause. Aren't they for him? Sherry asked, utterly serious. Drake went still. Don't you dare encourage him. Sherry only laughed again, the soft sound echoing through the inner space of the sacred gear. But what if the master needs it? Especially during a fight. Then at that moment I'll tell him. But only then. Takamigara. In the realm ruled by the Shinto pantheon, the sacred skies of Takamigara shimmered under a growing, unnatural heat. Inside a grand celestial palace, nestled among clouds woven from divine light, the sun goddess stirred in her sleep. Amaterasu, the radiant deity of the sun, lay sprawled across her futon, a soft flush blooming across her cheeks. Her silken hair clung to her skin, her breast shallow and warm. The room shimmered with rising heat, and outside, the temperature across the divine plane climbed dangerously. Golden light spilled from her body, intensifying with every twitch of her fingers and every soft murmur escaping her lips. She was dreaming again, a beautiful dream of laughter. Of a family outing with him. Her other self walking beside him, their daughter perched joyfully on his shoulders. It was a life filled with warmth and joy she had never known, and yet, her heart yearned for it. But as the dream drifted into night, its tone changed. The gentle day dissolved into something far more intimate: hands, lips, breathless whispers in the dark. Her mortal counterpart embracing him under moonlight. A bed shared. Bodies entwined. A love neither distant nor divine, but real and raw. The heat within her deepened. Her power pulsed, and the realm responded. Priests and servants of the heavenly court scrambled as sacred fires flared uncontrollably. Celestial springs began to boil. Several low-ranking gods fainted outright from heatstroke. The moon itself dimmed, struggling to compete with the brilliance of the sun at night. Susanoo burst into the palace antechamber, fanning himself aggressively with divine wind. She's dreaming again, he roared. Somebody wake her up before the realm of fire is permanently relocated to Takamigara. But none dared approach the futon where Amaterasu lay, a blissful, dazed smile tugging at her lips. Eventually, the sun goddess stirred, eyes fluttering open. Her expression shifted from sleepy contentment to sudden awareness and immediate embarrassment. She sat up slowly, the temperature in the room beginning to stabilize. Her fingers brushed her flushed cheek as she muttered under her breath. I need to find this man. Before I melt a mountain. It was unfair. Unfair that her other self, the mortal vessel born from her divine spark, was living such a peaceful, content life. A life filled with warmth, love, and stolen kisses shared with him. While she, the true Amaterasu, remained bound to her divine realm, tormented by the dreams, the memories that were not hers, yet felt so intimately real. The passion she felt in those dreams was undeniable. The laughter, the closeness, the way he looked at her like she was the only woman in the world, it all burned inside her, more potent than any prayer she had ever received. And she had tried. She had tried to find him. But then he returned after disappearing. And not alone. He brought 6 other women into their home. At first, she had merely tolerated the presence of the original girl. She was rude but respectful, not overly possessive. Amaterasu had decided she was manageable, a minor inconvenience in the grand scheme of things. But 6 more? 6 more beautiful women, each of them bringing affection, attention, and their hearts to her husband. Their husband. And he had accepted them. It infuriated her. The boy who had wormed his way into her divine heart was suddenly being doted on by a harem of other women, and he didn't even seem to understand how that might affect her. So, she had stopped searching. For a time, she turned away from those dreams. She distanced herself, tried to bury her longing beneath pride and divine duty. After all, she was Amaterasu. She didn't chase mortals. She didn't fight for affection. She was the sun-worshipped, revered, untouchable. And yet the dreams never stopped. And neither did his love. Despite being surrounded by others, his love for her other self never waned. It remained steady, bright, undivided where it mattered most. His touches, his words, his loyalty even share never lost their weight. She saw the way he looked at her even through the vessel. How his smile softened. How his voice lowered. How his soul reached for her, as if even he knew there was something more beyond what he could see. And slowly she forgave him. She didn't have to like all the other women. She didn't have to accept them right away. But she couldn't deny what was now carved deep into her divine essence. She still wanted to be by his side. And the next time she reached for that dream it would be on her terms. Morning sunlight crept through the window. Birds chirped in the distance, greeting the fresh spring day with cheerful song. The entire house remained quiet, blanketed in a rare, blissful peace. Inside Issei's room, the warmth of another body lay beside him. Tamamo, her pink hair tousled and fanned out like a silken halo across the pillow. Her arms were wrapped loosely around his bare chest, her breathing even and content. One of her tails had coiled around his waist in her sleep, an unconscious gesture of possession and comfort. Issei opened his eyes slowly, blinking against the light. For a moment he lay still, watching Tamamo's serene expression. Her ears twitched slightly with each breath, and a small smile played at her lips. She looked peaceful. Truly, he didn't want to move. He wanted to bask in the moment at finally touching the bobas that he so craved and be proud. But he had a promise to keep. Today's Yuka's day. He reminded himself, slowly sitting up. And I am not messing this up. He carefully began untangling himself from Tamamo's tail, which responded with a lazy flick before releasing him. Her fingers twitched as he gently laid her arm down, and when she stirred, her eyes fluttered open, half-lidded and still heavy with sleep. Already leaving? She murmured, voice thick with drowsiness. Issei leaned over and kissed her forehead gently. It's Yuka's turn, remember? I've got a full day planned. Tamamo gave a soft sigh, smiling even as she buried her face in the pillow. Just don't be too charming, or I'll have to steal you back before sunset. He chuckled. No promises. 7th of December, Sunday morning, Hayada residence. Yuka stood in front of the full-length mirror in the bathroom, brushing through her dark, silky hair. Her expression was calm, but her eyes carried a flicker of nervous anticipation. She wore a simple but elegant pale blue sundress that fluttered lightly around her knees, the hem lined with subtle floral embroidery. A white cardigan was hung by the door, ready to be thrown over her shoulders. She paused, staring at her reflection. Her hands stilled on the brush. Today's my day. Unlike Tamamo's bold confidence, Yuka was snarky and composed. But that didn't mean she wasn't feeling the butterflies swirling inside her chest and stomach. I'm not a self-proclaimed goddess or an alien. I'm just me. She smiled to herself at the thought, soft and serene. Because that had always been enough for Issei. She turned toward the door just as a soft knock came. Yuka? Issei's voice called from the other side. Can I come in? She felt her heart skip, then nodded before remembering he couldn't see her. Why wise? The door slid open, and Issei stepped in, freshly dressed in a clean button-up and casual jeans. His hair was neatly styled. Just came to check on you. He is then surprised by how her clothes and makeup made her look. Wow. You look amazing. Yuka blinked, surprised and flattered. Oh Issei, thank you. Well, you are beautiful, he said with that crooked, boyish grin of his. She blushed, lowering her gaze, but she couldn't hide the smile blooming on her face. You didn't have to say that, she mumbled. But I wanted to, he said. And I mean it. Yuka's face sported a massive blush. Thank you. He held out his hand to her. Ready to go? She hesitated just for a second. Then she took it. Their fingers laced together perfectly. I've been ready, she said quietly. The sound of the front door sliding closed was followed by the soft tapping of sandals on the wood flooring as the household settled into its usual mid-morning routine. From the living room entrance, the remaining members of the household had gathered like a quiet, watchful council. The golden sunlight filtering through the windows cast long rays across the hallway where Tamamo, wrapped in a silk nightrobe, lounged with a cup of perfectly steeped tea in her hands. Her pink hair shimmered, and her two tails draped over her cushion in a lazy fan. Her entire posture radiated satisfaction, the kind that only came from a woman who just claimed a personal victory. Beside her, Mia sipped quietly, regal as always in her Miko outfit, though her sharp brown eyes were not missing a single detail. Yashima sat close to them, folding laundry while occasionally glancing toward the door with a wistful smile. On the nearby couch, Akitsu sat with her arms folded, watching some colorful anime playing on the television with little Sakura perched beside her, mouth half full of a melon bun as she giggled at the screen. In the corner of the room, Karasuba methodically sharpened her blade, the rhythmic scrape of steel against stone the only background sound. She didn't look up when Issei and Yuka departed, but a smirk ghosted her lips. Tamamo took a long sip from her teacup, her yellow eyes sparkling with the smugness of a fox who'd clearly had her filled the night before. "Guess they're about to head out," she said offhandedly, though the upward curve of her lips gave her away. Mia side-eyed her with sharp precision. "I hope she has fun," Mia said with genuine sincerity, before narrowing her gaze slightly and shifting her body ever so subtly to face Tamamo. Her voice dropped into a tone both gentle and unyielding. "Now then, Tamamo, please tell me, what did you do with Issei last night that has gotten you so smug?" Yashima immediately froze mid-fold with a sock in hand, her cheeks dusting pink. Akitsu turned her head halfway toward them from the couch, blinking once. Karasuba's sharpening paused for a fraction of a second, just long enough to show interest before she resumed. Tamamo's tails twitched once behind her, fluffing in amusement. She set her tea down, and turned toward Mia with a knowing smile that could set forests ablaze. "Why, Maya-can," she purred, resting her chin in her hand, "what makes you think anything happened?" Mia's smile thinned to something far more dangerous. "The way you were humming this morning. The way you practically glided to the kitchen. And the fact that you haven't once tried to take Issei's attention since breakfast. You're practically glowing, Tamamo." Yashima hid her face behind a towel. "Should we be listening to this?" "I'm listening," Karasuba said flatly. Tamamo let out a pleased sigh and picked up her tea again. "Let's just say I had a long night with my darling. And let's just say I've once again gotten ahead on all of you." "Tamamo," Mia said patiently, "I asked what you did, not how smugly you can word it." Tamamo leaned in just a little and whispered with faux discretion, "Darling was so happy at just how much I spoiled him." Mia paused. "You didn't." "Well, not too far, but he was quite happy with the skill of my tongue." Tamamo beamed, her voice a sing-song murmur. Yashima let out a tiny squeak and quickly resumed folding the laundry at lightning speed, clearly trying not to imagine anything. Akitsu, still staring at the screen, softly murmured congratulations. Karasuba huffed through her nose. "About time." Mia, ever the composed one, gave a small nod and finished her tea with practiced calm. Then she gave Tamamo a long, unreadable look. "Did you at least behave with restraint?" Tamamo blinked, then laughed. "Absolutely not. But darling was once again able to have a lot of self-control." Mia exhaled slowly and set her teacup down with grace. "Of course." The silence that followed was filled only by Sakura's laughter from the anime, oblivious to the swirling adult conversations happening just outside her focus. After a pause, Yashima glanced up shyly. "Do you think Yuka will?" Tamamo glanced toward the door, her expression turning surprisingly soft. "I doubt they will get too frisky. While she acts snarky, she is still quite innocent." Mia gave her an approving nod. "That's true." Then Karasuba looked up with a glint in her eye. "I just want to see the poor boy try to keep up once everyone makes their move." Tamamo sipped her tea again, eyes half-lidded. "Oh, he'll manage. He's got that unbreakable spirit. And a stamina that will steadily reach legendary levels." The day was clear and gentle, with a soft breeze carrying the scent of the last autumn leaves through the streets of Kuo. The morning sun bathed everything in a warm glow, casting soft shadows beneath the trees that lined the path. Issei and Yuka walked side by side down a quiet lane, their hands still lightly entwined, fingers brushing together with every step. Neither spoke at first. The silence between them wasn't uncomfortable, it was the kind of silence shared by two people who didn't need words to fill the space. On the other side a small basket could be seen on his other hand. Issei occasionally glanced over at her. She wasn't looking at him, but the way the wind caught her hair, the way the sunlight painted soft gold along her cheekbones, made his chest tighten just a little. She's really beautiful when she looks like that. Yuka, meanwhile, was doing everything she could to stay composed. Calm down, Yuka. This isn't your first time alone with him. You lived with him. You've slept next to him in the same bed, sometimes naked. Her face flushed crimson. Okay. Bad example. Still, her heart beat faster than usual. She could feel the warmth in Issei's hand. He wasn't trying to overwhelm her. He was simply with her. And that, more than anything, gave her courage. So, he said softly, breaking the silence at last. You still trust me to plan a date? Yuka glanced up at him and gave a small, warm smile. You haven't disappointed me yet. Not even when I tripped in front of Sakura's school gate. You made 3 kids laugh so hard they fell over. That's not disappointment. That's talent. He chuckled, scratching the back of his head. I guess I'll take the compliment. It is. You're surprisingly very good with kids. I was surprised. They walked a bit further until they reached a stone stairway leading up a gentle slope, flanked on both sides by trees that their leaves continued to fall. They danced in the breeze, swirling gently to the ground in a variety of colors. At the top of the hill stood a quiet garden behind it, nestled within a copse of trees. This place, Yuka murmured, pausing at the foot of the steps. Issei smiled. I found it while I was out training and running one night. It's quiet. Pretty. He looked at her with a soft grin, and a little romantic. Yuka glanced at him, and the faint blush that colored her cheeks deepened. I thought we could have a picnic together. He continued as he pointed to the basket in his arm. He led her up the steps, the climb peaceful and gentle. When they reached the top, Issei walked toward a clearing where a large flat stone lay beneath the trees. This is the best place to eat together, Issei says while placing the basket on the stone. Yuka blinked. You prepared food? I helped prepare something, Issei corrected, grinning. Mia was very invested in making sure today's lunch wasn't embarrassing. Yuka covered her mouth, laughing softly. She sure does take care of us. He motioned for her to sit, and the two of them settled onto the mat that was in the basket together. Yuka smoothed her dress as she sat, while Issei took out a neatly prepared meal of grilled fish, rice balls shaped like bunnies, rolled omelets, and a small container of seasonal fruit. Yuka's eyes lit up. This is beautiful. Mostly Mia's doing, Issei admitted. But I sliced the oranges myself. She gave him a look that was half fond, half amused. Truly, a man of many talents. As they began to eat, the sounds of the breeze and distant chirping birds filled the garden. Time seemed to slow. Their conversation flowed easily about mundane things, funny things, warm memories from the other world and little jokes between them that needed no explanation. Issei found himself laughing, and Yuka's eyes sparkled with each story he told. At one point, a breeze stirred a cluster of leaves that were loose above them, and they fluttered down like confetti, some landing in Yuka's hair. Issei reached out instinctively. Hold still, he said gently. He brushed a stray leaf from her hair with careful fingers, and landed on her cheek, letting them linger just a moment too long. Their eyes met and neither looked away. Yuka's breath caught. Issei, she whispered. He leaned in, close enough that her hand trembled as she rested it on his chest. Yuka, he said softly. I've wanted to tell you this for a while now. She swallowed, her cheeks aflame, but her gaze steady. Then say it. I love you. The words were simple, but the weight behind them made her heart squeeze. She'd imagined him saying it before. In dreams. In quiet wishes. She smiled, tears just barely glimmering at the corners of her eyes. I love you too. Issei didn't hesitate. He leaned forward and kissed her. It was slow, soft, and tentative, but full of all the affection, respect, and longing they had quietly built between them for weeks. When they finally pulled apart, Yuka rested her forehead against his shoulder, letting herself be held in his arms as the breeze stirred once more. Thank you, she whispered. For what? For today. For giving me you. He held her tighter, smiling. Any day with you is a good day. Plus we aren't even done. The quiet of the garden was interrupted by the soft creak of shoes on stone. Just outside the arching gate to the secluded hilltop path, a trio of girls strolled by, their bags slung over their shoulders. They had just come from a study session at the library, and now, they were taking the scenic route home, giggling about teachers, complaining about assignments, and, as always, indulging in the most sacred high school tradition gossip. "Did you see what Asuka wore today?" the first girl asked, flipping her short, chestnut-colored hair. "That was barely clothes," the second girl snorted. "Please." She was hoping the rumors about Kiba being there were true. The third girl, slightly quieter than the others, suddenly paused as she glanced toward the hilltop garden. Her eyes widened behind her glasses. "Wait, isn't that Hayadu?" The other two followed her gaze. Sure enough, sitting beneath the colored trees were two unmistakable figures: Hayadu Issei, leaning back on one arm, and beside him Yuka, the snarky and cold transfer student with the deep blue eyes that made her stand out without even trying. Her head was gently resting on his shoulder, and both were smiling softly, clearly sharing a private moment. "Oh," said the chestnut-haired girl with a grin. "Well, that's cute. I mean, we all knew they were dating, right?" The second added with a shrug. "It's not a secret. They're always eating lunch together." The girl with glasses nodded, adjusting the strap of her bag. "After that whole thing with him bringing her to school to get her enrolled, half the school knew." "It's kind of sweet, actually." "Yeah," the first girl mused. "And honestly? He's not the pervy loser people used to say he was. I mean, okay, he was, but I heard he hasn't even tried to peek at the kendo girls' changing room. He's definitely matured. Maybe dating that cool beauty did something for him." They lingered a moment longer, watching the peaceful scene, Yuka laughing softly as Issei brushed another leaf from her hair, their foreheads touching briefly in a moment that could have been pulled straight from a shoujo manga. "I almost want to take a picture," the first girl whispered. "It's so romantic." "No way. That'd ruin it," the second said. "Let them have their piece." "Still," the third girl added with a small smile. "It's nice to see Hayadu smile like that. I think he's finally found someone who sees him for more than what people used to say about him." With that, the group resumed their walk, the sound of their laughter and footsteps fading into the wind, as the two were lost in their little world. With Yuka resting her head on Issei's shoulder, her hand nestled in his as her thumb traced slow circles against his skin. "I never imagined things would be this way," Yuka said softly, breaking the quiet. Issei glanced at her. "What do you mean?" She hesitated a moment, her gaze lingering on the drifting petals. "I never thought this would be the way my life will go. After that man tried to kill my mom and me, and then meeting you. You made my boring life interesting. It's truly been a trip. I wonder if I even deserve this. I'm just a normal girl." Issei turned fully toward her, their hands still joined. "Yuka, I don't know who made you think that, but they were wrong." She blinked at him, caught off guard by the firm conviction in his voice. "You're not just anything. You're brave. You're honest. And when everything around me is insane, you remind me what being normal can feel like." Yuka looked down, her eyes glistening just slightly. "I don't know if I'm brave. Or special." "You're special to me," Issei said. Then, with gentle certainty, he leaned forward and kissed her again, this time deeper. Unhurried. Tender. Yuka's eyes fluttered closed, and she leaned into it, her hands rising to cup his face. There was no hesitation in her now, only quiet longing and a kind of relief that poured from her lips into his. She kissed him like she had finally accepted that she could have this, that she deserved it. They broke apart slowly, resting their foreheads together. Her breath tickled his skin, and he could feel the smile in it. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you too," he replied. "And not just because you're the only one in the house who hasn't tried to kill me in training." She giggled, her voice barely above a whisper. "That's part of my charm." Issei let out a low laugh and pulled her into a full embrace, one hand stroking her hair as she buried her face in his neck. They stayed like that for a while longer. Yuka and Issei walked side by side, fingers laced together, still basking in the afterglow of their picnic. Yuka's cheeks were still faintly pink, and Issei couldn't stop glancing at her, mostly because she looked really beautiful. Issei cleared his throat and offered her a lopsided grin. So feel like having a little more fun before we head home? Yuka tilted her head. What kind of fun? He pointed ahead with his thumb, where the blinking lights of a familiar neon sign came into view. Arcade Haven, blared in bold, flashing letters. Her expression faltered for a second, surprised. You want to go to the arcade? I mean, Issei said, rubbing the back of his neck, why not balance it out with some fun? Yuka blinked, then smiled, wider than he'd seen in a while. Okay. But only if you're ready to lose. Issei stopped in his tracks. Wait, what? I've gotten a lot better at rhythm games, she said sweetly, tugging him forward. Oh, it's on. Issei muttered excitedly. Arcade. Dozens of machines blinked and beeped, teenagers shouted over air hockey tables, and the scent of buttery popcorn hung in the air. Issei and Yuka stepped in, immediately absorbed by the electric atmosphere. The lights danced across Yuka's face, giving her a playful glow, and Issei couldn't help but admire how easily she fit into the space even if she didn't look the type to enjoy a noisy arcade. She was already dragging him to a two-player rhythm game. Come on, she said, sliding a token into the machine. Don't back out now. I'm not scared, Issei said, stepping beside her. I'm just letting you feel confident before I crush you. Sure you are. The screen lit up, and the music began, an upbeat pop tune with flashing circles and scrolling notes. Both players focused, hands flying across the buttons in synchronized chaos. Issei was doing pretty well until he glanced sideways and saw Yuka's expression. She wasn't just good, she was in the zone. Her eyes were locked on the screen, her fingers a blur of precision and timing. She didn't miss a beat. Oh no, Issei thought, starting to panic. She's a monster at this. By the end of the song, the scoreboard flashed. Yuka perfect. Issei great miss good miss combo broken. Yuka turned to him, smug in the most polite, elegant way. You were saying something about crushing me? Issei groaned. Okay, I deserve that. Wanna try something else? She teased, already feeding another token into a machine. Issei held up his hands in surrender. Remind me not to challenge you at anything requiring coordination ever again. She smiled up at him. Then let's try something more your speed. Next stop, whack-a-mole. Yuka grabbed the foam mallet first, but Issei intercepted her, stepping up like a gladiator entering the arena. This, he said, gripping the mallet like a sword, is where I rise. He proceeded to demolish the moles with a vengeance, hammering each one with righteous fury. Yuka laughed uncontrollably, leaning against the machine as the score climbed higher and higher. When it ended, the machine gave a cheerful jingle and spit out a wave of tickets. Victory! Issei roared. Okay, you win this round, Yuka giggled. They spent the next hour bouncing from game to game, basketball shootouts, air hockey, racing simulators. Each competition brought out a different side of Yuka. The soft-spoken girl Issei had known was still there, but beneath the snarky surface was a fierce, competitive spirit who wasn't afraid to challenge him, tease him, or push him to be better. He loved it. By the time they returned to the prize counter, their combined tickets were enough for a small plush dog and 2 plastic rings, red and blue. Perfect, Issei said, handing her the dog. Something to remember today, bye. Yuka cradled the plush in her hands, her eyes warm. You mean besides the memories I already won't forget? He smiled shyly. Yeah. Just in case. Then, without a word, she took the ring, unwrapped it, and slipped it on Issei's finger with a surprisingly serious expression. I claim you, she whispered. He blinked. Wait. Was that a provisional engagement? Yuka smiled sweetly. Only if you agree to it. He looked at the plastic ring on his finger, then at the girl holding his hand, where he finally placed the other ring on her finger. Then I will do the same. Issei answers with a smile. The sky above Ko was streaked with amber and soft lavender as twilight began to settle over the town. Street lights flickered on one by one, casting a warm, golden glow on the sidewalks. Issei and Yuka walked side by side, their pace unhurried, the lingering joy of their time at the arcade still hanging between them. Yuka held the small dog plush in her arms, hugging it lightly as she glanced toward Issei, who was still proudly wearing the now red plastic ring on his finger. His face looked relaxed and content. She watched him for a few seconds before tilting her head, her voice quiet but curious. So she began, Was today as fun as your little family date yesterday? Issei blinked. Huh. You know, she said, still walking but now with a more focused look, the one with Tamamo and Sakura. You three spent the whole day together, didn't you? Issei chuckled nervously. Oh, yeah? It was great. We went to the park, played games, got food. I see, Yuka interrupted lightly. So, just like today. Issei could sense the subtle edge in her voice. And Yuka continued, drawing out the word as her eyes narrowed just a bit. How was your night after that? Sleeping in the same room with Tamamo. Alone. Issei nearly tripped over his own feet. He stalled, rubbing the back of his neck with forced nonchalance. It was peaceful. Quiet. Nothing crazy. Yuka stopped walking. Issei stopped too, reluctantly meeting her gaze. She stared up at him, unblinking. Her voice dropped into a deceptively calm. Issei, what exactly did you and Tamamo do last night? Issei's brain fired off 1,000 possible evasions, half-truths, and misdirections, all of which died upon meeting Yuka's eyes. She was Yuka, and lying to her felt worse than facing Karasuba in battle. He hesitated. Well, it wasn't, we didn't go all the way, but... Yuka's hand clenched into a fist at her side. So you did something. I didn't mean to do something. He yelped. It was a quiet night, she said. We had the night to ourselves. She kissed me, and then it escalated. Escalated? Yuka echoed, stepping closer now. Define. Escalated. He swallowed hard. There was a lot of touching. And cuddling. And kissing. Maybe some. She let me touch and play with her okay. You know I'm weak to that. What was I supposed to do? Yuka's face went completely red, but not from embarrassment. You, she said, her voice cracking between outrage and betrayal. And you just let her do as she pleases? You slept with her? I didn't sleep with her. Issei defended. She simply gave I swear. And you didn't stop her? How was I supposed to stop Tamamo when she used her and her whispering "you're mine" in my ear? Yuka fumed, turning in a slow, dangerous circle like she was venting steam through her ears. Then she stopped. Eyes narrowing. Breathing steady. She turned to Issei with a strange, sharp smile on her lips. Oh, I see, she said sweetly. So that's how far she's gotten. Wait, Yuka, Issei stammered. I think it's only fair, she interrupted coolly, if I even the score. He blinked. Even the? Before he could finish, Yuka's fingers locked around his wrist with surprising strength, and she spun around, dragging him forward. Yuka? Issei asked as she marched ahead, her steps quick and purposeful. Where are we? Then he saw it. A love hotel. The building stood proudly on the corner, its exterior as ridiculously themed as most of Koa's underground wonders, blinking neon hearts, faux classy architecture, and a sign boasting special couples rates. Issei's soul momentarily left his body. Yuka, wait, this is a love hotel. Yup, she replied, still pulling him forward. It's not necessary. We can talk this out. You don't have to do this just because Tamamo did it. Oh, we're going, she said, her tone positively terrifying. And you are going to sit there, enjoy it, and suffer the consequences for being too irresistible to foxes. Wait, Yuka, we can't just... Issei yelped as she dragged him through the automated doors. The automatic doors sealed shut with a cheerful chime. Hayata residence evening. The house had fallen into an unusual silence. Night had fully settled in, moonlight slipping through the windows. A few warm lights remained on in the common areas, illuminating the tense scene taking shape in the living room. Tamamo sat in the center of the couch, her tail swishing in agitation, arms crossed tightly beneath her chest as she glared at the clock on the wall. The tea in front of her had long since gone cold. They're late, she stated flatly, golden eyes narrowed. Mia sat nearby, reading a book. Yashima stood near the window, peeking out every so often as if expecting to see them walk up the entrance at any second. Akitsu sat quietly at the corner, sipping on a can of juice, her blank expression betraying just the slightest hint of curiosity. Maybe they lost track of time. Or something happened. Yashima offered, voice tinged with growing concern. Tamamo perked up at that, her ears twitching. Like what? I doubt Issei was dragged to a new world. It hasn't even been 2 weeks? Karasuba, who had been leaning lazily against the far wall, finally spoke up, voice smooth and nonchalant. Or maybe Yuka finally grew a spine and dragged him into a hotel. The room froze. Tamamo's eye twitched. What? Yashima gasped, her cheeks turning bright red. You mean like that? Akitsu sipped her juice and gave a small, quiet nod. Seems likely. Mia slowly closed her book and looked up. A love hotel is discreet. And if Yuka was feeling competitive after your date yesterday. Tamamo slammed her hands on the table and stood up with a burst of indignation, her tails flaring like a vengeful storm. She wouldn't dare, Karasuba smirked. You did spend all night with him. She might be returning the favor. That was different, Tamamo declared. Yashima wrung her hands nervously. What if they eloped and ran away? Mia's expression darkened in that quiet, serene way that only Mia could pull off. I'll kill them both. Tamamo clutched her chest as if she'd been stabbed. Not before I do. Suddenly, her expression hardened with resolve. She placed 2 fingers against her temple and closed her eyes. Fine. If they won't come home, I'll just track him. Everyone leaned forward. Tamamo chanted softly under her breath, golden energy flickering around her as she activated the bond she shared with her darling, a magical tether between master and servant. A moment passed. Nothing. Her ears flattened. She tried again. Reaching deeper. Still nothing. Her tails dropped slightly, and she opened her eyes with a pale look of horror. He's not responding. I can't feel him. A collective gasp rang out across the room. That's bad. Akitsu agreed. Perhaps Sherry is cloaking their presence from being tracked. Mia added, her tone suddenly serious. Tamamo collapsed onto the floor in full dramatic fashion. Why? Why have you betrayed me, Yuka? She did say she'd catch up, Karasuba offered with a shrug. I let her have her date. I gave her the day. Tamamo cried. And she repays me by running off with my darling. I should have sent a familiar to spy on them. Should we look for them? Yashima asked, her voice small. Or wait for them to come back with flushed faces and guilty looks? Karasuba said, stretching with a yawn. My money's on the latter. Mia stood, smoothing her kimono. Regardless, if they don't return by tomorrow, we will investigate. But no maiming. Speak for yourself, Tamamo growled as she tried again and again to sense her master's location. Love Hotel Room 403. The door to the private suite clicked shut behind them. The interior was a dimly lit mix of soft lighting, plush textures, and embarrassingly romantic ambience, rose-colored walls, a velvet couch, a bed large enough for 3, and a mirror far too conveniently placed above the headboard. Issei tried not to panic as he was both worried and excited. Oh crap. I'm really here. Before he could so much as turn around, Yuka, still holding his wrist, gave a determined tug and pulled him further inside. Her grip was surprisingly strong for someone so quiet. Her face was flushed, yes, but her eyes were steady and unyielding. Why, Yuka, are you sure this is woe? He didn't get to finish. With a graceful pivot, Yuka spun on her heel and shoved him backwards onto the bed. Issei landed with a soft thump, arms splayed, blinking up at the mirrored ceiling above him and praying he didn't say anything that would make this more awkward than it already was. Yuka stood above him, brushing a lock of her long, dark hair behind her ear. Her eyes glittered with a mixture of frustration, competitive pride, and something else Issei had trouble putting his finger on. You've had enough alone time with Tamamo, she said, voice calm but firm. Tonight you're mine. Issei gulped. Why, you mean emotionally, right? She said nothing, only turned her attention to the dimensional watch still affixed to Issei's wrist. The sleek black band pulsed faintly with blue energy, dormant until called upon. Sherry, she said crisply, folding her arms. A soft blue glow blinked once in response. The semi-transparent interface materialized above the device, and a calm female voice answered. Yes, Miss Yuka? I want you to jam any incoming attempts to track or locate us, specifically Tamamo's divine senses. Block her. Shut her down. I don't want her to find us. Issei's eyes widened. Wait, since when could you can do that? Yuka shot him a sharp glance. You did say this watch can do anything. The AI chimed again. Magical concealment activated. You are now invisible to sensory tracking. Have a pleasant evening. Issei sat up slightly. Okay. I am both impressed and terrified that Sherry listens to you. Yuka turned toward the door to the adjoining bath, beginning to untie her dress and slipping it off with slow, deliberate movements. She paused at the doorway, one hand resting on the frame as she glanced over her shoulder. I'm going to take a bath, she said softly, alone. You're staying right there. Don't move. Don't peek. Tu wasn't planning to, Issei said quickly, holding up his hands like a hostage surrendering. Yuka smiled faintly. Good. Then she disappeared into the bath, the soft sound of running water echoing moments later. Issei exhaled deeply and let himself fall back onto the bed. What just happened? He stared at the mirrored ceiling for a long moment, hand over his heart. Okay, Issei. You've survived death matches, terrifying strong women and a blonde shooting swords at you. You can survive one hotel room with Yuka. Probably. The sound of the bath water splashing softly against porcelain reached him through the half-closed door. His imagination didn't need much help, and he could already feel a flush creeping up his neck. Man, he whispered to himself. I am so dead if Tamamo ever finds out about this. He didn't realize how still the room had gotten until Sherry softly chimed again in his ear. Stealth remains active. Magical tracking blocked. Heart rate elevated. Shall I begin a relaxation protocol? No. Just stay quiet, and let me die of embarrassment in peace. A few quiet minutes passed. The sound of water running in the bathroom stopped. A faint hiss of steam whispered into the air. Issei sat on the edge of the bed, trying very hard not to think about anything, especially not about what Yuka might look like stepping out of the bath. His heart was still thudding against his ribs like a drum. Then the door creaked open. Yuka stood there, her hair slightly damp and cascading like silk over her shoulders. Her skin glistened faintly from the bath, and wrapped around her modestly, though only just, was a white towel tied snugly above her chest. She didn't speak at first, and neither did Issei. His eyes widened a little, and his breath caught in his throat. Why, Yuka? She stepped forward, slowly, deliberately. Her eyes were steady, but he could see the hesitation behind them. A storm of thoughts that she had chosen to silence with willpower alone. He stood up quickly, flustered. Wait, Yuka, you don't have to do this. I mean, just because Tamamo did something last night doesn't mean you need to prove anything to me. I'm not doing it because she did, Yuka said, cutting him off. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was firm, quietly intense in a way that silenced the room more than a shout ever could. She looked up at him now, vulnerability exposed, trembling in her gaze but not her body. I'm doing this because I'm afraid, she confessed. Afraid that the more women you meet, the more beautiful, bold, perfect ones that come into your life, the easier it will be for you to forget about me. Yuka, Issei said gently, stepping closer. She didn't let him. I know you say you love me. And I believe you, she said, tightening her hands around the top edge of the towel. But I also know how this is going to go. More girls are going to show up. They'll be stronger, prettier, more confident. I'll still be me. You don't need to do this to prove anything, Issei said, his voice a little shaky, not from embarrassment, but emotion. I love you because you're you, Yuka. Not because of how far you go or how bold you are. You've always been enough. I don't want to be just enough, she whispered. I want to be unforgettable to you. And with that, she took another step forward. The towel slipped ever so slightly, revealing more of her collarbone. Issei's eyes widened, panic and instinct warring behind them, but he didn't move. Yuka closed the distance between them, and then she leaned in. She kissed him. There was no hesitation, no shyness, just quiet, desperate honesty. Her lips met his with surprising urgency, hands slipping up around his neck as she pressed against him. Issei froze for half a second, just long enough to register the softness, the scent of fresh soap clinging to her skin, the shiver in her touch before he responded, his arms wrapping around her waist as if trying to anchor her there, to make her feel secure. Their kiss deepened, the room lit only by the gentle glow from the bedside lamp, the sounds of the world fading beyond the walls. Her towel loosened a little more with each movement, and still, she didn't stop. She wanted to feel close. To be seen. To not just be another girl in his life but someone who left a mark. When they finally broke apart, foreheads resting together, Yuka's breathing was shallow, her cheeks flushed. "I'm not asking for everything," she whispered. "Just tonight. Just let me feel like I matter." Issei held her closer, resting his forehead against hers. "You matter more than anyone, Yuka," he whispered back. As they stood there, entwined in each other's arms, the weight of Yuka's confession hung in the air, a palpable force that bound them together. Issei could feel her heart racing, mirroring his own, and he pulled her even closer, wanting to absorb her fear and turn it into something beautiful and lasting. Yuka's hands trembled slightly as they explored the contours of his back, her touch tentative yet eager. She wanted to memorize every inch of him, to brand this moment into her memory forever. Her lips found his again, this time with a newfound urgency, a silent plea for him to understand the depth of her feelings. Issei responded with equal fervor, his hands moving to tangle in her damp hair, tilting her head back to deepen the kiss. He could taste the salt of her tears, a poignant reminder of her vulnerability. He wanted to erase her doubts, to show her that she was everything he needed and more. Their breaths mingled, hot and heavy, as the towel around Yuka's body finally gave way, falling to the floor with a soft whisper. She didn't pause, didn't hesitate, but pressed herself against him, skin to skin, their hearts beating in sync. Issei's hands roamed her back, tracing the curve of her spine, pulling her flush against him. "Yuka," he murmured against her lips, his voice a low growl of desire and affection. "You are unforgettable. You always have been." Issei soon began to take off his clothes, giving quite a view to Yuka at just how much his body was developing from all his training. A soft moan escaped her as his hands explored further, cupping her hips, pulling her against him. She could feel his desire, hard and insistent, and it sent a thrill of power through her. She was affecting him just as deeply as he affected her. Their kissing became more frenzied, a dance of tongues and teeth, of desperate gasps and soft moans. Issei's hands moved to her bulbas, cupping them gently, his thumbs brushing over her nipples, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Yuka. She arched into his touch, wanting more, needing more. He obliged, his touch growing bolder, more assured. He lifted her effortlessly, her legs wrapping around his waist as he carried her to the bed. He laid her down gently, his body covering hers, their connection never breaking. With that, Issei went to her hips, opening up her legs with Yuka covering her privates in embarrassment. Finally his addiction came to use as he remembered just how much pain Yuka would feel from her first time, and Issei, not wanting her to ever be hurt, moved the hand and started licking, bringing great pleasure to Yuka as she tried to hold her moans. Issei continued for several minutes as he enjoyed the juices that came from Yuka, with the poor girl wrangling her limbs in bed as she couldn't stop her body from moving, clawing the bed as a way to find something to hold her and losing her senses. Finally, with a scream of ecstasy, Yuka tried to hold Issei's head in a leg lock to try to keep her juices from flowing. Issei soon got up from Yuka's hold as he wanted to see how he did. Seeing the girl breathing heavily with moist eyes and her body twitching made his ego grow with a smile at bringing such joy to her. "So how'd I do?" Issei asked with a grin, with Yuka trying her best to control her breathing. His hardened at just how beautiful Yuka looked at this moment. Yuka looked up at him, her eyes shining with desire and love. "Make me yours, Issei," she whispered. A low growl escaped his throat as he positioned himself at her entrance, his eyes locked onto hers. "You're mine, Yuka," he said with his voice holding a promise. With that, he pushed into her slowly. A sharp gasp of pain filled the room, as the sheets under Yuka started having a few spots of blood. Issei, seeing this, waited until Yuka got used to the pain and for her permission to move. After a few minutes of Yuka getting used to the feeling, "You can start moving, Issei. Are you sure? We can stop here," Issei says, not wanting her to force herself. "No. It's okay. Please," Yuka begged. With a nod, Issei's movements were slow and deliberate at first, allowing Yuka to adjust. After a few moments, Yuka started getting used to the feeling and both moved together. Each thrust, each touch, each kiss was a declaration of their love, of their need for the other. "Issei," she whispered, her nails digging into his back, urging him on. "More. I need more," he obliged, his hips moving faster, deeper, each thrust eliciting a gasp or a moan from Yuka. She met him stroke for stroke, her hips lifting to match his rhythm, their bodies slick with sweat, sliding against each other in a symphony of sensation. The room filled with the sounds of their lovemaking, the wet slapping of skin, the soft gasps and moans, the occasional whispered word of affection or encouragement. It was a melody that spoke of their love, of their need, of their desire to be one. Issei's hands explored her body, tracing her curves, memorizing her feel, her taste, her scent. He kissed her deeply, his tongue mimicking the movements of his hips, drawing out a series of soft, desperate moans from Yuka. "Don't stop," she panted, her body tensing, her breaths coming in short, sharp gasps. "Please don't stop." He had no intention of stopping. He could feel her body tightening around him, her inner muscles clenching, drawing him in deeper. He increased his pace, his body slamming into hers, the bed creaking and groaning beneath them. Yuka's head thrashed from side to side, her eyes squeezed shut, her mouth open in a silent scream as her built, a coiled spring ready to explode. Issei could feel it, could feel her body tensing, her breath hitching, her nails digging into his skin, marking him as hers. "Issei," she cried out, her voice a desperate plea. "I'm close. So close." He hooked an arm under her knee, changing the angle, going even deeper. "Let go, Yuka," he growled. "I've got you." With a final, desperate cry she did. Her body convulsed, her inner muscles clamping down on him, milking him, drawing out his own. He threw his head back, a low, guttural groan escaping his throat as he spilled into her, their combined releases leaving them both shaking and gasping for breath. Issei collapsed onto her, his body slick with sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. Yuka wrapped her arms around him, holding him close, their bodies still joined, still one. "Yuka," he panted, pressing a soft kiss to her neck. "You are precious to me." She smiled, a soft, contented smile, her eyes shining with happiness and love. "And you are mine, Issei. Forever." They lay there, entwined in each other's arms, their bodies cooling, their hearts slowing, their breaths sinking. The room was silent except for the soft sounds of their breathing. Yuka traced lazy patterns on Issei's back, her touch gentle, her eyes never leaving his. As they lay there, the afterglow of their passion slowly faded, leaving behind a profound sense of intimacy and connection. Issei propped himself up on one elbow, looking down at Yuka with an expression of tender adoration. The group of beautiful young women approaching the entrance slowed their pace simultaneously. "Tenkuria Kigyo?" Tamamo repeated aloud, tilting her head. "Sky Dragon Enterprise? Really?" Yashima blinked. "It sounds very dramatic. It sounds like the name of an action movie production company." Mia muttered, scanning the signage with a critical eye. "Not a boutique. I think it's cool," Issei said with a grin as he jogged to catch up. "It's kind of flashy but mysterious. It's Mom." Yuka deadpanned. Of course she'd name her business something cheesy. As they approached the entrance, a few women in line started whispering. "Hey, isn't that the girl with the pink hair from the other day? Wait, and that's Hayadu. From school." A high school girl from Ku said, as she was also skipping class to see the new store. "Why are they cutting?" A sudden ripple of annoyance went through the line as several customers began to mutter their disapproval, crossed arms, narrowed eyes, and the subtle clench of shopping bags bristling with judgment. Before a riot could break out, Mia stepped forward, calm as always, her Miko outfit fluttering gently with the breeze. "Pardon us," she said with a gentle smile and a graceful bow. "We are not here to shop. We're the additional staff Misuke-sama requested to help with the grand opening." Tamamo stepped beside her and offered her most radiant, dazzling smile. "Yes. We're the saleswomen and support. And I'm just here for moral support," Issei mumbled. The tension among the waiting customers immediately softened. A few even lit up with excitement. "Wait, they're employees? They're gorgeous. I hope she's helping me pick out something. Look at that woman with the pink hair, so elegant." Mia gracefully ushered the group through the door as the customers stepped aside, more intrigued than angry now that they knew these weren't lie-cutters, but part of the reason the store had gained so much attention in the first place. Inside the store Tenkuria Kigyo. The moment the group stepped inside, they were hit with the combined scent of fresh fabrics, subtle perfume, and light floral incense. The boutique's interior was surprisingly stylish. It had a soft, modern aesthetic: white walls, warm lighting, and neat rows of beautifully arranged outfits, kimonos reimagined with a trendy edge, stylish jackets, fusion accessories, and clothing made for all body types. Mannequins in striking poses wore Yuzume's creations, each outfit uniquely layered and surprisingly comfortable in design without sacrificing fashion. Behind the register, Masuki stood like a queen in her element, wearing a fitted blazer and pencil skirt combo that screamed elegant CEO. Her hair was perfectly pinned, glasses perched on her nose, clipboard in hand. She looked up as they entered and gave a warm smile. "You're late," she said. "We got here as fast as we could." Mia replied, bowing politely. "I was about to start handing out bribes just to keep the crowd civil." She turned to the group, eyes sweeping across the beautiful women she now had at her disposal. "But now we're back in business." A moment passed. Then, like a storm cloud rolling in, her expression shifted. The clipboard was lowered. The business smile was gone. Her eyes narrowed with the unmistakable glint of a mother who had just realized something wasn't right. "Wait," Masuki said, her voice deceptively calm. "Why are you two here?" The rest of the group went still, sensing incoming danger. Masuki's tone grew just slightly colder. "Yuka. Issei. Shouldn't you both be at school?" Issei straightened up instinctively, as if saluting a commanding officer. "WWE can explain." But Tamamo was faster. She turned to Yuka with the biggest, most innocent smile imaginable. "Well, Yuka? Shouldn't you be the one to tell your mother what you and Issei did last night?" Yuka groaned. "You're enjoying this." "Immensely." Issei tried to shrink behind a clothing rack. Masuki's eye twitched. "What? Did you both do?" Yuka stepped forward nervously. We might have stayed the night at a love hotel and had unprotected." Masuki went still. The clipboard snapped in her hand from how hard she was squeezing it. She turned to her daughter, who was now red from forehead to collarbone. "Yuka." Yuka didn't look up. "Yes, mother. You skipped school," she said in a level tone, "to spend the night at a love hotel. With a boy, and now might even be pregnant." "Yes, mother. My daughter. Yes." A pause. Then came a sigh. A long, drawn-out exhale of every emotion between fury, disappointment, exhaustion, and a surprising hint of resignation. "We are going to have a very long talk about this after we close," Masuki said, her voice returning to that cool CEO tone but with unmistakable parental warning behind it. "For now we have this store to manage." She turned to Mia, whose eyes sparkled with subdued amusement. "After this, let's go out drinking." "Of course," Mia said with a bow. Tamamo, now grinning, leaned toward Issei. "I hope you like awkward family dinners." Issei groaned again, hiding behind a display of scarves. Yuka muttered, "I regret everything." Masuki soon clapped her hands. "Tamamo, you carry on customer interaction. Smile. Be approachable. Yashima and Akitsu, you're helping in the changing room and bringing outfits. Mia, you're watching the register. Yuzume, Natsu, rest. You've done enough." Yuzume flopped into the back corner like a noodle and gave a lazy thumbs up. "And me?" Issei asked, raising a hand. Masuki adjusted her glasses with a smirk. You're gonna heal those two from their exhaustion. Eh? She gestured toward the front display. "Take them to the second floor and just spend time. I kind of worked them to the bone and feeling a bit guilty. Aoki?" Issei slowly carried Natsu in a bridal carry and took her upstairs and then went to pick up Yuzume, who quickly hugged him with full force and started cuddling up to him. Masuki then turned back to the others. "Now let's show Ko why Sky Dragon Enterprise is the future of fashion." Tamamo raised a brow. "I think that name sounds like a late-night anime. And you are going to wear this dress with the deepest neckline because it will be our top seller. Hopefully this will attract some men to the store." Masuki shot back smoothly. Tamamo opened her mouth then shut it. "Fair." The front doors of the store swung open with flair, the little bell above chiming to signal the start of the day. The line of waiting customers surged forward like a wave, eyes wide with curiosity for fashion. But what they weren't prepared for was the visual assault that greeted them the moment they stepped in. Standing proudly in a staggered line were the sales clerks of Sky Dragon Enterprise, and they were very beautiful. Each of the girls had changed into tailored black-and-red professional clerk uniforms, customized to suit their personal styles and flair. Tight-fitting vests, elegant skirts with slits, sheer sleeves, and accent sashes. Tamamo stood front and center, the vixen goddess positively glowing with charisma. Her low-cut uniform accentuated her already dangerous charm. "Welcome, ladies," she said, voice a silken purr. "Are you ready to be transformed?" A wave of gasps and whispered fangirling surged through the customers. "Can she help me? I want her. I don't care what it costs, just dress me, queen." Tamamo basked in the attention, one hand on her hip, the other gesturing grandly to the racks behind her. "Then follow me and prepare to ascend into a new you." Yuka stood just off to the side of the main customer flow, positioned near a tastefully curated display of casual wear cardigans, scarves, blouses, and skirts. Her uniform was far more modest than the other girls'. A tailored black vest over a white blouse with embroidered silver cuffs, and a soft pearl brooch glinting gently near her collarbone. Her skirt flowed just past her knees, and the look as a whole gave her the aura of a quiet, stylish librarian or a thoughtful advisor. And because of that, a small group of 3 customers, all soft-spoken, bookish girls wearing thick glasses and unsure expressions, slowly made their way toward her. One of the girls began, her voice barely audible over the background music. "Do you have anything that doesn't show too much skin?" The other 2 nodded, shifting awkwardly, one gripping the strap of her backpack, the other holding a bulky sweater tightly around her frame. Yuka's expression softened instantly. She stepped forward and offered a small, warm smile, tilting her head just slightly as she met their eyes. "Of course." Yuka gestured toward the mannequins behind her, dressed in elegant layers and pastel color palettes. "Fashion isn't about revealing everything. It's about showing who you are in a way that makes you feel confident, comfortable." She reached out and gently lifted a cream-colored blouse with a delicate floral trim. "This one's one of my favorites. It's soft, breathable, and pairs perfectly with a layered jacket for colder seasons." The girl who spoke first hesitated, then touched the fabric. "It's really cute." Yuka nodded. "It's also light enough to keep you cool in the spring. Want to try it on?" The 3 girls shared glances, then nodded eagerly. Yuka led them with calm authority toward the fitting room, talking quietly all the way. "We have a couple of neutral-tone jackets I think would suit your builds well. If you like longer sleeves, I've got a cardigan that adds elegance without hiding your shape." As the girls disappeared into the stalls, one of them peeked back out with a nervous laugh. "That thing you said earlier about fashion showing who you are, that was really deep." Yuka blinked, then smiled faintly. "It's something I learned from someone close to me. I used to think I didn't belong in the spotlight, but I've started to realize I don't have to fight for attention to be valued." There was a brief silence. Then the girl said, almost shyly, "You'd make a really good older sister." Yuka turned away, trying not to let the compliment hit too hard, but her faint blush betrayed her pride. She chuckled softly. "Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment." When the girls emerged a few minutes later, dressed in new outfits that hugged their personalities more than their figures, they beamed. Not just from the clothes but from the way Yuka had made them feel. "You look lovely," she told each of them, genuinely. "If you like those, we can check out some accessories next." Yashima stood just outside the line of occupied dressing rooms, a clipboard clutched in both hands like a shield and her expression locked somewhere between anxious and earnest. Her hair, usually immaculately brushed, had a few strands falling loose. A fine sheen of stress glistened at her temple. The boutique's popularity had turned the fitting area into something akin to a battlefield. "I'm sorry," she squeaked as 2 teenage girls waved armfuls of clothing in front of her, demanding space. "That one's still in use." "Yes, I promise I'll find you a room, just give me 1 second. Behind her, the sliding door to a changing stall cracked open and a young woman leaned out, holding up a top. "This one's too tight around the shoulders though. You have it in a medium?" "Ah. Why wise. I'll get it right away." A girl behind her tugged her sleeve. "Miss Clerk, I've been waiting 15 minutes. No. I'm sorry, I just She almost tripped over a pair of abandoned heels lying in the path between fitting rooms. Her clipboard clattered to the ground. As she knelt to retrieve it, a soft chorus of awe echoed behind her. She's so cute when she's flustered. Adorable! Yashima stood up, red-faced, clutching the clipboard like it might somehow absorb her embarrassment. Really am trying my best. A mother of 3 with a sharp bob cut leaned in toward her. Sweetheart, you look like you need some tea to calm down. That would be wonderful, actually, she admitted before remembering she was on shift. Too mean. I can get you a tea-tone dress. Right now. In the chaos, a young girl with a soft voice tugged on Yashima's vest from the side. She looked no older than 12 and stood beside her older sister. Miss, the girl said softly, my sister's shy and doesn't want to come out of the room. Can you help her pick something? Yashima blinked, then knelt to eye level, offering a gentle smile. Of course. I'll help pick her something nice. Everyone deserves to walk out of here confident. The little girl beamed and led her toward the room. Inside, Yashima knelt beside the stall, gently coaxing the nervous older sister through questions about her preferences. No pressure, no pushing, just kindness. Minutes later, the girl stepped out in a floral dress with a light cardigan, eyes wide at her own reflection. You look amazing, Yashima said quietly. If you smile, it'll complete the look. And the girl did. The crowd watching from nearby let out a soft, collective gasp of approval. More customers began approaching the fitting room line, not with frustration, but with admiration. She's so gentle, someone whispered. Yashima rubbed the back of her head, overwhelmed by the attention, and laughed nervously. I'm just trying not to cry myself. Away from the bustling energy of the main display floor, Akitsu stood beneath the soft lighting of the boutique's fitting and alteration area. The space was quiet, focused, calm, a perfect reflection of its current steward. Armed with a thin measuring tape around her neck and a small pin cushion strapped to her wrist like a gauntlet, Akitsu moved with quiet precision. Her hands were deft, her posture exact, and her gaze unfaltering. Each adjustment she made was purposeful and fast, almost mechanical in its accuracy. A woman in her mid-40s stood on the platform before the mirrors, examining her reflection in a deep plum dress with a high collar and long sleeves. It was lovely, but the waist needed taking in. Akitsu stepped beside her wordlessly, crouched, and in one smooth motion, tugged a few folds into place and secured them with temporary clips. The fabric now curved more naturally along the woman's figure, subtly flattering her posture. You're very efficient, the woman noted, watching Akitsu's movements through the mirror. Akitsu nodded once. Thank you. You're so professional, the woman added with a smile. I love it. Akitsu's expression didn't change. I aim for precision. The woman chuckled. It's refreshing. Most of the other girls here are bubbly or overly enthusiastic. Akitsu's hands paused. She blinked once. I do not know how to be bubbly, she admitted, tone perfectly neutral. The customer laughed. You don't have to be. You're perfect just like this. From the side, another woman easily in her 20s stepped forward shyly, holding a long velvet skirt in her arms. Excuse me. Could you help me too? The hem's dragging a bit, but I really want to wear this tonight. Akitsu gave a small nod. Come. Stand. As the second customer stepped onto the small raised platform, Akitsu kneeled again, lifting the fabric and adjusting it silently. Her movements were gentle yet firm, and she didn't hesitate or fumble each clip placed with the ease of someone who had done this 1,000 times. More customers began to drift over, ones who had been overwhelmed by Tamamo's confident pitch or intimidated by the dressing room crowd. In contrast, Akitsu's silent professionalism was a kind of sanctuary. I feel like she's judging my posture with her mind. She doesn't smile, but she still makes me feel welcomed. One bold customer leaned forward and whispered to her, Have you done this for long? Akitsu paused, then answered honestly, No. Today is my first time. The woman's eyes widened. Seriously? You're pretty good. Akitsu blinked again. Thank you, she said softly. Though her expression didn't change, her movements grew just a fraction smoother, her pace slightly lighter, as if that one compliment had settled somewhere in her chest like a warm coal, quietly burning. Seated behind the boutique's main counter, she moved with grace and precision, her hands folding receipts and sliding garments into crisp bags. The register chimed rhythmically under her touch, each transaction processed smoothly, Each customer met with a smile so serene it made even the most anxious shopper relax. 3 blouses and a fitted coat, she said gently to the woman standing across from her. The customer, a middle-aged mother with a child tugging at her sleeve, leaned in with a fascinated look on her face. You're far too graceful to be working here. Mia chuckled, the sound like soft chimes in the wind. I'm just a simple housewife. Simple? The woman laughed. You're terrifyingly composed. Mia inclined her head modestly. In this chaos, someone must be. The register pinged as she passed the receipt with 2 hands, eyes warm. The child peeked over the counter, chewing on his fingers and staring up at her with wide eyes. Mia looked down and offered a small wink. The boy instantly hid behind his mother's leg, peeking again with curiosity. What would you recommend? The woman added quickly, handing over her card without even checking the total. Mia bowed slightly. Then I'll also recommend our limited seasonal line of hand-stitched scarves designed by our in-house seamstress, and very popular with children and elders alike. The mother beamed. You're good. I've had practice, Mia said, turning smoothly to the next guest. Another woman approached the register, visibly nervous, hands fumbling with her phone. Tu was going to just browse, she began, but I saw you up here and well, next thing I knew, I was trying on half the store. Mia gave a soft, knowing smile. Sometimes the best purchases are the ones we never planned. Behind her, Tamamo could be heard laughing loudly, while Yashima squeaked an apology over something collapsing. From the side, Misuki stood observing the floor with crossed arms, watching Mia work the register like a queen gracing her subjects. She exhaled, half impressed, half defeated. She's outselling me without even trying, Misuki muttered. The second floor of the store offered an oasis of calm, which was the workshop for Yuzum to make her clothes and Matsu's lab. Unlike the high-energy buzz of the main floor, this area was bathed in the afternoon light that filtered in through the curtains. The air was warm and still, the scent of fresh tea and soft cotton lingering in the background. Plush cushions were scattered across the floor, and a low, comfy couch dominated the room's center. Issei sat right in the middle of that couch, his arms outstretched in quiet surrender. Yuzum was sprawled over his lap like a content house katoni, arm draped across his chest, her cheek pressed against his side, and a lazy smile playing on her lips. She was humming a soft tune, something wordless and familiar, like a lullaby remembered from childhood. Her eyes were closed, but her smile made it clear she was awake and at peace. Matsu, on the other side, leaned into his right shoulder, her head tilted so that her fluffy red hair tickled his neck. Her tablet, once buzzing with blinking graphs and security feeds, now lay face down in her lap, abandoned in favor of warm proximity. Her eyes were half-lidded, body relaxed but clearly tuned into his presence. Do you girls need anything? Issei asked softly, his voice barely above a whisper, careful not to disturb the tranquil silence. Yuzum gave a low, sleepy giggle, her fingers lightly curling around the hem of his shirt. You're here, she murmured. That's all I need. Warm, safe, Matsu added, her voice groggy. Ideal for physical and emotional recovery. She nuzzled closer against him, her cheek pressing into his bicep. Issei felt her lips curve into a faint smile, even as her eyes remained closed. He blinked, cheeks tinting slightly as he looked down at both women clinging to him like oversized plushies. Guess I'm being used as an emotional battery again, he muttered. Yes, both girls said in perfect sync, without moving. Yuzum let out a sleepy laugh and gently poked his side. You're the only one that can motivate us to continue, hubby. Matsu added, if it wasn't for you, I would already run away from this. He then rubbed the backs of the 2 girls with a sheepish grin. So I'm basically just a power outlet for my tired sekirei? A handsome, lovable power outlet, Yuzum teased, lifting her head slightly to look at him with a grin. And you're warm. Like a human kotatsu. Issei gave a chuckle, shaking his head. You're both unbelievable. And yet, Matsu murmured, you let us cling to you. He looked between them. How could I not? You both look like you'll break down if I move. Yuzum gave a dramatic whimper. Don't jinx it. I just got comfortable. They sat there in silence again for a few minutes, the warmth of the sun and the muffled laughter from downstairs wrapping the trio in a soft, familial calm. Every once in a while, Yuzum would shift slightly, adjusting her head or curling her legs beneath her. Matsu's fingers twitched from time to time, like she was dreaming of typing. Issei, for all his panic and confusion earlier in the day, felt a rare kind of serenity settle over him. This isn't bad, he thought. But moments like this make it all worth it. A quiet knock at the door broke the peace. Issei? Came Yashima's voice, muffled through the frame. Masuki said we're closing in 15 minutes. Yuzum groaned. Matsu pouted in her sleep. Issei smiled faintly. Time to get back to work. As he gently nudged them both upright, Yuzum gave one last stretch, arms around his neck. You're carrying me downstairs. And I'm next. Matsu mumbled. It's in your job description now. Back downstairs, the store bustled like a festival. Laughter, compliments, and camera flashes filled the air. Tamamo winked at a group of college girls, causing one to faint. Yuka adjusted a scarf with surprising tenderness on a nervous high schooler. Yashima balanced 3 outfits on her arms while taking notes. Akitsu returned from the fitting area, completely unruffled. And Mia, behind the counter, calmly rang up another customer. Will that be all today? She asked. No, I'll take the boots too, the girl said dreamily. By mid-afternoon, the line outside the boutique was still stretching down the block. Tenkuri Kijio had officially become the hottest topic for clothes in Kuo, and Masuki, standing just behind the curtain near the stockroom, allowed herself a rare smile as she watched her staff in action. This is where my dreams will finally begin. Closing time, 8:00 p.m. The store lights dimmed slightly as the sun finally dipped beyond the horizon. Outside, the once bustling line of customers had long dispersed. The store, still faintly humming with soft ambient music, now felt more like a home than a business. Inside, the girls had gathered in a semicircle in the workshop space upstairs, tired but glowing with pride. Their uniforms were a little wrinkled, their makeup slightly faded, and their hair just the tiniest bit undone. But they were smiling out of a job well done. Mia passed around a small tray of herbal tea and light snacks she'd brought from home. At the center of the group stood Masuki, clipboard tucked under her arm, dressed as perfectly as she had been at the start of the day. She looked over her makeshift team with pride, her expression a rare mix of maternal warmth and shrewd business acumen. Everyone, she began, you did incredibly well today. Cheers, claps, and soft whoops rang out. Not only did we survive the opening rush, but we've established our store as the fashion hotspot of Ko City. Customers already want to come back. We've started a buzz that will keep growing, and it's all thanks to your hard work. She walked over to a display rack and held up one of Yuzum's beautifully stitched coats, pointing to the Sekirei emblem neatly embroidered on the brand tag near the collar, a delicate, winged feather design wrapped in a soft spiral. This tag means more than branding. It's identity. It tells every customer that these designs are made with heart, with hands, and with skill. She turned, nodding respectfully to Yuzum. Yuzum, still half curled into Issei's side, gave a sleepy thumbs up. Ah, you're making me blush. And now, Masuki continued, I'd like to show you what comes next. She gestured to Matsu, who stepped forward from the back room, wiping her glasses with her sleeve before revealing something beneath a silk-draped table. Tada, Matsu said with a grin, yanking back the cover. The girls leaned in as a sleek, glass display case came into view. Inside rested 6 newly finished smartphones, each lined in metallic frames of various colors: black, gold, silver, blue, red, and white. Each one gleamed under the soft lighting, bearing on the back a stylized winged dragon insignia, etched in silver over a circuit-like design that pulsed faintly with light. Whoa, Issei muttered. These look amazing. I call it the Dragon Wing series, Matsu said proudly, resting her hand against the glass. Custom-built using fusion tech from 2020 and 2008. Durable, secure, and powered by a strong chargeable battery. Not to mention top-tier processing and a camera that could catch a fly mid-flight. They're really pretty. Yuka whispered, eyes sparkling. So phones that are smart. Tamamo said with a tilt of her head, confused but amazed. We're entering a new era. They're not just pretty, Masuki added. They're practical. And I want them to spread. She reached into the case and pulled out the red and white phones. She handed them to Issei and Yuka, respectively. You two will use them at school. Don't do anything special, just be seen using them. Let your classmates take interest. Show off the features if anyone asks. That'll do more for marketing than any ad campaign. Issei held his phone like it was made of gold. You sure? Aren't these prototypes or something? No, Natsu said. They're fully functional and optimized. Just don't drop them in lava or get run over by a truck. Yuka turned hers over in her hands, admiring the sleek interface. This is the most advanced thing I have ever owned. Misuki then pulled out 2 more phones, the silver and gold units. These are for Issei's parents. Let them show them to their coworkers and friends. Subtle but effective promotion. If the adults like them, word will spread fast. And the last 2? Mia asked. Misuki tapped the final pair in the case of black and blue phones. These will remain in the store. One for our promotional displays, the other as a demo unit for customers to test. Tamamo raised her hand. And the rest of us? Misuki smirked. Once Natsu finishes building a larger batch, each of you will get your own. Trust me, this is only the beginning. The girls all glanced at one another, their tired faces lighting up at the thought. Wait, Yashima raised a finger. If the store's main draw is fashion and now we're pushing high-end tech, are we still a clothing store? We're going to become an enterprise, Misuki said confidently. Sky Dragon Enterprise. Clothing. Tech lifestyle. Power. Issei leaned into Yuka and whispered, she's scaring me a little. Yuka smiled and squeezed his hand. She's happy. Let her have this. Natsu beamed. We're going to revolutionize all markets. Hayata residence late evening. The front door opened to a warm glow, and the comforting aroma of freshly cooked food. Inside, the lights of the Hayata home. Mickey and Gore were already bustling around the dining table, having prepared a celebratory meal to welcome back their son and his ever-growing family. There you all are! Mickey beamed as she came forward, still in her apron. Misuki told us the news. The stores became the talk of the town. The entire group crowded around the small dining table, chatter, laughter, and tired sighs blending together as plates of teriyaki chicken, grilled vegetables, and freshly steamed rice were passed around. Even Karasuba took a seat this time, already chewing halfway through a skewer before she had finished sitting down. Natsu and Yuzum wolfed down 3 bowls like women possessed. Now this is a reward, Yuzum sighed, patting her stomach. After dinner and light cleanup, the group began to trickle upstairs. Okay, I finally get to sleep and cuddle with my hubby, Yuzum declared, grabbing Issei's hand before he could protest. Natsu tugged at his other arm. He promised he'd let us use him as a pillow all night. I never. Issei tried, but the 2 Sekirei were already dragging him upstairs. Yashima hurried after them. Wait! I want to cuddle too. Akitsu followed in silence. Tamamo stood and stretched, yawning as her tails flared behind her. Humph. I suppose if they're going to hog him, I'll just have to take my place too. Mia only chuckled softly and brought up the rear, carrying extra blankets. But just as Yuka stood from her seat, Misuki's hand gently caught her wrist. Yuka, she said, voice quiet but firm. Yuka froze. Can we talk for a moment? The others glanced back briefly before disappearing up the stairs. The house quieted around them, the warmth of the kitchen now a little more focused, a little more serious. Yuka sat back down, biting her lower lip. Misuki crossed her arms and gave her daughter a look not angry, but full of disappointment laced with motherly concern. I didn't want to bring this up after such a successful day, she began, but you left school. You disappeared for an entire night. And the first I hear of it is when the other girls tell me in the middle of the store. Yuka kept her gaze on the floor. I know. Misuki sighed, leaning back slightly. I understand emotions run high. I was your age once. I also know what it means to be in love. Yuka glanced up, surprised. You don't mean? Misuki smiled wryly. Before I knew his true colors, I was quite blind to his faults and actually believed that he loved me back. Now I'm not saying Issei is going to take everything away from us and abandon us later. Yuka's shoulders relaxed. But Misuki said firmly, you're still in school. You still have responsibilities. And you still need to think ahead. Skipping class to run off to a love hotel without protection was irresponsible. Yuka flushed crimson. I didn't plan that. It just happened. That's the problem, Misuki said, her tone soft but unyielding. You didn't plan. A pause hung between them. I just didn't want to be left behind, Yuka murmured. Every new girl issei brings is strong, beautiful, confident. I was afraid I'd lose my chance. Misuki reached out and cupped her daughter's cheek gently. Yuka. You don't have to fight to be loved. Not by me. Not by him. But you do need to grow. Love isn't a race. It's a responsibility. Yuka looked into her mother's eyes and nodded slowly. I'll be better, she said. I promise. I won't let my feelings get the better of me again. Misuki's sternness melted just slightly, replaced with a small, genuine smile. Good. That's all I ask? Then she leaned back, lifting her teacup. Now go on. I'm sure he's already buried under half of them. Yuka stood, blinking rapidly to keep her eyes from watering, and gave her mother a quick bow before heading upstairs. Upstairs. By the time Yuka entered the bedroom, issei was already horizontal, looking utterly defeated but pleased at having naked girls around him. His arms were pinned by Yuzum and Natsu, with Yashima curled at his feet, Akitsu on his other side, Tamamo nuzzled against his chest, and Karasuba taking up the corner like a lounging wolf. Yuka stood at the door, blinking. You saved me a spot? She asked, voice teasing. Tamamo lazily gestured to a sliver of open blanket. If you can wedge yourself in, I guess you can get in. With a quiet giggle, Yuka tiptoed over and nestled herself beside Issei, wrapping an arm around his waist. Issei, nearly unconscious, murmured. I wanted a harem, but I never thought my body would be a pillow for the girls. Because you are, Natsu muttered sleepily. Tamamo purred, and we love you for it, darling. Yuka rested her cheek against his shoulder, and whispered just loud enough for him to hear, Thank you for not forgetting me. Issei smiled drowsily. I never could. And just like that, surrounded by warmth, affection, and maybe a few elbows, the house fell into a peaceful sleep. 9th of December, Tuesday morning. The morning sun shone warmly over Ko, casting long golden rays across sidewalks still damp with dew. Birds chirped lazily overhead, and the hum of traffic blended with the chatter of students walking to school in groups of 2s and 3s. Among them, Issei and Yuka strolled side by side, their matching school uniforms crisp, their bags slung over their shoulders, and their attention absolutely not on the road. Okay, I pressed this button and now it's vibrating, Issei said, frowning down at the sleek red smartphone in his hands. Is it broken? Did I break it already? You just turned on the feedback setting. Yuka said with a laugh, tapping away on her own white model. Wait-oh. I found the camera. They had only received their new phones from Misuki the night before. They were sleek, lightweight, futuristic little things with glowing symbols and smooth displays, but now, walking to school, the two were discovering that neither of them were particularly tech-savvy. Still, their inexperience didn't stop them from enjoying themselves. Hey, hold still, Yuka said with a grin as she leaned in closer to Issei, her long dark hair brushing against his shoulder. She held her phone up and snapped a quick picture. Click! On the screen, the captured image of the two smiling, his expression awkward, hers playful, looked so clean and vivid it seemed like a still frame from a movie. Every detail, down to the light glinting in their eyes, was preserved perfectly. Yuka blinked. Whoa! What is it? Issei asked, peeking over her shoulder. The quality, it's insanely good, she murmured, scrolling through the preview. This doesn't look like a normal photo, looks like we shot it with a professional camera. Issei grinned, puffing out his chest. Well, I guess I am pretty photogenic, aren't I? Yuka rolled her eyes with a smirk. You're the type to blink and half of your photos taken. Behind them, they didn't notice right away, but a handful of other students had slowed down on the sidewalk. Classmates from Ko Academy, mostly girls and a few boys, were watching them curiously. Whispers started to ripple. Hey, isn't that Hayato? With the new girl Yuka, right? Wait, what are those? That's not a device I've seen before. They're so thin, and that logo on the back. It looks like a dragon. A few students subtly pulled out their own devices and began comparing their flip phones with the one the couple had. Others whispered excitedly, curiosity already bubbling. Yuka glanced up and immediately noticed a shift in atmosphere. The way people were watching with genuine interest. We're being stared at, she said, leaning in slightly toward Issei. Are they looking at us or the phones? He asked, rubbing the back of his neck as he didn't think they were doing anything unusual. Yuka smiled mischievously. Both, Issei sighed. Masuki's plan is already working, isn't it? Yuka lifted her phone again. Click! Another perfect photo. She glanced at Issei with warm eyes. I don't mind being stared at, she said softly, as long as I'm beside you. Issei blushed, looking away with a flustered chuckle. See, could you not say things like that before school? I'm emotionally fragile in the morning. More giggles. More whispers. And more photos were shared through the two by the time they reached the school gates. Ko Academy school grounds. The moment Issei and Yuka stepped past the school gates, hand in hand and still admiring the stunning photos they had just taken on their new smartphones, they were met not with the usual quiet murmur of students going about their morning but with a shouting match. A large crowd of female students had gathered just beyond the entrance courtyard, surrounding the base of the school steps. Dozens of girls in uniform were all facing one another, red in the face and clearly mid-argument. Voices clashed like swords. He totally two-timed her. You saw that picture, right? Maybe it's just his sister or cousin. She called him Papa. Are you telling me Issei Hayata has a secret child? Maybe it's a cosplay thing? Yuka blinked. What is happening? Issei tilted his head. I have no idea, but I feel like I should start apologizing just in case. Before they could turn away or sneak past the chaos, one of the girls in the crowd looked up and locked eyes with Issei. There he is! Issei Hayata! The entire group turned like a flock of hawks that had just spotted prey. And then came the glares. A chorus of narrowed eyes, crossed arms, and teeth-gritting silence descended upon him like a heavy curse. Issei blinked, confused and terrified. Well, what did I do? I haven't peeped on anything in weeks. I swear I've been clean. Issei then spots his two troublemaking friends, but even they are confused by what is happening. Yuka stepped slightly in front of him, her arms folded, gaze sharp. All right. Which one of you wants to explain why you're looking at my boyfriend like you're about to sacrifice him to the gods? A girl with short hair and a headband huffed, stepping forward with righteous fire. He was spotted walking around downtown on a date with a beautiful woman with pink hair. They looked like a couple. And worse, the little girl with them kept calling him Papa. Another girl scoffed. That's just gossip. I saw Yuka out on a date with him 2 days ago. If he has a kid already, that's weird, right? He's 16. Exactly, said another. It's not about the kid, it's that he's clearly cheating on Yuka-chukin. A chorus of agreement rippled through the group. A few girls were already dramatically shaking their heads. Issei took a step forward, raising his hands. Wait. I can explain. It's not like that. Save it, Hayatu. One girl spat. Just be honest for once and stop stringing people along. Yuka deserves better than your cheating. Issei flinched like he'd been slapped. Yuka, however, did not flinch. Instead, she let out a tired sigh. Then she stepped forward, her voice calm, her tone sharp, and her gaze unwavering. You're all being ridiculous. The crowd blinked. Yuka continued. Yes, I went on a date with Issei on Sunday. Yes, Issei went on a date with a woman with pink hair on Saturday. And yes, the little girl with them calls him Papa. A murmur spread across the crowd, half gasps, half confused whispers. But before you let your imaginations run wild, let me clarify something for all of you, she said, lifting her chin slightly. I already knew about that girl. I chose to be with Issei knowing that he wants more than one partner. Dead silence. A few jaws dropped. Yuka's voice softened, but her conviction didn't waver. It's his dream to have a harem, and I accepted that when I decided to be with him. I'm not being cheated on. I'm not being lied to. So don't act like I'm a victim when I'm exactly where I want to be. The stunned crowd didn't know how to react. Several girls stared, mouths slightly open. Others whispered to each other with wide eyes. Did she just say she's okay with Issei's ridiculous dream? Why is she actually cool with it? That's kind of mature. One girl blurted, Are you in a poly relationship? Yuka smiled faintly. I'm in a relationship with a good man who's honest about what he wants. And I trust him enough to let that grow. Issei looked at her like she just sprouted wings. Yuka, the same girl who had accused him earlier, now looked incredibly embarrassed, backing away slightly. I guess we misunderstood. I didn't realize she was that cool. The tension slowly started to melt, replaced by awkward silence and curious murmurs. The crowd began to disperse in groups as they had to get to their class, most still whispering but with far less venom in their tones. Some students cast admiring glances at Yuka. A few boys looked at Issei in all one even-mouthed legend. Issei turned to Yuka, his voice low and full of gratitude. That was amazing. I can't believe you said all that. Yuka gave him a sideways look. You owe me another date. Deal. She smiled, then blushed and whispered, let's bring protection this time. He laughed softly. I'll go buy some. While most of the student crowd had dispersed, still murmuring in awe or disbelief about the revelation that Issei Hayato was not only in a harem relationship but with his girlfriend's full blessing, 3 individuals stood frozen in place like statues. Matsuda and Motohama were still gaping, their eyes wide, mouths agape, expressions stuck somewhere between confusion and despair. And then there was Ika Kiryu, arms crossed, eyebrows raised, lips curled into a sly whistle. Well, she said, I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but you two just confirmed the entire soap opera. A beat of silence. Then, as if their systems rebooted simultaneously, Matsuda and Motohama's minds caught up with what they had just witnessed. Why you? Matsuda shouted. Traitor! Motohama added. Like charging bulls, they lunged forward toward Issei. How could you abandon us? You not only have one girlfriend but another. Issei, wide-eyed, simply sidestepped out of the way at the last second. Thud! Both boys tumbled unceremoniously onto the ground in a pile, groaning. Yuka looked down at them, unimpressed. That was just sad. Issei raised a brow. Why are you guys mad at me? Matsuda pointed from the ground, his voice muffled into the dirt. You skipped ahead again. You're not just dating a hot girl at school, you're dating others outside of it. Motohama lifted his head and wailed. It's not fair. You used to be one of us. Now you're just a ing Reiju. Issei shrugged, unable to stop the sly grin that curved on his lips. Hey, don't blame me. You two just gotta get good. Yuka smirked beside him. Oof. Harsh. From the side, Ika chuckled and walked closer and pushed up her glasses. I gotta say, Issei, I always thought you'd die a virgin. But here you are. Not just with a girlfriend but with 2. Issei's smile immediately vanished. Oh. Ika tilted her head as her eyes roamed downward. Her brow furrowed. Wait a second. Please no, Issei muttered, backing away. She narrowed her eyes, then took a slow step forward, arms still crossed. You're standing different. I don't like where this is going. Your posture's changed. You're less twitchy. More smug. And is that an aura? She leaned in, examining him like a hawk staring at prey. Hold on. Yuka blinked. Wait, what's she doing? Issei quickly stepped behind Yuka, using her as a shield. I didn't agree to any full-body analysis. Ika peered around Yuka with deadly precision. You're hiding something. Something's different. Oh, I see now. She snapped her fingers. Congratulations, Issei. You're no longer a massive virgin. The world went still. It was as if reality itself hiccuped. Yuka's face instantly turned red from ear to ear. Issei looked like someone had just punched his soul out of his body. The few students still within earshot gasped and turned slowly, jaws falling open in unison. Ika, utterly unbothered, clapped slowly. Good for you, man. I mean, finally. I thought you'd explode from repressed tension. Matsuda and Motohama blinked, still recovering on the ground. What? Motohama paled. He is what? Matsuda howled, clutching his head. He's lost to us forever. No, this isn't fair. Why couldn't it have been me? More students were now staring. Yuka buried her face in her hands. I hate your friends, Issei groaned. Why is everything in my life a public event? Ika only smirked, walking past them with a little wave. Thanks for making this morning so entertaining. I expect more updates. And with that, she strolled toward the building, whistling. Yuka peeked out from between her fingers. If I murder her, will the school still let me graduate? Issei sighed. Maybe, but I think she'd just haunt us anyway. Tenkuria Kijio morning. Sunlight poured through the boutique's wide glass windows, catching the polished counters and fresh floral arrangements placed near the door. The faint scent of citrus and lavender danced in the air. Mia, sleeves tied back and expression serene, floated from display to display, adjusting garments on mannequins with practiced grace. Tamamo helped fold newly made blouses, her sharp eyes scanning each stitch for perfection. Yashima was trying to unbox a crate of folded scarves, while Akitsu, ever silent, had already sorted 2 more crates and was neatly arranging stock in the back wall cubbies. Her movements were fluid and fast, utterly emotionless but undeniably efficient. Near the register stood Miki Hayato, Issei's mother, donning a sleek black vest over a soft lavender blouse and beige skirt. She familiarized herself with the store's stock and pricing as she used the computer Matsu set up. Yuzum and Matsu, seated nearby on a pair of fashionably plush stools, relaxing before they get to work. Yuzum yawned, still recovering from yesterday, while Matsu was already drafting a list of proposed upgrades for store logistics. "You're sure you're okay working the register today, mother-in-law?" Tamamo asked, stepping up with a folded stack of patterned skirts in her arms. Miki smiled warmly as she finalized the morning cash drawer. "Of course I'm fine." I raised Issei. "Handling a store register is nothing compared to managing that boy." The other women chuckled. "It's just rare seeing you out of the house," Mia said with an amused look. "Even I need a break from being a housewife now and then. Besides, it's fun spending time with my lovely daughters-in-law," Miki says with a smile. Yuzum stretched and smirked. "That's us now, huh?" "Feels nice to hear it out loud." "I still find it surreal," Yashima added softly, cheeks pink. "But in a good way." Miki looked at all of them with pride, then said, "Oh, please remember someone has to pick up Sakura from elementary school." That made everyone pause. Tamamo froze mid-fold. "Right." Akitsu glanced at the clock. "Dismissal is at 2. Matsu muttered. "We should have scheduled a pick-up rotation." Yashima blinked. "Who is going to pick her up today?" Miki clapped her hands together. "I've already called ahead and told the school that someone from the family will pick her up. Just make sure someone does. Let's avoid a forgot our daughter at school scandal," Mia said dryly. Yuzum snickered. "That's one way to gain the neglectful parent award." Miki gave them all a firm but motherly look. "Also don't go showing off your abilities. Walk in through the front gate like normal human. We don't need to frighten the regular parents." Akitsu nodded solemnly. "Understood." "Anyway," Miki added with a smile, tapping the register screen confidently, "I've got the front covered. You all go and be glamorous saleswoman or whatever Misuki drilled into you." From the back, Misuki called out while adjusting a display sign, "Brand identity is sacred and professional. Thank you very much." "Love you too, dear," Miki replied sweetly. The morning air filled with laughter again, light and familiar. Co-Academy. The low buzz of lunchtime filled the school building, rustling bento wrappers, the pop of soda cans, and the hum of dozens of conversations layered one over the other. While some students congregated in the cafeteria or under shady trees outside, Issei Hayato had chosen to eat quietly at his desk, his lunchbox open neatly in front of him. Rice, grilled fish, pickled vegetables prepared with care by Mia and Tamamo, and wrapped with a note in Tamamo's elegant handwriting, "Eat everything, or else." Heartsuit. Across campus, in a different classroom, Yuka was similarly seated by the window with her own bento box. She balanced her new white Dragon Wing smartphone against her cup of tea as she texted furiously with one hand while biting into a Tamagotchi. Issei's own red phone lit up with a ping. "Yuka, picture attached, look at this." Miki added extra pickles. "Tell her I said thank you later." Issei, picture attached, mine has more meat than yours. Jealous? Yuka, meat is temporary. Pickles are eternal. Issei snorted, nearly choking on a bite of rice. Then, with a grin, he tapped the video icon and called her. On the other end, Yuka raised a brow, smirked, and answered. "Hey," Issei greeted casually, resting his phone upright against his milk carton. "Hi," Yuka replied with a small smirk, her image crystal clear on his screen. "So is it weird that we can see each other while far away? I like it. Means we can talk face to face even when we are," Issei says with a grin. Their banter played out in real time, the voice quality crisp, with zero lag, and the camera sharp enough to catch every micro-expression, even in the naturally lit classroom. That alone was enough to draw attention. Across the room, a pair of eyes peeked up from behind a textbook. Then another student glanced over. Then two more. Within moments, Motohama and Matsuda were leaning over Issei's desk, jaws hanging open in disbelief. "Hayada, are you seriously talking with your girlfriend in the middle of class?" Motohama whispered. "I thought you two were just sending messages." Matsuda muttered, already inching closer. "This is next level. Is that Yuka-chicken?" A third voice called. It was Aika, who marched over without waiting for an invitation and crouched beside Issei's desk, eyes fixed on the screen. "Oh hey, girl." Yuka raised a hand and waved with an amused smile. "Hello, Aika." From the corner, Keitase and Murayama joined the crowd, their curiosity piqued. "What phone is that?" Keitase asked. "Seriously, how's the video so smooth?" Murayama added, tapping the desk as she leaned in. Issei grinned and held up the phone like it was a rare Pokémon card. "This, my friends, is the latest prototype of the Dragon Wink smartphone." Motohama blinked. "What?" Yuka took over, her voice calm and practiced through the camera. If you see behind her, you can also notice a group of female students behind her. They're new devices created by my mom's company. Issei and I are beta testing them for now, trying out the video call feature, camera, software, and signal stability. Wait, Aika narrowed her eyes. "Your mom makes phones now?" "She opened a store," Yuka said, casually brushing hair behind her ear. "Fashion and tech under one brand, Tenkuri Ukijio. You've probably heard of it by now." Matsuda blinked. "Wait, that's the place where all those hot clerks that the town was talking about yesterday." "Yup," Issei said proudly. "That's the one." More students began circling Issei's desk now, drawn in like moths to the LED-lit flame. "What else does it do?" Yuka answered smoothly. "High-speed processing, biometric security, long-lived battery." Issei added helpfully, "You can even play video games." Aika narrowed her eyes. "Really? It can do all of that?" one student asked. "So where can we get one?" Yuka's image tilted her head thoughtfully. "They're not mass-produced yet. These are prototypes. But if you're curious or want to sign up for early updates, you can visit my mom's store. It's downtown, across from a bakery. You'll see the red dragon sign Tenkuri Ukijio. Can the phones be prepaid?" "Absolutely," Yuka replied with a wink. Issei, now surrounded by classmates who only last week called him a pervert, leaned back in his seat and smiled as his classmates continued asking questions and admiring the phone. His gaze flicked back to the screen, where Yuka was watching the scene unfold with that same cool, proud smile of hers. Their eyes met, and even across the distance, it felt like they were right next to each other. Tenkuri Ukijio, late afternoon. The golden light of the late afternoon streamed in through the boutique's large front windows, casting long shadows across the polished floors. The second day of operations had gone smoothly, perhaps even better than expected. Customers flowed in and out steadily, many of them chatting excitedly about the store's popularity, the new fashion line, or the mysterious new phones they'd glimpsed on the display case. Near the register, Tamamo stood with an expression caught between delight and visible frustration as another group of customers approached, drawn in by her beauty, her charm, and her uncanny ability to recommend exactly the outfit they didn't know they needed. "I really should go pick up our daughter," she mumbled. Misuki, standing nearby with her arms folded and clipboard in hand, didn't even look up from her notes. "No. You're too effective at sales. They love you. You're staying here." "But, no," Tamamo pouted. From the back of the store, the faint sound of machinery whirring, rapid typing, and the occasional yelp of exhaustion could be heard from upstairs. Yuzum and Matsu were fully immersed in their production work. One was stitching custom jackets while humming some tune off-key, the other muttering about optimization code and prototype circuitry. "Ugh, I want another break?" Matsu cried in a mild panic. Back on the ground floor, Mia finished wrapping a scarf on a display mannequin, dusted off her hands, and turned to Akitsu, who stood quietly nearby, already in her white kimono. "It's time," Mia said gently, a small smile gracing her lips. "Let's go get our little Sakura." Akitsu nodded. "Yes. We mustn't let her wait." Mia stepped behind the counter to untie her apron and gave a nod to Mickey. We'll be back before dinner. Could you handle things while we're out? Mickey, still calmly ringing up a customer with one hand while holding a pen between her teeth, waved with the other. You two go bond with my granddaughter. I've got this. Mia chuckled. Thank you very much. Outside, the wind was light and cool, rustling the leaves of the street trees as the pair walked side by side. Akitsu, ever silent, walked with smooth grace, her expression blank but focused, her steps measured. Mia, in contrast, carried herself like an elegant breeze, hands lightly folded in front of her. Do you think Sakura will ever accept us as mothers? Akitsu asked softly as they turned the corner. Mia glanced at her companion, her expression thoughtful. Sakura is sharp, she said. But she's also kind. From what Issei and Tamamo said, she's had to grow quickly in her own way, but she's still a child. What she wants most is to feel safe. Loved. If we give her that, she'll come to us. Akitsu nodded slowly. I would like to be a good mother figure. I'm sure you already are. Mia said with a knowing smile. You just don't realize it yet. As they reached the school, the gates had just opened, and students poured out and waved laughing, shouting, waving their arms as parents arrived to scoop them up. A few mothers eyed Mia and Akitsu curiously, their eyes lingering on Mia's traditional appearance, and Akitsu's quiet aura. They paid no mind. And then they saw her Sakura, a small bundle of energy in her school uniform, a little fox hair clip holding her hair up as she stood near the gate, clutching a drawing in one hand. She looked up, eyes wide, then grinned brightly. Mamma Mia! Miss Akitsu! Mia's heart swelled as Sakura ran into her arms without hesitation. Mia knelt down to embrace her gently, smoothing back the child's hair with practiced hands. How was school today, sweetheart? Mia asked. Sakura proudly held up the drawing. I made a picture of Papa, Mama, and me. Akitsu leaned over to examine it. You gave him dragon wings. Sakura beamed. Because he looks cool like that. Mia chuckled, brushing her thumb along Sakura's cheek. A very accurate likeness. As the three began walking home, Sakura happily holding both their hands, Mia caught Akitsu looking down at their joined fingers, a small flicker of something warm in her otherwise expressionless gaze. You see, you're good with children, Mia said softly. Akitsu blinked. I don't understand them well, but she feels easy to be near. Like Issei. Mia smiled knowingly. That's because she's our family, dear. As they rounded the last corner, with the store sign peeking over the rooftops ahead, Sakura giggled and leaned her head on Mia's shoulder. Is that the store where Aunt Masuki has been working in? That is indeed it. We were thinking of taking you to see your mama. She was quite angry that she couldn't personally pick you up. Can we all eat dinner together again tonight? Sakura asked as everyone was having fun at the small table yesterday. Of course, Mia said. I was planning to make something special. Yay! And I want to sleep next to Papa again. Akitsu glanced sideways at Mia, who returned the glance with a serene smile. Oh dear, she murmured. I'm sure he would be happy. Co-Academy. The late afternoon sun bathed the school grounds in a mellow golden hue as students began pouring out of the building in clumps, their laughter and casual chatter echoing off the pavement. Among the departing wave, Issei Hayadu and Yuka walked side by side, their steps leisurely, their dragon-wing smartphones tucked into their uniform pockets after a day of successful passive marketing. So Issei said with a grin, between the morning scandal and the lunchtime tech demo, I'd say today was productive? No one tried to throw me into a locker for having a harem. Yuka smirked. Many were interested in the phones. So yes. Very productive. Just as they reached the gate, a sudden voice called out, Hayada! The pair paused and turned to see Murayama, Keitase, Aika, Matsuda, and Motohama approaching them from behind, each with varying expressions of curiosity, mischief, or in the case of the two boys, barely contained excitement. Murayama, arms crossed and eyes narrowed in slight suspicion. Keitase, looking curious, though clearly skeptical. Aika, grinning like she was moments from dropping a bombshell. Are you guys headed home already? Keitase asked, resting her shurnai case over one shoulder. Murayama folded her arms. We were talking and figured we might stop by that store. Issei blinked. The store? Aika gave a devilish grin. Tenkuria Kijio, right? The place with the new phones, trending clothes, and a suspicious number of smoking hot clerks. We want to see it. Matsuda said, eyes practically sparkling. Yeah. Motohama added, wringing his hands together. The photos don't do it justice, we need to witness the miracle firsthand. Issei gave both boys a flat look. No. Matsuda blinked. What? Motohama gasped. Why not? You two only want to ogle the staff and I will not allow that. Issei said deadpan. Only I get to ogle the staff. We're not worthy, we know. Matsuda added. But let us bask in their presence, even if only for a moment. Come on. Don't hog those beautiful women for yourself. Be a bro. Motohama added, dropping to his knees. Where is the Haida who used to crawl through bushes and peek through the kendo girls' windows with us? Murayama leaned in toward Keitase. They're actually begging in public. I feel second-hand embarrassment. Keitase muttered. Issei's eye twitched. That guy no longer has to peek to see a beautiful woman's boba. Don't tell them that. Hearing this, Yuka yelled with a blush and quickly smacked his head. No! Matsuda cried, falling beside his comrade, both now bowing in dramatic unison on the sidewalk. The Brotherhood of Perverts has lost its strongest pillar. Motohama wept. Issei crossed his arms and looked away. Aika stepped up next, tapping her chin. Well, you can't stop me, Hayadu. I'm not in your harem and I'm very good at pretending to be a customer. Yuka narrowed her eyes. So you admit you're just going to mess with Issei? Of course, Aika said with no shame. I wouldn't miss this chaos for the world. Keitase and Murayama exchanged looks, clearly unimpressed by the dramatics of the three boys. Why are we here again? Murayama asked. I'm kinda curious. Keitase replied. Yuka let out a long sigh and rubbed her forehead. Ugh, fine. Issei, just let them come. It's not like more customers are a bad thing. Issei turned to her, surprised. Seriously? She shrugged. The more buzz we get, the more my mom's store grows. And the sooner Mom gets rich, the sooner we all benefit. Just keep them in line. Motohama and Matsuda perked up like puppies promised treats. Yes. Thank you, Yuka-sama. Yuka ignored the title and walked ahead. Just behave yourselves or I'll kick you out personally. Matsuda and Motohama scrambled after her. Yes, ma'am. Issei smirked and started walking ahead. All right then. Try not to get yourselves banned for life. Aika slipped in beside him. I'm already planning out which outfit I want to try on. Yuka side-eyed her. Just don't try anything on Issei. Oh, relax, Aika said playfully. I only mess with him for sport. Murayama and Keitase followed at the rear, talking among themselves. I heard the pink-haired girl give styling tips. Keitase murmured. Murayama nodded. I heard the kimono lady is a cool beauty. Tenkuria Kijio evening. The store doors chimed gently as it opened, allowing the group of co-students to enter. The elegant interior was a blend of fashion displays and futuristic tech, with soft lighting that made the boutique feel both cozy and refined. The group of visitors Issei, Yuka, Aika, Murayama, Keitase, Matsuda, and Motohama barely had time to take it all in before something small and purple-haired girl bolted from the back of the store like a bullet. Papa! The small girl leaped forward, arms wide. Wait, Watch Dxd. Issei just barely caught her mid-leap, staggering back a step as the little girl clung tightly to his chest. Sakura, his daughter, nuzzled into him with pure joy, her bright eyes wide and excited. Everyone behind him stood frozen. Matsuda's jaw hit the floor. Motohama's glasses slid down his nose. Murayama looked utterly stunned. Keitase blinked, speechless. Aika, of course, smirked like she just won a bet. Oh. It's true, she murmured. He does have a child. But it didn't end there. From within the store, Tamamo, Mia, Akitsu, Yashima, and Miki all emerged in perfect timing, drawn by the voice, the bell, or perhaps their spiritual radar honed from living with Issei. Each one was stunning in their own unique way. Tamamo's golden eyes sparkled with interest, Mia's elegant poise immediately commanding, Akitsu's icy serenity exuding quiet strength, Yashima's warmth and softness drawing attention. Darling! The girls quickly rushed to his side as each hugged him, wanting to be close after not seeing him for a few hours. Matsuda and Motohama's brains short-circuited. I've died, Motohama whispered. This is heaven. No, Matsuda whispered back, gripping his friend's arm. This is his heaven. We're just tourists. But before either of them could go full pervert mode, Issei shot a glance over his Shidera glare honed by countless chaotic battles and powered by a very light touch of killing intent. Just enough to make both boys freeze. A trickle of sweat formed on Matsuda's forehead. Motohama went pale. They quickly stood ramrod straight, being in their best behavior. Yuka folded her arms beside them. Good boys. Now behave. Aika snickered as she stepped forward, scanning the store's layout. I must admit this place is impressive. Tamamo's expression was warm but watchful as she eyed the newcomers. Customers, Issei? Classmates that wanted to see the store. He clarified. And these two? She asked, glancing at the nervous duo of Motohama and Matsuda. My friends. Sakura tugged on his shirt. Papa, can I show them my picture? You can show them anything you want, sweetheart. Sakura turned toward the group, holding up a crayon drawing of Issei with dragon wings, standing heroically beside a fox-eared woman, Tamamo, and herself on his shoulders. Everyone blinked. Murayama's heart melted. That's actually really cute. Keitase nodded. She's talented. Aika looked between the picture, the girl, and then at Issei. You're way too deep in the domestic life already. Tell me about it, Issei muttered, patting Sakura's head. Yashima stepped forward, offering the group warm drinks in little paper cups. Please feel free to look around. We're happy to assist with fashion or questions on our new tech division. Mia offered a serene smile. We welcome new customers, especially those who are friends with our dear Issei. That earned a few nervous chuckles. As the students dispersed throughout the boutique, browsing clothes and phones, whispering excitedly or blushing around the staff, Issei turned to Yuka with a sigh. Well, that went better than expected. Yuka smirked. They haven't even asked if they are part of the harem yet. I'm praying they don't. From the back, Tamamo chuckled. I give it 5 minutes. The park late evening. In the center of the open field, a section had been cordoned off by layered concealment barriers courtesy of Tamamoto keep any wandering humans or curious spirits from stumbling upon what looked like a supernatural boot camp. Within the invisible perimeter, the park was alive with focused energy. At the heart of it all was Issei, decked in his black and red weighted training uniform, his forehead beaded with sweat, his arms shaking but still moving. 46-47. On his back, clinging to him like a tiny, giggling backpack, was Sakura, counting in a chipper voice as she balanced herself expertly with her hat bouncing slightly. 48. 14. Keep going, Papa? Issei grunted, face close to the dirt. Why wise? Every breath was a burn, every push a struggle. The custom weights Tamamo had infused into his clothes grew heavier with each session, adapting to his growing strength. And with Sakura's gleeful cheering from above, stopping wasn't an option. Meanwhile, off to the side, 3 figures sat on a conjured mat under a cherry blossom tree that had bloomed unnaturally under Tamamo's magic. Matsu, Yuka, and Akitsu listened intently as Tamamo stood before them, her 3 golden tails lazily swaying, her posture regal yet relaxed. Magic in this world, Tamamo explained, is like breathing in the right environment. You may not be born with it, but here, where gods still walk the earth, and mana saturates the air, anyone can learn it if properly guided. She raised a hand, and the air shimmered as a small wisp of blue flame flickered to life in her palm, dancing gently. It's not about raw power. Not entirely, she continued. It's about connection, will, emotion, intent. The more in tune you are with yourself and the world around you, the easier it flows. Matsu, ever the genius, tapped rapidly on her tablet. So we're dealing with a post-divine era system where magic is ambiently accessible due to lingering godly presence. That tracks. I should have felt that sooner. Guess Masuki was really overworking me. Akitsu's eyes remained fixed on the flame, wondering if she could learn a different element. Yuka leaned forward, resting her chin in her palm. So even someone like me, who's not born for this kind of stuff, could learn. Tamamo looked her straight in the eye. Especially someone like you. Your bond with Issei has already opened channels most mortals never dream of. Yuka blinked. Wait. What does that mean? Tamamo just smiled slyly. You'll see. Not far off, in another section of the field, the clash of weapons rang out. Karasuba, clad in her black disciplinary squad uniform, held a wooden training sword with one hand, her strikes graceful, fast and terrifying. Yuzum in her white battle uniform, wielding her cloth by enlarging and strengthening it, parried her blows with a nervous grin. Could you not try to kill me during training? Where's the fun in that? Karasuba replied with a smirk, her next strike coming low and fast. Yashima, nearby with her massive hammer, jumped into the fray, deflecting the blow with raw strength. Yuzuma-san, move left. Thanks. Though Karasuba was clearly holding back, none of her blows lethal, none fast enough to be impossible, the difference was noticeable. She was stronger. Not just physically, but sharper, more fluid. Her style had matured since her winging. She was becoming something far more dangerous. Your coordination is improving, Karasuba said, feinting and pivoting between the two. So's your sarcasm, Yuzum shot back, her footwork smoother now, her strikes more focused. You trying to be a teacher now? Karasuba laughed. I said you were improving. Don't push it. Nearby, Yashima panted but smiled. Even your compliments feel like threats. Behind them, Sakura called out, Papa's at 78. 17 and 80. Issei wheezed, his voice raspy but determined. T-training S. Do more. Sakura cheered. Tamamo clapped her hands once, and the flame vanished from her palm. That's enough theory for now. Let's see if any of you can shape the energy you've gathered. Try summoning a basic orb of light. Natsu nodded. Finally, some practical application. Yuka sat cross-legged, palms out, focusing. Akitsu closed her eyes. The park shimmered with focused intent. In that moment under the stars, with laughter and blades, fire and sweat, teaching and teasing, their strange little family felt more complete than ever. 12th of December, Friday, 5 months before Kennen. Tenkuri Akijio, 2nd floor. The quiet hum of a soldering tool, the rhythmic clicks of a sewing machine filled the upper floor of the boutique. Tables were lined with tools, prototype parts, fabrics, half-finished outfits, and open schematics. Natsu sat hunched over her workbench, a magnifying lens over one eye, her sleeves rolled up and her pink dress wrinkled from overuse. She was surrounded by open phone shells, circuit modules. Across from her, Yuzum worked at a sewing machine, fabric flowing through her fingers as she rapidly stitched together new clothes. Her eyes drooped with exhaustion. Then Natsu suddenly sat up straight, her eye twitching. Nope. I'm done. She stood dramatically, tossing her soldering iron aside, and raised her arms to the heavens. I am officially done for the day. Yuzum looked up, blinking in surprise. Wait, what? Natsu staggered a step away from the table, her hands on her hips. I've made 15 smartphones in these last few days. 15. And they all work. Do you know how tired I am? Natsu groaned dramatically, throwing herself onto a beanbag chair with all the grace of a falling log. I need a break. I need a beach. I need a cold beer and issei rubbing my head while feeding me chocolate. Sounds nice, Yuzum muttered as she tied off a seam, her shoulders slumping. Do you think if we both fake a faint, she'll let us nap? Before Natsu could agree to the sabotage plan, the unmistakable sound of high-heeled footsteps on the stairs sent a wave of dread through the room. Masuki appeared at the top of the staircase, clipboard in hand and a cold gaze. Her eyes locked onto Natsu. Why are you not working? She asked calmly, but the edge in her voice was clear. Natsu, lying dramatically on the beanbag, sat up with a raised hand like a protester mid-speech. Because I am burning out. I have reached the limits of caffeine and demand rest. Yuzum hesitated. She was still working, but her pace had slowed. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she was definitely not about to volunteer to make another outfit. Masuki walked forward, inspecting Natsu's progress on the table. I only need 30 for the pre-release batch, and you're halfway done. Masuki said flatly. After you finish, then you can rest. Natsu threw up her arms. No! I'm on strike. No more work. I'm going to melt into the carpet like a stressed pancake. I'm calling issei. Masuki sighed, pulling out her phone. Natsu sat up slightly. No! Don't use that against me. He usually gets you motivated. I said I'm fried, not frisky. Natsu wailed. Even issei can't fix this. I need time. An actual break. Or else I'll snap. Misuki arched an eyebrow. Are you threatening to sabotage production? I'm threatening to die dramatically and haunt this boutique as an overworked ghost. Behind her, Yuzum had stopped sewing. Silently, she raised a hand. I could use a break, she said quietly, still not turning around. Misuki slowly lowered her clipboard and stared at the two of them. Fine, she said, rubbing her temples. You'll get 2 hours. Natsu bolted upright. Only 2 hours? By that time issei should be on his way here and motivate you enough to keep working. Misuki leaned down, her eyes sharp. Natsu turned pale. You're evil. With that, Misuki turned and descended the stairs once more. The room fell silent. Ko Academy, lunchtime. The classroom buzzed with casual conversation, the clatter of bento boxes, and the low hum of laughter. It was time for the lunch period. Most students had clustered into small friend groups, talking over after-school plans. At her desk near the window, Yuka sat with her legs crossed beneath her, elegantly chewing a piece of grilled mackerel as she scrolled through her blue Dragon Wing smartphone. Her expression was a mix of focus and amusement. Issei, picture attached, Matsuda and Motohama, sprawled face first on the pavement outside the kendo building, bruised and twitching. Issei, I told them not to peek. They didn't listen. Yuka, they really are idiots. Glad you kept your promise at not peeking with them. She chuckled softly, hiding the laugh behind her chopsticks. Her classmates nearby were already used to seeing her smile at her screen. Most assumed she was texting her boyfriend, and they weren't wrong. But then, 2 shadows fell across her desk. Excuse us, Hana-san? Came a silky, polite voice. Yuka blinked, setting her chopsticks down as she looked up to see Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima standing over her desk. The school's top 2 beauties were smiling, but Yuka immediately felt the shift in the atmosphere. Yuka kept her expression neutral. Yes? Rias folded her arms, her long crimson hair flowing over her shoulders like silk. We couldn't help but overhear some of the rumors floating around campus. About your new phone. Akino smiled sweetly beside her, tilting her head. The one your mother's company developed? It's caused quite the stir. Yuka took a slow breath. She liked Rias and Akino well enough during class. They were polite, calm, and clearly popular for more than just their looks, but she couldn't shake the way their beauty felt otherworldly. Still, she kept her tone casual. A lot of people have been asking about it. Kind of my fault for promoting it so much. Rias glanced at the sleek device in Yuka's hand. We'd love to take a closer look, if you don't mind. Just to satisfy our curiosity. Yuka hesitated. Just like Tamamo. Like she's at a higher place than me. Yuka thought bitterly, as she stared at Rias's flawless smile. But this was about the phone, not about her insecurities. With a short sigh, she handed the phone to Rias. Here. It's still a prototype, but it's already functional. Rias gently took it and examined the sleek, curved design. Impressive. It's lighter than I expected. Yuka nodded. High-speed processing, long-distance video call clarity, and enhanced signal reception. Even in places where most devices would fail. At least that's what the creator said about the phone. Akino leaned in beside Rias, brushing her fingers across the edge of the screen. Very sleek. And that dragon emblem on the back is adorable. Yuka allowed herself a small smile. That's my mom's addition. Saying we needed a symbol to create a brand. Rias glanced up, curiosity flashing in her eyes. So if I remember from the rumors, your mother's company is developing technology and fashion under one brand? Yuka nodded once. Tenkuria Kijio. My mother's managing and trying to expand. I'm simply helping with promotion and early testing. The 2 girls exchanged a look, and then Rias handed the phone back. Fascinating, Rias said, her voice cool. Thank you for humoring our curiosity, Hana-san. Akino added with a light giggle, we'll be sure to visit the boutique soon. Perhaps we'll find something enchanting. With that, they turned and walked away gracefully, their departure as quiet and elegant as their arrival. Yuka exhaled only once they'd exited the classroom. She stared at her phone for a moment, then muttered, "They're definitely not normal." She didn't say it with fear. Just recognition. Then her phone buzzed again, bringing her attention to what issei just sent. The echo of polished shoes against the pristine hallway floor accompanied the two most admired figures of Ko Academy as they strolled side by side. From behind, students peeked around corners and whispered. Some bowed their heads in quiet awe. Most didn't dare approach, but Rias and Akino paid them no mind. Their conversation was too focused. "I couldn't detect any enchantments or traces of supernatural manipulation," Rias said, eyes forward, voice even. "No divine blessings or demonic markings. The phone she showed us was purely man-made." Akino nodded, walking with her hands delicately clasped in front. "I thought the same. So small. So efficient. It's remarkable how quickly humans innovate." Rias's mouth curled into a thoughtful frown. "If this is the new standard for surface technology, the underworld is going to fall embarrassingly behind in another decade. Which is why," Akino said with a glint in her eye, "I'm getting one." Rias chuckled softly. "I'm thinking of buying several. One for each of the other members. Perhaps even a few for my parents and brother." "Lucifer with a smartphone," Akino said with a musical laugh. "He will probably be sending photos of you in your most embarrassing moments to his friends." This causes Rias to freeze in her tracks and freak out. "You're right, my brother or the rest of the Satans must never learn of these phones." Akino simply smiled. "But I'm sure Sona would tell them if we don't. Not if we tell her what might happen if her sister discovers the use of the phones." "Come, Akino, let's hurry to the student council." As they went in another direction, they could hear faint murmurs, the unmistakable hum of school gossip. A group of girls stood near the vending machine, whispering fervently. "Issei has a kid. I swear I saw her call him Papa. But what about Yuka-san? They say she's okay with it? I heard they didn't just date, they already did it." "No way. He's a first year." "How did he?" Rias blinked once, her calm exterior briefly cracked by surprise. "Did I just hear that right?" Akino's smile grew sharp. "Sounds like our sweet underclassman has been busy, apparently." Rias's tone held no judgment, just surprise. She paused mid-step, her arms folding under her chest as she leaned slightly toward Akino. "They're saying he and Yuka have already consummated? It wouldn't surprise me, they are a couple." Akino replied, amusement flickering in her violet eyes. "And the rumors of a child?" Akino shrugged. "The girls from Class 1B said they've seen her more than once." Rias pressed her lips together, processing this new information. "Too many rumors," Rias muttered, turning again to face forward. "Who knows which are true? Let's hurry and tell Sona." The sharp thwack of bamboo against flesh echoed through the courtyard. "Oh wow! I'm sorry!" Matsuda and Motohama were currently being subjected to the full wrath of the girls' kendo club, each strike of the shurnai accompanied by another yelp, squeal, or muffled cry for forgiveness. The club members showed no mercy, especially Keitase and Murayama, whose expressions were somewhere between righteous fury and sadistic glee. "This is what you get for trying to peep again," Keitase shouted, swinging her shurnai with perfect form. "I told you last warning was your last warning." Murayama barked, delivering a blow that sent Motohama crashing face first into the grass. Off to the side, Issei Haida stood with his arms crossed, watching the whole scene unfold with a resigned expression. "Well," he muttered to himself, "I did warn them." For a moment, he considered walking away and pretending he'd never seen any of this. But then he sighed deeply, like a man far too familiar with cleaning up after other people's bad decisions. "Okay, they've suffered enough." As he began walking toward the chaos, his presence caught the attention of the surrounding kendo girls. The chatter stopped. Shurnai lowered. And then one by one they turned to face him like a pack of territorial wolves spotting a third intruder. Keitase narrowed her eyes. "Look who it is. The third pervert." Murayama stepped forward, her stance ready. "Coming to rescue your friends, Haida?" Issei raised his hands in the most non-threatening gesture he could manage. "Hey! I didn't do anything. I'm just here to collect their corpses." "Likely story," Keitase growled, gripping her shurnai tighter. "You were probably the lookout." "No, seriously," Issei insisted, still calm. "I've been texting Yuka the whole time. I even sent her a picture of these two geniuses mid-beatdown. I have timestamps and everything. The girls didn't seem convinced. Then without warning K-Taste lunged forward with a swing aimed at his shoulder, fast and deliberate. Murayama followed up with a strike aimed for his ribs. Issei didn't move, at least not intentionally. Smack-clack. In the span of a second, Issei's hands moved of their own accord, catching both shurnai mid-swing. The bamboo rod shuddered in his grip, completely halted. Everyone froze. Even Issei blinked in surprise, his fingers still wrapped around the weapons. Huh. He looked down at his hands. I was gonna let you hit me, too. K-Taste stared at him, stunned. How? Murayama took a step back, gripping her shurnai tightly. That speed you weren't even tense. Issei slowly let go of the weapons, then reached into his pocket, pulled out his Dragon Wing smartphone, and scrolled for a moment. Here, he said, turning the screen around. The girls leaned in. On the screen were a stream of messages between him and Yuka, timestamped throughout the last 10 minutes. A selfie showing a horrified Issei in the background, with a clearly airborne Matsuda mid-smack behind him. A text reading "You won't believe what these morons did." Again. Murayama frowned. So you really weren't involved? K-Taste sighed. Damn. I was looking forward to hitting you. Honestly? Would have been fair, Issei said. But not this time. With that, he walked over to the downed duo. Matsuda was twitching on the grass, whispering something about heaven and angels. Motohama was curled into a fetal position, his glasses askew and his dignity fully erased. Come on, let's get you two fixed up. Issei muttered. With no apparent effort, he knelt down, grabbed both of them one over each shoulder and stood up effortlessly. The girls stared in disbelief. Wait, K-Taste muttered. Are you carrying both of them? They're not that light, Murayama whispered. But Issei stood tall, either boy slowing him down. He casually cracked his neck and turned to leave. I'll take these dumbasses to the nurse's office. As he walked off, the girls just stood there, shinai loose in their grips, a little less sure about the world. K-Taste shook her head. Has he always been this strong? Murayama replied quietly. I think the better question is how many other secrets is that guy hiding? The sun hung in the sky, casting long golden streaks across the pavement as Issei and Yuka walked hand in hand through the streets of town. The warmth of the day was fading into a gentle breeze, tugging lightly at their school uniforms as they made their way toward the now familiar storefront Tenkuri Ukijio. So, Yuka said, giving his hand a gentle squeeze, how long do you think before Matsuda and Motohama try peeking again? Probably right after they recover, Issei replied dryly. So next week? Yuka smirked, her blue phone glinting in the sunlight. Remind me to thank K-Taste and Murayama for the good photo. The two shared a soft laugh just as they reached the boutique. The doors slid open with a soft chime, and immediately the warm sense of lavender and fresh fabrics greeted them. Welcome, Bayo, good timing. Masuki's voice rang out as she approached from behind a clothing rack, clipboard in hand. She gave Yuka a quick kiss on the cheek in greeting, then immediately latched onto Issei's arm. You upstairs. Now. Walkei. Issei barely had time to look back at Yuka before he was dragged up the stairs. Good luck, Yuka called after him, amused. Upstairs, the environment was starkly different from the polished boutique below. Fabric scraps littered the floor. Half-assembled phones sat in organized chaos on work tables. And in the center of the room, Matsu? Yuzum? Issei blinked. The two women were splayed dramatically across the floor, limbs limp, hair tangled, their expressions frozen in twin masks of theatrical agony. Are they dead? Issei asked. Exhausted, Masuki answered awkwardly and guilty. I have overworked them again. I told them to rest. They refused. So now they're protesting life. MMRFGHHH Matsu groaned from the floor, rolling slightly. No more circuits, no more light, tell my backup server I loved her. Hubby Yuzum whined softly, reaching up like she was drowning in a sea of unfinished dresses. I dreamed of silks. Then they attacked me? Issei's brows furrowed in concern. He walked over, knelt down, and carefully lifted both women one in each arm like they were nothing, carrying them over to the large couch in the corner of the room. Come on, he murmured. You two deserve at least this much. He sat down in the center and gently placed Natsu's and Yuzume's heads in his lap, cradling them softly as his hands found their way to their hair, stroking calming patterns along their scalps. For a moment, the entire room exhaled. Natsu sighed like a dying computer restarting. That's better. Yuzume cuddled against his thigh, eyes fluttering shut. Don't move. Just be my pillow. Misuki crossed her arms. They want a vacation. I've already told them that we're on a tight schedule. We're close to meeting demand, but we're not there yet. I get that, Issei said, his voice calm. But if they can't keep going, I won't force them to. That's not right. Misuki frowned. Issei, I'm serious. His tone left no room for debate. They've already worked harder than anyone. If they say they're done, then they're done. I'll pick up the slack myself if I have to. His hand continued to stroke Natsu's hair gently. I'm sorry, both of you. I really wish I could just stop time and give you a full week off. That's when Natsu's eyes shot open. Her glasses gleamed. Wait. You can. She gasped, bolting upright in his lap. Issei. The watch. Use the dimensional watch. Issei blinked. Huh. Natsu practically grabbed his shirt. You have a tool that lets you travel to entirely different dimensions and return 30 minutes later like nothing happened. Don't you see? We can go to another world, rest for 5 days straight, then come back and it'll be like we never left. Yuzume sat up, rubbing her eyes. Wait. That could work. Issei's eyes widened, then a grin began to form. You're right. I can do that. Misuki looked between the three of them, then slowly closed her eyes with a deep sigh. I'm going to regret allowing this, aren't I? Nope. Natsu chirped. Because when we come back, I'll have zero stress and peak performance mode activated. Yuzume raised a fist weakly. And I'll design 12 outfits before lunch. Issei laughed. Alright then. We're going on a vacation. Misuki, arms crossed and jaw tight, looked over the couch where the excited Natsu and Yuzume were still half-drained. All right. I'll allow it. They can't keep working like this, it's bad for their health, and even worse for productivity in the long run. Issei blinked, surprised by her concession. Really? But Misuki continued firmly, her finger raised. This needs to be discussed with everyone. Tonight. The last thing we need is the rest of the girls throwing a fit because you vanished with 2 of your wives for a few days without warning. Issei scratched his cheek sheepishly. Yeah, no. You're right. I really don't want to come back to an angry Tamamo and Yuka. Or an emotionally wounded Yashima. Or an eerily quiet Mia. Or warsy pouting Sakura asking why Papa went on vacation without her. I'll let them know and we'll talk about it to everyone at dinner. Issei added, slowly standing up and glancing at Natsu and Yuzume again. You two okay finishing what you can for the rest of the day? Natsu gave a sleepy thumbs up without opening her eyes. I shall endure until closing for you, my Ashikabi. Yuzume groaned. I'll survive. Just feed me something good after. Misuki smiled faintly, then gave them both a look that was part fondness, part discipline. Don't make me angry again. Finish what you can. Then rest. With that, Issei and Misuki made their way downstairs. Tenkuri Akijio bottom floor. The storefront was still humming with business as evening crept in. Customers walked between the elegant displays, some trying on clothes, others testing the preview models of the Dragon Wing smartphones. Near the main display rack, Yuka, Tamamo, Mia, and Akitsu were working when they noticed Issei descending the stairs with Misuki. Tamamo's ears would be twitching if they were out the moment she saw her husband. Darling, she called, brushing imaginary dust off her apron, is everything all right upstairs? Yuka raised a brow. Did Natsu finally short-circuit herself? Akitsu said nothing, but her eyes were already fixed on Issei, expression unreadable. Mia approached calmly, her long sleeves flowing. You're usually not summoned upstairs unless something's gone wrong. Issei rubbed the back of his neck. It's not wrong exactly, but we need to talk. That made the girls straighten. Natsu and Yuzume are burned out, he explained honestly. Too much work, not enough rest. They've been pushing themselves to meet the production goals, and it's caught up to them. Tamamo's eyes narrowed in concern. Why didn't they say anything sooner? I've kind of been pushing them a bit too hard, Masuki replied for him. But the situation reached a breaking point. Yuka frowned, her hand resting on her hip. So what's the plan? Issei took a breath. We're going to use the dimensional watch. Just a short trip, take them somewhere relaxing for a couple of days. Let them recharge. He paused, then quickly added, but we'll talk about it with everyone tonight before anything's decided. Before anyone could object, Mia's eyes sparkled. We could return to the inn, she said brightly. Back to our original world. That would be perfect for rest. Tamamo smiled. That sounds nice. Issei nodded. It's an option. But let's wait for the family discussion. Everyone deserves a say. Yuka gave him a small smile. That's very you. He grinned back. Well, I am trying to get better at this whole harem family husband thing. Masuki clapped her hands once. All right, enough sentiment. Back to work for now. The sooner we close, the sooner we can eat and hold our little family meeting. The girls dispersed back to their stations, the earlier tension gently replaced with a shared anticipation. The day pressed on with renewed energy. High at a household kitchen, evening. The scent of simmered vegetables, grilled fish, and freshly cooked rice filled the air as the large family gathered around the small table. Plates and bowls were passed back and forth with practiced rhythm. Laughter drifted between bites. Sakura sat between Tamamo and Yuka, humming happily as she picked at her dinner, while Karasoba silently downed her food like it might run away. The room was cozy and cramped, filled with too many people for the modest space, but it felt full in the best way. Warmth radiated not just from the food, but from the bonds that had slowly, stubbornly formed over the chaotic days. Issei, sitting near the center, glanced around the table. Most were finishing up their first servings. He took a breath. Okay, before anyone runs off for seconds, there's something we need to talk about. That got everyone's attention. Even Karasoba paused mid-bite. Yuka, already guessing where this was going, set down her chopsticks and nudged Sakura to listen. Miki and Gora looked up from their bowls, curious. Mia's calm smile shifted into something more focused. Natsu and Yuzum are burned out, Issei began. They've been overworking themselves at the store, trying to meet demand. And today it hit a wall. You two work that hard? Miki asked with concern. We're fine, Yuzum muttered, trying to not worry her mother-in-law. Liar, Natsu deadpanned beside her. Issei continued, so, to help them recover, we're going to use the dimensional watch. I'll take them to another world for a few days to relax, then return here only 30 minutes later. No time lost. That got a reaction. Miki blinked. You can do that? Gora looked confused. Wait, that sounds like actual time travel? Won't that mess with our clocks? Yashima gasped. You're going on vacation? Sakura clapped excitedly. Can I come too? I want to go on an adventure. Karasoba raised a brow, clearly intrigued. TCH. Sounds like a decent way to shake things up. Mia, smiling warmly, clapped her hands together. Then I'll say it again, why not go back to our world? The inn is still there, peaceful, beautiful. It's the perfect place to rest. But Karasoba scoffed, setting her bowl down with a loud clack. No thanks. I've had enough of that world of weaklings. Nothing to fight. Nothing to kill. I'd rather stay here and train. Mia's smile froze. Her eye twitched. This isn't about you, Karasoba. This is about helping Yuzum and Natsu recover. Karasoba shrugged. Then go without me. Before Mia could retort, Natsu raised her hand. I actually agree, she said softly, then turned to Mia with an apologetic look. It's not that I don't love our world or the inn, Myrially. The inn is wonderful. But her eyes gleamed behind her glasses. This is a rare opportunity for me. To explore a world I've never seen. To collect data on a new ecosystem. New materials. Maybe new physics. This is literally a scientific dream. Mia blinked at her, the betrayal clear on her face. You too? Yuzum gave a nervous laugh, reaching for her cup of tea. I mean, she has been wanting to see other worlds since Issei told her where he came from. And it worked, Natsu added smugly. Issei held up a hand to refocus the conversation. The only problem is we don't really have a third world to go to. He turned to Tamamo and Yuka. Their world is off limits. The first time I went there, it almost killed me. I don't think any of us want to go through that. Tamamo folded her arms, her tails flicking behind her. Gaia doesn't welcome outsiders. Even you, darling, were nearly erased upon arrival. And I've only ever been to those two worlds, Issei said. So we're out of options, right? Beep. The watch on his wrist lit up with a soft glow, and Sherry's voice came through slightly amused. That is incorrect, Master. You do have another option. Issei raised a brow. What do you mean? The watch has always had the capability to allow the user to select a random dimensional destination. Wait, Yuka cut in, confused. I thought it only activated every 2 weeks. That command forcing a random jump only triggers when the user has not initiated one by their own will. If you choose to travel, the system parameters open. You may jump whenever you like. Natsu sat forward, eyes shining. So we can just pick random and go somewhere completely new. Issei frowned. Isn't that dangerous? Before Sherry could respond, Karasoba leaned back with a smug look. Dangerous? Good. Makes it interesting. Not helping, Yuka muttered. Issei sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Look, if anything can go wrong, I don't want any of us to go. But this is Natsu and Yuzum's decision, and they get to choose what we do. All eyes turned to them. Natsu didn't hesitate. Absolutely yes. Random dimension and destination. Let's go. Yuzum hesitated, then caught Natsu's wide, hopeful grin. Her will crumbled. Fine, she mumbled. But let's pack our stuff carefully, a blanket and extra snacks. That's when a small hand shot up. Papa! Came the excited voice of Sakura, who was now practically bouncing in her seat. Issei turned, blinking at his daughter. Can I come too? She asked. Her wide, hopeful eyes glimmered with the unstoppable force of childish joy. Issei's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Every rational bone in his body screamed that he should say no. A random dimensional jump? No information, no preparation, no guarantee of safety? There could be monsters. Dangerous terrain. Sakura was still a child, but then she hit him with the full power of her innocent, sparkling wide eyes. No. Don't look directly. It's a trap. A tiny, adorable trap. Issei was about to crumble when Tamamo leaned forward with a knowing smile. She can come, she said simply. Issei turned to her in disbelief. Tamamo? Are you insane? Tamamo reached over and calmly took his hand in hers. She'll be with both of us, she said warmly. There's no safer place for her than by our side. And besides, she glanced at Sakura. How could you possibly say no to that face? Issei groaned in defeat, rubbing his forehead. This is emotional blackmail. Sakura squealed and jumped into his lap, hugging him tightly. Yay! Thank you, Papa. I'll be super good. We'll see how long that lasts, Yuka muttered, sipping tea. Issei sighed, smiling despite himself. Okay. Fine. Sakura's coming. But she stays by our side the entire time. Sakura nodded furiously. Now that the floodgates were open, Issei turned back to the table. All right then, who else is coming? Every single hand around the table went up. Yashima raised hers shyly, a soft smile on her face. Akitsu nodded without saying a word. Tamamo had already assumed it was a given. Mia, of course, raised her hand daintily, still hopeful they might change course and return to her, but any chance to be with Issei is fine. Karasoba raised hers with an almost predatory grin. I'm in, the swordswoman said, cracking her knuckles. Maybe we'll find something strong to fight. Mia sighed. It's a vacation, not a battlefield. Same thing, Karasoba replied. Yuka leaned forward, her eyes flicking to her mother. Mom, you're coming too, right? Masuki, who had been pretending to read over a clipboard to avoid the inevitable question, gave a professional smile. I think I'll stay. This trip is for Natsu and Yuzum's rest, and I. You're coming, Yuka interrupted. Don't act like you're not tired. You've been holding this whole business together. Masuki hesitated. Yuka leaned her cheek into her palm with a knowing smirk. Besides, a new world might give you inspiration. New fabrics, new fashion trends, new tech. Masuki narrowed her eyes. You're playing dirty, Yuka shrugged. Learn from the best. At that, Issei turned to Masuki, his expression softening. She's right. You deserve a break too. That did it. Masuki could never go against the look of concern that Issei shows her. Masuki's shoulders relaxed, and she gave a sigh. Fine. But only if someone else helps me take notes. I'll assign someone, Issei promised. Then he turned to the final pair at the table, his parents. Mom, Dad? I'd like you to come, too. Mickey blinked in surprise. Us? Of course, Issei said. It's been hectic for all of us lately. You two never really got a real break after, well, everything. And it's Saturday tomorrow. No work. No school. No excuses? Goro chuckled. You're inviting your folks on a world-hopping vacation? Yeah, Issei said, smiling. Why not? It's a family trip. Mickey's eyes softened. You're really growing up. We'd love to come, Goro said, placing his hand over his wife's. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Or, well, a world. That earned a collective groan from the table. You've been waiting to say that, haven't you? Mia teased. Yup, Goro grinned. Tamamo sipped her tea and sighed contentedly. Well then, darling, looks like it's going to be a full house. Issei looked around at the now smiling, excited faces of his entire chaotic family. From lovers to parents to a tiny daughter now curled in his lap, he exhaled. Guess we better start packing. In the living room, Yuzum was organizing a small mountain of travel bags, her usually laid-back smile replaced with a look of unshakable determination. Okay. Large bags for the Sekirei and issei, small ones for the humans, she said, flicking her ponytail as she folded a fourth set of thick jackets into a green backpack. She handed a bag to Tamamo, who took it with practiced ease. The fox spirit began arranging survival supplies with efficiency. First aid kits. Sealing talismans just in case. Sweets for Sakura. And she pulled out a cast-iron frying pan with a pleased grin, one proper pan for campfire cooking. I am not letting my darling eat cheap heated food. Nearby, Akitsu was quietly wrapping dry food in cooling cloths which she then freezed. Natsu, despite still being a bit sluggish from earlier, was hunched over her tools one last time, quickly fixing 3 flashlights with emergency beacon signals. In case we get separated in the unfamiliar world, she explained, mostly to herself. Or trapped in a pocket dimension. Or if we find parallel versions of ourselves. Just being thorough. On the couch, Yuka was folding a small bundle of clothes with surprising care. I'm only bringing 3 outfits, she said. This is supposed to be a break. Just don't forget extra underwear, Yuzum called without looking up. Yuka flushed. I wasn't going to. From the hallway, Goro marched in like a soldier with a mission, arms loaded with fishing gear rods and a collapsible chair. Don't judge me, he said with a grin. If we land near a lake, I'm catching dinner. You're bringing all that? Mickey asked from the kitchen doorway, balancing a box of preserved goods, tea bags, instant noodles, and snacks. Yup. I wonder what the fish in another world taste like. Hopefully they taste good, Mickey said, giving her husband a soft smile before turning to Issei. Make sure your dad doesn't fall into a river, okay? Issei, crouched over his backpack, stuffed an extra lighter and rope coil inside while replying dryly, if he does, I'll fish him out. That's my boy, Goro said proudly. In the corner, Sakura zipped around the house like a lightning bolt, packing a pink backpack with absolutely zero concept of spatial limits. I brought my crayons, snacks, fox plush, my blanket, an extra plushie. Mama, is this enough? You forgot the toothbrush, Tamamo said, catching her daughter mid-spin and tucking a small kit into her bag. Oops. Sakura giggled. Yashima and Mia worked together checking supplies off a handwritten list. Matches, rice, pots, mats, bug repellent, towels, Yashima read aloud nervously. Mia nodded as she carefully packed neatly folded yukata. If we end up near hot springs, these will be perfect. Please let there be hot springs, Natsu mumbled from the floor. As they finished organizing, Karasuba came downstairs carrying nothing but her blade and a pair of boots slung over her shoulder. That's it? Issei asked. Karasuba smirked. If it's not on fire or bleeding, I don't need it. You're lucky I know better than to argue with you, Issei muttered. It was nearly midnight. After hours of prep, laughter, and chaos, the family had turned in for the night. Mickey and Gora lay in their bedroom, side by side, into a well-earned rest. Gora stretched with a groan and chuckled. Never thought our son would drag us into his adventures. Mickey smiled as she turned toward him, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Never thought I'd be packing a suitcase while planning to jump to another world. She sighed contentedly. Still, I'm glad we're going. He wants us there. That means a lot. Across the hall, Masuki tucked in beside a small bed where Sakura had already curled up as she dreamt. The child clutched her favorite plush fox and murmured something about riding a dragon made of chocolate. Masuki lay awake for a few moments longer, staring at the ceiling. Yuka's words echoed in her mind. You're tired too, even if you're hiding it. She exhaled slowly and closed her eyes. Maybe just a little vacation won't hurt. Back in Issei's room, things were a bit more crowded. It had started with Tamamo, naturally already dressed in a silken yukata, claiming her rightful place beside her husband with a teasing, possessive grin. Then Yuka slipped in with a roll of her eyes, muttering, If I don't stake my claim, someone else will. That someone turned out to be Natsu, who arrived next with her glasses slightly askew, looking half asleep but fully committed to joining the cuddle pile. Thermal body contact essential for recovery. Yuzum followed behind with a blanket and a smile, declaring, This is the only proper way to fall asleep before a new adventure. Yashima crept in shyly, apologizing 3 times before Tamamo grabbed her by the sleeve and pulled her into bed with a grin. If you're coming, then commit. Akitsu, as silent as ever, arrived shortly after, clutching her pillow like a soldier reporting for duty. And then, Karasuba. She pushed open the door without so much as a knock, sleepwear non-existent save for a tank top and shorts. What? She said as all eyes turned to her. If we're risking our lives tomorrow, I'm sleeping where the energy source is. You're calling Issei an energy source now? Yuka asked flatly. Karasuba shrugged. Proximity boosts. Don't question my methods. There wasn't a square inch of free space left on the futon. Somehow, Issei had ended up in the center, limbs tangled, his torso acting as a pillow. This is a health hazard, he muttered, his voice muffled by Tamamo's hair. Sure, Tamamo said, nuzzling into him. You're the one who decided to form a family. Natsu yawned. At least you're warm. Yuzum grinned sleepily. I regret nothing. I can't feel my leg, Yashima whispered. But then Mia came in wearing a small yukata and slept above his chest. This is the best. She says content. Issei simply sighed, resigned. But as the night deepened and breathing slowed, his gaze drifted to the ceiling, a small smile forming despite his discomfort. Tomorrow, they'd be stepping into the unknown again. 13th of December, Saturday, 5 months before Kennen hired a household. Issei stood in the center of the room, clad in casual wear. His backpack was slung tight across his shoulders, and his dimensional watch gleamed with a soft, ambient glow. Around him, his family shifted with anticipation. Tamamo was beside him, arms crossed, tails flicking behind her with barely concealed excitement. No turning back now, darling, she said with a confident smirk. Wherever we go, we'll face it together. Yuka adjusted her pack, glancing around at everyone else. Can't believe we're doing this after breakfast. We brought snacks, Masuki added dryly, clutching her travel bag. Mickey and Gora stood near the back, holding hands, bags in tow. Mickey looked nervous, Gora more curious than anything. This'll beat any retirement plan I had, he joked. Natsu was practically bouncing in place, her excitement eclipsing her exhaustion. New world, new data, new variables, I am logging everything. Yuzum rolled her eyes with a smile. Just don't forget to enjoy the break part of the trip. Yashima and Akitsu stood quietly, both calm and prepared. Akitsu with her cold pack slung over her shoulder, Yashima triple-checking Sakura's mini-pack. Speaking of whom, let's go. Sakura cheered, already wearing her pink backpack, her fox plush sticking out the top like a travel companion. Adventure time. Karasuba leaned casually against the wall, sword at her hip. If something jumps out at us, I call dibs. Mia chuckled as she tucked a charm into her sash. Let's hope it's somewhere peaceful, but I'm not holding my breath. Issei took one last glance around the room. He tapped his watch. Sherry, he said clearly, open a portal. Random destination. The watch beeped once. Confirmed, Master. Portal opening, stand by. The center of the living room shimmered. A sudden whoosh of wind swept through the space as a glowing blue spiral of light bloomed to life, humming softly with arcane energy. The air smelled faintly of ozone and starlight. The portal pulsed like a heartbeat, alive, waiting. The family stared. Sakura stared with her eyes wide as she remembered the last time she went through a portal to her new life. Issei turned back to everyone, his expression steady, if not a little nervous. We stick together. No one goes through alone. Tamamo stepped forward first, hand in Issei's. Then let's go see what the multiverse has to offer, she said. With one breath, Issei nodded and stepped forward into the portal, Tamamo at his side. One by one, the family followed. Yuka and Misuki. Matsu and Yuzum. Yashima, Akitsu, Mia. Sakura, clinging to her bunny. Karasuba last, with a grin. And finally, Goro and Miki. As the last of their footsteps echoed through the spiral, the portal shimmered once more and closed behind them. The house fell silent again. But elsewhere, in a world none of them had seen before, a new story was just beginning. Unknown forest. A sudden shimmer of light tore through the otherwise peaceful silence of the forest. A swirling blue portal expanded in the middle of a small clearing, light pulsing like a heartbeat, until with a rush of displaced air it deposited a rather large and diverse group onto the mossy forest floor. Issei Hayato stepped out first, his travel boots crunching against soft grass and scattered leaves. His eyes scanned the treetops, wide with curiosity and alert caution. Following him were Yuka, clutching a small pack to her chest, Tamamo, her golden tails flicking lazily behind her, and Sakura, riding comfortably in her mama's arms, already pointing at butterflies. Then came the rest in quick succession: Yashima, Mia, Yuzum, Matsu, Akitsu, Misuki, Karasuba, and finally Goro and Miki, the latter clutching a sun hat that nearly flew off by the wind. The portal behind them spiraled shut with a low hum, leaving only the gentle whisper of wind and the scent of pine. The group spread out cautiously, taking in their surroundings. Towering evergreens stood, sunlight spilling between their canopies. Strange vibrant flora dotted the forest floor, leaves in hues of blue and red, and flowers that opened and closed rhythmically like breathing lungs. Well, Issei murmured, adjusting the strap of his backpack. We're not dead. So that's a start. Karasuba narrowed her eyes, already drawing the hilt of her sword. Where are the monsters? This is supposed to be a quiet vacation, Mia said coolly. Not everything has to be about violence. Karasuba grunted and leaned her blade against her shoulder. Then it's a waste of time. Relax, Killer Queen, Yuzum yawned, stretching her arms overhead. Maybe we landed in a safe area. Despite the beauty, the area seemed quiet. Too quiet. Not even a goblin, Karasuba said again, now visibly sulking. This is not the danger I was promised. Would you prefer we land in a war zone? Misuki asked dryly, brushing a fallen leaf off her shoulder. No, Miki added, adjusting her hat. We're on vacation. This could be a park, Issei muttered, scanning the area. I mean, it's nice. No cars, no buildings, just nature. Matsu had already dropped to her knees. Her scanner that she somehow brought out from nowhere was blinking in her hands as she examined the nearest glowing mushroom. Fascinating, she squealed. These plants are radiating a completely different energy signature. Feels kind of similar to magic. She soon walked around and crouched near a bush with purple-blue flowers shaped like stars, eyes sparkling behind her glasses. New flora! She gasped, snapping photos with her tablet. Possibly unique alkaloid structures. Maybe even magic-reactive chlorophyll. Does that mean? Issei looked towards Goro, who shrugged. She plucked a small flower and sniffed it before sneezing violently. Yup. Definitely not from Earth. Tamamo closed her eyes and reached out with her senses, her golden tails flicking behind her as faint light pulsed at her fingertips. She inhaled slowly, drawing in the feeling of the land around her. There's an abundance of mana, she murmured, her voice calm and slightly reverent. Like the world itself is saturated with magic, but this place doesn't feel like Earth. Yuka crossed her arms, eyebrows furrowed. So we're not on Earth. But how can you tell for sure? Tamamo opened her eyes. Mostly from just how different it feels. Okay, Issei muttered, scanning the area again. So, forest. Magic. Weird glowing mushrooms. Great. Let's just hope we didn't land in the monster's backyard. As he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from his hand. The fox is not wrong, partner. This place does feel different. Issei blinked, startled. Drake? Yes. You called partner? Or were you just planning to wander around like an idiot? Issei's eye twitched. Nice to hear from you too, buddy. Where have you been? You went quiet after well. There was an audible huff from the dragon. I don't want to talk about it. Issei squinted. Wait. You're sulking? Is this about Tamamo? Or Yuka? Or, I said I don't want to talk about it. Issei sighed aloud, not understanding what made him so angry. Tamamo turned toward him. Something wrong, darling? He shook his head. Just Drake. Ah, Tamamo said with a mischievous smirk. Still pouting, is he? I can hear you, you know. Good, she said sweetly, as if directly addressing the dragon. Keep sulking. It suits you. Issei groaned, rubbing his temple. Meanwhile, Misuki stepped closer to a fallen log, inspecting the colorful mushrooms with interest. I wonder if this could be useful for anything. Maybe cosmetics or medicine. Miki stood beside her husband, adjusting her satchel. Well, if it's safe, I'm not complaining. The air's clean. And the birds sound different. Gora held up a fishing rod and squinted toward the trees. If there's a lake nearby, I say we find it. Yuzum turned back to the group. So hubby, what now? Tamamo crossed her arms, her expression serious again. First, we should check the immediate area, if this place has any form of civilization. If we can't find anything, we should set up a camp later. Natsu shot up from her kneeling position. And collect samples. Lots and lots of samples. Karasuba walked around looking for any signs of excitement. Let's just hope something does attack us. I'm getting restless. Issei gave a half laugh, half sigh. All right, everyone. Let's spread out and scout, but no one goes too far. We don't know what kind of world we've landed in. He looked around one last time at his oddball, wonderful family and friends. Wherever this is, I've got everyone with me. So I'll deal with whatever comes next. Agreed, Tamamo nodded. Even with this much ambient mana, staying too long in unfamiliar territory without knowledge of the land is dangerous. I say we look for anywhere that sells real food and has running water. Yuka added. We just got here, Karasuba grumbled. Can't we at least wait for something to jump out first? Not everyone needs a morning brawl to feel alive, Misuki said dryly. Yuzum stretched and tilted her head. If we want a vantage point, we need to go up. I can help, Yashima offered, already setting her hammer down and limbering up. I've got a good jump. Might as well join you, there's nothing better to do. Karasuba said, cracking her neck. With practiced ease, the three women Yuzum, Yashima, and Karasuba shot upward, leaping and bounding off sturdy branches, scaling the towering trees of the forest. Within seconds their figures vanished into the thick canopy. Down below, the group waited. Sakura swung her arms as she balanced on a rock, humming softly. Do you think there'll be dragons here, Papa? She asked excitedly. I hope not, Issei muttered under his breath, thinking about Drake's mood. One's enough. A few minutes later, a voice called down from above. Smoke! Yashima shouted. Several plumes rising from chimneys. Could be a town. Which direction? Tamamo called. Northwest. Yuzum's voice answered. Karasuba dropped down moments later, landing with a soft thud beside Issei and adjusting her blade. Let's move and hope there's something at least interesting in that direction. Yashima and Yuzum soon followed, and the group quickly reorganized, orienting themselves toward the northwest path. I'm gonna take the lead, Yashima said, confidence boosting from her contribution. Good, Issei nodded. Everyone, keep your eyes and ears open. Stay together. We don't know if this forest has more than just pretty trees. I still want to take a few samples, Natsu muttered, kneeling beside a glowing purple flower. This pigment shouldn't even be possible in the world. Not now, Mia interrupted, grabbing the back of Natsu's collar with practiced grace. You're not lagging behind and getting eaten by the local flora. But it might be a new discovery. Natsu argued, holding a root in one hand like it owed her an explanation. Walk, Mia ordered, dragging her like a stubborn cat. Betrayal! Natsu cried as her boots scraped the dirt. Tamamo walked beside Issei, checking the mana flow again. The magical current is stronger in that direction. If there's civilization nearby, they're either consciously channeling it or something powerful lives there. Let's hope for the first, Yuka muttered, adjusting her bag. With the party now on the move, they headed toward the promise of civilization, and maybe if they were lucky answers. The forest slowly began to thin, the thick underbrush giving way to clearer paths. Strange birds called from the treetops, their cries melodic and unfamiliar. At one point, Sakura pointed at a floating blue butterfly the size of her hand, giggling as it flitted past. Papa, that butterfly sparkles. I see it, Issei said, staring as it passed through a tree without even bending a leaf. Remind me to not touch anything. Meanwhile, Karasuba rolled her shoulders and muttered, if this town has guards, I hope they're at least armed. I'm bored already. We're going to get kicked out of this town before we've even checked in, Yuka sighed. They moved in a relatively straight line, careful and alert but still in good spirits. For now things were quiet. But that wouldn't last. Magnolia outside Fairy Tale Guild Hall. The midday sun beat down on the cobblestone street as Fairy Tale's entire guild gathered outside the iconic hall, buzzing with excitement. Members young and old, seasoned and novice, all had their attention fixed on the dirt clearing just beyond the front steps. Today was the day. Natsu drank Neo versus Urza Scarlet. The promise Urza had made after their mission to stop Eisenwald and the cursed lullaby flute was finally coming due. Wagers had been whispering between tables, most bets discreetly leaning toward Urza without hesitation. Even so, the crowd was hyped not for the outcome, but the sheer spectacle of destruction that was sure to follow. Don't die, Natsu! Mikao called out with a grin, arms crossed. I give him 5 seconds, Wakaba muttered through his pipe. She's gonna flatten him, Gray added confidently from the sidelines, though he couldn't hide a slight smirk of anticipation. Lucy, standing beside Happy, looked more worried than amused. Is he seriously doing this? Against Urza? Has he finally lost it? Happy clutched his little fish snack tightly. I believe in him, but I'm scared for him. Urza, calm and composed, stood in her full armor with her usual quiet intensity. She was focused, emotionless, almost. This was a good moment to find out just how Natsu improved. Natsu, however, looked as ready as ever, grinning like a madman, fire practically erupting from his fists. He lowered himself slightly, preparing to charge forward with his signature reckless abandon. And then, he stopped. Just as the crowd collectively held its breath, waiting for the impact, Natsu froze. His nostrils flared. His wide eyes snapped to the southeast, beyond the town, beyond the hills. The flames in his hands sputtered out. What the? Gray blinked. Why did he stop? Lucy asked, stepping forward. Is he sniffing? Mikao frowned. Urza narrowed her eyes, watching him closely. Natsu? But the fire dragon slayer didn't answer. Instead he turned his head around to look towards the southeast. A low growl vibrated from his throat. His eyes, normally wild and carefree, suddenly burned with something deeper. Anger. Longing. Shock. That sent Natsu's mind raced. No, it can't be. His fist clenched, his jaw tight. I've only ever known one person with a scent like that. Igneal. The name escaped his lips like a whisper, and then a scream. Igneal! Before anyone could react, before Urza could ask what was going on, Natsu turned and sprinted with all the speed his muscles could muster. Dust kicked up violently as he dashed southeast, roaring like a beast unleashed. Wait! Natsu! Lucy cried out, eyes wide. What's gotten into him? Gray shouted. Urza took one sharp breath and immediately turned to follow. Something's wrong. Happy launched into the air after his best friend with panic in his voice. Natsu! Where are you going? Behind them, the rest of the guild stirred into chaos, dozens leaping into action to chase after the pink-haired tornado tearing through Magnolia. Did he say Igneal? Mikao muttered, stunned. Isn't that his? Wakaba started. His foster father, Makarov said quietly from the steps of the guild, his expression now serious. Just then, a knight from the Magic Council flanked by armored guards arrived on the street outside, holding a sealed scroll in one hand. I have a formal notice for Fairy Tale regarding. He was immediately ignored as the entire guild, including the S-class wizard he was supposed to address, stormed away in the opposite direction after Natsu. What the hell just happened? The knight muttered, blinking. The dense woods had begun to thin into wider paths now, sunlight cutting through the trees in long golden beams. The group trudged along the uneven terrain, following the smoke and the hint of rooftops in the distance. Issei wiped sweat from his brow, exhaling. At least we're almost out. Yuka pulled her shirt to cool her skin. Whatever this place is, I just hope they speak something we can understand. Sakura skipped ahead with her usual energy, pointing out glowing mushrooms and weird bugs. Papa, look! That flower looks weird. Don't touch it, Mia and Tamamo said at the same time. Karasuba walked at the edge of the group, one hand resting on her sword hilt, eyes scanning the treetops. She looked relaxed, but her senses were razor-sharp. Natsu took another soil sample, holding it up to the light. I wonder if even the ground has magic. She was about to launch into a theory when a sudden flare of red light erupted on Issei's left arm. What? Issei yelped, stopping in his tracks. The familiar red gauntlet materialized over his forearm. Everyone froze. Yuka immediately stepped closer to Issei. Issei? Two don't know, he stammered. It just activated on its own. Tamamo's ears perked, her gaze sharpening. Something's coming. Partner! Came Drake's booming voice from the boosted gear. There's something heading our way. It feels weird, but it's definitely a dragon. Issei paled. Did you just say dragon? What? Yuka groaned, already bracing herself. Why does it have to be a dragon? Sakura blinked innocently. Are we gonna see a real dragon, Papa? I hope not. Issei shouted. Natsu stumbled back, eyes wide. Dradragon? Like the giant, peat-bleeding, gold-hoarding kind? No, it's more complicated than that. Drake rumbled. This one does feel like one, but not at the same time. This could be bad. Yashima whimpered, grabbing her hammer. Akitsu silently stepped between Sakura and the forest, her hands already generating a subtle cold mist. Mia moved to shield Masuki, who looked both fascinated and annoyed. Then came a low rumble distant at first, as a tree fell down in the distance. But it was getting closer. Leaves rustled violently. Branches cracked and snapped. And suddenly, the earth itself seemed to tremble. Issei's legs trembled beneath him. How close do you think it is? About a minute. Great. Karasuba's eyes gleamed. A wild, savage grin spread across her face. Finally, she unsheathed her sword in a single elegant motion, the steel gleaming in the sunlight. This world might be worth my time after all. Karasuba, no! Issei shouted. We don't even know what it is. I'll find out, she replied darkly, stepping ahead, her bloodlust practically leaking off her in waves. She quickly went to meet her newest victim head-on. Leaving the group, Tamamo placed a hand on Issei's shoulder, calmly watching the treeling. I'll cover Sakura. You handle Karasuba before she kills the first local she sees. Issei's eye twitched. I miss my bed, he muttered. A shockwave of flames exploded from the underbrush as Natsu Drang Neo burst into a clearing like a human cannonball, fire swirling around him in raw, untamed arcs of orange and red, his eyes wild and burning, locking onto the source of the scent. Igneel! Natsu roared, his feet barely touching the ground as he lunged forward to get closer. But instead of answer she got a heel smashing into him with unnatural strength, and sending the flaming hothead spinning backward to the ground. But he flipped through the air and skidded across the grass, as he crashed into the base of a tree. What the hell? He groaned, wiping the pain away and spitting out leaves. Across the clearing, Karasuba landed lightly, one hand on her sword, the other resting on her hip. Her cold gray eyes lit up with savage joy. So you're my opponent? Natsu staggered back up, flames licking across his shoulders. He locked eyes with her and blinked in confusion. A woman. In all black. Sword drawn. Pale skin. Silver hair tied back. An intense aura of death surrounding her. But that scent. It was faint but there. Not exactly the same, not like Igneel's but similar. and it infuriated him. "Where is Igneel?" he shouted again, taking a step forward. "You better tell me where he is, lady." "I'm not playing around." Karasuba cocked her head, sword lazily dragging through the grass. Her eyes narrowed not out of recognition, but confusion. Karasuba blinked and muttered, "What the hell are you yelling about?" She tilted her head slightly, sword still poised. "Tch. Great. He must not even speak Japanese. At that moment, after not getting a response he wants or understands." Natsu charged, fist alight, fire roaring from his body. "Oh?" Karasuba's grin widened at seeing her opponent control fire. She didn't understand a single word. But she understood the challenge. That's more like it. The clash was immediate. Her blade flashed in the sunlight, and in a burst of movement, she lunged forward. The sword came down too fast for a normal human. But Natsu, through sheer reflex honed from countless battles, threw himself to the side, the blade grazing his arm and slicing through his vest, leaving a shallow cut. "Tch. He hissed. But his counter came fast. Fire Dragon's iron fist. His burning fist shot toward her ribs like a comet. Karasuba twisted, just barely avoiding the blow, but the shockwave of heat pushed her back, her coat flapping as fire licked at her heels. A thin burn appeared along her thigh, where the flames had kissed her exposed skin. Her eyes lit up in excitement. Oh, good reflexes. She lunged again, this time with a wide arc of her blade. Natsu ducked low, rolling beneath it and swinging a flaming leg up toward her face. She blocked it with her forearm but skidded back several feet, smoke rising from her sleeve. Natsu landed in a crouch. "You're strong." Karasuba twirled her sword, eyes gleaming. "You're fast. This is fun." Natsu's flaming fist swung in from the right, and Karasuba sidestepped. Her sword flashing with a high arc, sparks flew as the edge barely nicked across Natsu's forearm, too shallow to do real damage, but enough to sting. Natsu rolled to the side and retaliated, spitting a small fireball that Karasuba cut through midair. The explosion forced her back, boots skidding across the dirt. She then ducked under a punch, slashed horizontally. Natsu leaned back just in time, the blade cutting a line through his chest. "Gah! Lady, what the hell?" he shouted. "Your fault for not dodging better." Karasuba smirked. He couldn't understand her words, but he sure as hell understood her tone. They leapt apart, eyes locked, circling each other. Natsu's fists flared again, the ground beneath his feet turning black with soot. "Fine," he growled. "If you want to fight, you got it." Natsu charged ahead, igniting his fists in fire, but Karasuba's blade gleamed in the sunlight as it sliced through the air in precise arcs, forcing Natsu into a rhythm of dodging and counter-blasting with swirls of searing flame. His fire surged with instinctive fury, but it was clear he was struggling. Karasuba's movements were graceful but lethal, her steps precise, her slashes fast enough to whistle through the air. Each motion was designed to kill, and only Natsu's heightened instincts as a dragon slayer kept him one slip away from disaster. "Gah!" Natsu yelped, narrowly ducking as Karasuba's katana cleaved through a tree behind him like butter. He leapt back, launching a stream of flame toward her midsection. "Fire Dragon's roar!" The blast screamed forward, but Karasuba was already twisting sideways in a blurring motion, her cloak fluttering like a shadow behind her. The inferno grazed past her but never touched her. She landed without a sound, a small, delighted smile on her lips. "You're strong," she murmured, although Natsu couldn't understand a word. But reckless. Her blade lashed forward again, this time with intent to finish. From a single, lightning-fast step, she closed the distance. Her katana gleamed with light, wind pressure trailing behind the swing. Natsu's eyes widened. Crap! Then, clang! A shining scarlet sword intercepted Karasuba's blade mid-swing, the clang of steel on steel echoing across the forest. Karasuba leapt backward instinctively, eyes narrowing at the sudden interloper. Urza Scarlet stood tall where the sword had come from, her arm extended from the throw. In a flash of light, armor bloomed around her as she re-equipped in her Heaven's Wheel armor. "Natsu!" she ordered. "Are you hurt?" He grinned, clutching his injuries. "Tch. Was just getting warmed up." Karasuba blinked as the new figure moved beside the fire-wielding one. An armored knight that had various swords flying around her? This one radiated a different kind of pressure, discipline, composed, but no less dangerous. More words she didn't understand were exchanged between the two, but the tone needed no translation. They were allies. They were going to fight her. Together. Karasoba's lips curled into a savage smile. Now this, she said softly, raising her sword into a two-handed grip, is fun. With no hesitation, she lunged. Urza moved immediately to meet her, various swords clashing with Karasoba's single katana in a flurry of sparks. The sheer force of the exchange sent a shockwave across the field, kicking up dust and knocking back leaves from the trees. Natsu surged in behind, flames bursting from his fists. Karasoba ducked low, letting Urza's blade slice above her shoulder, and spun into a sharp horizontal strike aimed for Natsu. Blocked it with a flaming forearm, grunting at the impact. Damn, you swing hard. Urza's blades came down from above in a perfect cross slash. Karasoba twisted at the last second, catching the blades with the flat of her own sword and using the recoil to flip backward, narrowly avoiding a burst of fire from Natsu that singed the ground where she had just stood. Karasoba moved like a shadow, her blade arcing in deadly patterns. But despite her skill, Urza and Natsu were proving too much. Where one attacked, the other defended. Where she struck, they countered again and again with growing precision. Flames exploded across the clearing as Natsu launched a fire dragon's talon, spinning in midair with a flaming kick. Karasoba blocked, heels skidding across the dirt, only for Urza to appear on her flank with dual swords blazing with enchanted energy. Damn them, Karasoba thought with a grin. They're good. Too good. She ducked under a spinning slash, but her breath was hitching. Even she had to admit, this fight was getting dangerous. Then, a piercing beam of red light blasted between them, crashing into the earth with a thunderous impact. A shockwave of heat rippled outward, forcing Urza and Natsu to leap back instinctively. Karasoba halted mid-strike, blade raised. The blast left a smoking crater between them. Enough! A familiar voice shouted. Issei, the boosted gear glowing on his arm, stepped forward from the edge of the tree line. His arm still steamed from the dragon shot he had just fired, smoke rising from the gauntlet. The two fairy tale mages tense up at the sight of reinforcement, but Issei raised both hands, trying to play peacemaker and address the two mages. Universal translation protocol active. Sherry voice came out, but Issei ignored it in favor of trying to stop the fight. Let's all calm down, friends. He called out quickly, forcing his voice to stay calm. I apologize for anything Karasoba did. She tends to attack first. Both Urza and Natsu froze mid-motion, eyes narrowing in suspicion as they understood him but wondered who he was. Urza lowered her sword slightly, but her eyes remained sharp. Who are you people? From your clothes you're clearly not from this land. I promise, we don't want any trouble. Issei said, stepping forward with open hands. We're travelers and we're on our way to the town. We didn't mean to cause a fight. Karasoba's just reacts to strong presences. Natsu, however, wasn't listening. His nostrils flared. His eyes locked onto Issei and only Issei. That scent. That smell, Natsu growled. Issei blinked, sensing the shift in atmosphere. What? Natsu's eyes went wide with fury, and flames erupted from his body. You smell like Igneal. Where is he? What did you do? Before anyone could stop him, Natsu charged, fire bursting from his feet as he closed the distance in a blink. Who'll wait? Issei raised the boosted gear, blocking instinctively. Clang! Natsu's fiery punch collided with the gauntlet, sending Issei flying back several feet, skidding into a nearby tree with a thud. Karasoba, seeing the moment her Ashikabi was attacked, her demeanor shifted instantly. From gleeful swordswoman to silent, lethal protector. She was about to strike at Natsu with a single step, but Urza got in the way of helping her Ashikabi. Wrong move, Karasoba whispered. Without another word, she launched herself at Urza with renewed ferocity, her blade gleaming with deadly focus. Damn it, Urza growled, blocking the first strike just in time. She's faster now. From the sidelines, Issei coughed, pushing himself upright as flames licked along Natsu's shoulders. I don't know who Igneal is, he gasped. But can we not punch first and ask questions never? But Natsu wasn't listening. He stood at the edge of fury and confusion, caught between desperation and instinct. Partner! Drake spoke grimly, this one is ruled by emotion. I believe this boy was the presence I was feeling. Well, glad we figured that out. Issei muttered. He then looks to the fire mage. Listen, I don't know why you're angry, but I'm sure if we stop and calmly talk it through, we can realize this was a simple mistake. But Natsu was no longer listening. Driven by the scent he could not understand but refused to ignore, the dragon slayer barreled toward Issei, his fists wreathed in flame, eyes burning with a desperate intensity. Boost! The call of the boosted gear echoed as Issei braced himself, the red gauntlet glowing brightly. He could barely believe what was happening, was fighting a pink-haired teenager who breathed fire like a flamethrower and moved like a damn hurricane. Stop, wait. I'm telling you I don't know anyone named Igneel. But Natsu wasn't hearing reason. Drake's voice growled in his mind, suddenly more serious than usual. That flame, it's dangerous. Not just because of its power, it carries something else. Something I haven't sensed in a while. What? It carries the presence of Dragon Slayer. That fire could kill even a true dragon. Just look at the boosted gear. Issei's eyes widened in horror as he finally saw the cracks in the gauntlet just from him blocking 2 attacks from the boy. The unbreakable gauntlet that fought many battles was finally damaged. So if that hits me, I will fix the damage, but you must not get hit once. Dodge. Now. Thanks for the warning, called V led with that. Natsu lunged, fist alight in spiraling flame. Issei ducked low, his instincts flaring. The flame roared past his ear, burning the ends of his hair. He kicked backward, boosting with the gauntlet and reinforced magic, trying to create distance. But Natsu was relentless. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Issei raised his gauntlet in time, and the impact sent him flying through a tree, cracking its trunk in half. The armor of the boosted gear continues to crack. Issei coughed. This guy, he's insane. He rolled back up, sparks of red energy coiling around his body as he activated his second boost. Boost. Power surged through his limbs. Magic and ki gathered in his fists. I don't want to hurt him, but if I don't fight back, I'm toast. He shot forward, clashing with Natsu midair fist to fist, flame against gauntlet. Explosions of kinetic force and heat burst around them, sending shockwaves through the clearing. Meanwhile, a few dozen feet away, the clash between Karasuba and Urza Scarlet had become something far more brutal. Urza's armor shimmered with light as she shifted through forms like a blur: speed armor, flight armor, heavy defense, each adaptation used to counter Karasuba's vicious strikes. Requip! Black wing armor. Urza dashed forward, sword in each hand, wings flaring with black energy. Karasuba met her heat-in, her blade a seamless arc of steel. Clang! Steel shrieked against steel as they crossed blades again, Urza's twin swords locking with Karasuba's single katana. You're good, Urza admitted, straining. Karasuba's grin widened. Better. But somewhere in her mind she was worried for Issei but didn't act on it as she knew he could handle it. With a twist, Karasuba knocked one of Urza's swords free and followed up with a savage knee to her gut, sending the knight skidding backward through the dirt. But Urza wasn't done yet. She flipped midair, landed in a crouch, and called out again. Requip! Heaven's wheel armor! In a burst of light, dozens of ethereal swords surrounded her again. They spun in midair like an iron storm. Karasuba's eyes gleamed with thrill. Oh pretty. Then the swords came crashing down. Karasuba weaved between them, slicing those closest, ducking under a spiral blade, flipping past another. She moved like wind through steel, evasive, sharp, unrelenting. A dozen cuts marked her cloak, but none touched skin. Urza narrowed her eyes. You're faster than anyone I've fought with a blade. Karasuba tilted her head in confusion but understood the feeling of what she said. You're keeping up. Barely. They clashed again, this time sword to sword in a high-speed flurry, sword edges sparking, trees splitting, earth cracking beneath their feet. Back to Issei and Natsu. Issei threw up his left hand. A crimson glow gathered at his palm. Dragon shot, he chanted, trying to aim beside Natsu instead of at him. But Natsu was faster. Fire Dragon's roar! A torrent of flame blasted forward like a firestorm. Issei barely rolled to the side, his jacket catching fire at the edge. He smacked it out, sweat running down his face. Okay, this is hard. Bust. 3 stacks now. Issei grit his teeth. That's it. I'm not losing to a firecracker with spiky hair. He rocketed forward with a punch charged in red aura. Natsu's eyes widened as Issei's fist slammed into his gut. Wham! The dragon slayer skidded back several meters, the breath knocked from his lungs. He staggered but grinned. Not bad. Issei's eyes narrowed. Please. I'm asking you one last time. Stop. But Natsu's eyes were still clouded. The battlefield was chaos. Flames clashed with fists. Steel flashed and rang out in the deadly dance of swords. The very air trembled with the fury of combat. From the sidelines, the rest of Issei's group had finally caught up, breathless, wide-eyed, and stunned into silence at the spectacle before them. Yuka stepped forward, shielding her eyes from the heat waves rippling off Natsu. Who the hell are they? It looks like the residents of this world are quite in tune with their magic. Natsu muttered, adjusting her glasses with a shaky hand as she scanned the battleground. Those energy signatures are bizarre. The red-haired girl is actually keeping up with Karasuba. Yuzum states in disbelief as she knew how difficult it was to fight her. Is Issei okay? Yashima asks. Sakura peeked from behind Akitsu, her small hands clutched in front of her chest, eyes full of wonder and fear. Mama, is that man on fire? Tamamo narrowed her golden eyes, lips tight. He looks human, but he feels off. Mia, arms crossed, glared toward the destruction. Scorched trees. Cracked earth. Wild magic swirling like a storm. I believe this more than enough, she said coldly. She turned to Akitsu. Can you stop this madness? We need a wall. Big. Now. Akitsu nodded without hesitation. She turned, gently handing Sakura to Miki and Goru, who both stood frozen, eyes locked on the battlefield. They had never seen anything like this. Not in stories. Isethir's son was locked in a life-or-death clash against the human inferno. It took them a second too long to blink out of it. Goru swallowed hard and stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Sakura's back as Miki pulled her in close. But their eyes never left the sight of their son. Akitsu exhaled. Frost gathered around her feet, spreading like veins through the soil. The temperature plummeted in a 10-meter radius as frost crackled over tree bark and breath misted in the air. She raised one hand, and with a simple wordless gesture, a towering wall of glacial blue ice erupted between the fighters. The sound of frost forming was like shattered glass being forged backward. The wall rose instantly, tall as a house and thick as a fortress, dividing the combatants in a solid line of freezing magic. Natsu's punch collided with it too late, his flames fizzling as the wall stopped his advance cold. Issei hit the brakes, his gauntlet raised, eyes wide. Karasuba, mid-slash, halted an inch from cleaving into Urza. She grunted in irritation and took a quick backstep. Urza lowered her sword, sweat dotting her brow as she eyed the sudden barrier. Silence. And then, a second wall of ice rose from the ground behind them, perpendicular to the first. Everyone stared. Tamamo turned sharply toward Akitsu. Did you? Akitsu's blank face twitched in confusion. No. Yashima blinked, his heart still hammering. Okay, so if you didn't do that, then someone else did, Mia said grimly, eyes narrowing. The second ice wall stood nearly identical to the first, thick, gleaming, and exuding powerful magic but not quite the same feel. Tamamo sniffed the air lightly. The second wall was made by magic. It has a different feeling. Karasuba's grin returned, tilting her head as her sword lowered. Guess it's another opponent? Who? Issei asked. But before anyone could answer, a low voice echoed from deeper in the forest, smooth and tinged with annoyance. If you're going to destroy the forest, at least have the decency to explain why. Various footsteps and the sound of shouting echoed through the trees. From between the trunks of the forest, a massive group emerged. The Fairy Tale Guild had arrived. Lucy, Gray, Happy, Levi, Kana, and at least a dozen other familiar faces surged onto the scene in various states of confusion and alarm. In front of them all was a short, elderly figure who radiated an aura so vast and controlled it turned the air heavy. Makarov Dreyer, Guild Master of Fairy Tale. Everyone stand down! Makarov barked. But his voice, though full of authority, didn't reach Natsu, who was trembling with barely restrained fire, his narrowed eyes still locked on Issei with primal focus. "Why won't you answer me?" Natsu growled. "Where is he? Where's Igneel?" Lucy sprinted up to him, worry in every step. "Natsu! What are you doing? You just ran off like a lunatic." But he didn't hear her. Gray stepped up beside Lucy, gaze flicking from the ruined field to the two massive walls of ice. His brow furrowed. "That one's mine," he said, pointing to the second. "But the first one? That wasn't me." "What?" Lucy blinked. "Then who?" Before she could finish, Natsu flared again, flames bursting around him. He prepared to leap, until the air shimmered, and a titanic golden glow surged forward. Makarov's eyes narrowed, his short frame swelling with power as a massive, magical aura engulfed him. In a blink, his body expanded upward and outward like a mountain rising from the ground. Giant magic titan form. From the treetops, birds scattered into the sky as the earth trembled beneath the weight of the spell. A colossal hand easily the size of a house came sweeping down from the air and grabbed Natsu mid-lunge, clenching gently but firmly around the boy's flaming body, surprising Issei's group at how the small elderly man's hand grew giant. Matsu was simply excited at learning new forms of magic. "Enough, Natsu," Makarov's voice boomed, deep and godlike. "You will not strike again until we understand what's happening." Natsu thrashed, eyes burning with confusion and desperation, but couldn't break free. From the other side of the battlefield, Issei stood tense, panting, the boosted gear glowing at his side. He quickly grabbed Karasuba's arm, and went to his group, where he was showered with calls of worry at seeing his burned clothes. Tamamo, Yuka, Yuzum, Akitsu, and the rest gathered protectively around Sakura, Yuka, Masuki, and Issei's parents. All were stunned by the sheer number of newcomers who had flooded the clearing. And then there was the giant. "Okay," Issei muttered. "Hopefully things start to calm down." "He's different," Tamamo murmured, golden eyes sharp as she looked to the old man. "That one's stronger than anyone else here. He's in control." Matsu's eyes scanned the crowd and her pupils dilated. "This is insane, it's an entire combat unit. Is he their leader?" "Are you alright, dear?" Mia says, looking over at Issei. The group remained still, watching as the dust settled. But no one spoke. Because even though Issei's group could hear the others, they couldn't understand them. And likewise, the fairy tale members couldn't decipher a word of the strange language coming from this new, beautiful, bizarre group of interdimensional strangers. Makarov lowered his giant head, frowning as he scanned the unfamiliar group, most of them women, a few of them seemingly normal, and the brown-haired boy Natsu had tried to incinerate. They were speaking clearly, gesturing, confused, defensive. But he couldn't make out a single word. "Levi," he muttered. "What language is that?" Levi looks confused. "I don't know, Master. They don't sound like anything I've heard." Lucy, still watching Natsu, turned to Urza. "What happened? Who are these people?" Urza shook her head slowly. "They're not from here. That much is certain. The one I fought, she was strong. Too strong to be some wandering mercenary." Gray finally stepped between the ice walls and stared across at the other group. "You think they are enemies?" Urza glanced toward the massive man still holding Natsu. "I don't know." The silver-haired woman in black was about to kill Natsu. "But the brown-haired boy says that they didn't come to start trouble." Makarov turned to the group, frowning. Then raised one hand. "We simply wished to talk." Forest outside of Magnolia Fiore. The ground still steamed. Frost clung to charred bark. Craters pocked the earth where fists had landed and swords had slashed. But the chaos had quieted. Now all eyes were on Makarov Dreyer, still in his colossal form, his hand firmly holding Natsu in place like a misbehaved child, and to the strange group of otherworlders standing just behind a wall of ice. Issei let out a slow breath, brushing ash from his singed jacket. His body still ached from the clash with the fire-crazed pink-haired boy, and his arm stung where Natsu's flames had nearly broken his boosted gear. But all that mattered now was de-escalating this mess before someone got seriously hurt. "All right," he muttered as he started walking towards the large group. "Someone's gotta talk to them and explain what happened." Beside him, Tamamo stood tall and poised, her golden tails waving gently behind her, her sharp eyes fixed on the enormous figure towering across the clearing. Not alone. Tamamo, ever graceful and deadly, moved beside him in perfect sync. I'll make sure he doesn't pull a fast one. And if he does, I'll make him regret not listening. Issei gave a nod, appreciative of her strength at his side. Thanks. If they have someone that strong, I'd rather not be alone. They stepped forward together, leaving behind the cautious group of family and allies. Behind them, Yuka watched silently, arms crossed, brows tight with concern. Natsu had already started taking magical readings of Makarov, trying to figure out how he got so big. Karasuba simply leaned against the tree, already looking bored and slightly annoyed that the fight ended prematurely. Miki and Goro continued to hold Sakura with worry in their eyes for their son. Mia and Yuzum continued to watch the large group just in case they do something. On the fairy tale side, all eyes were on the advancing pair. The sheer beauty of the woman walking beside the brown-haired boy was enough to make some of the male guild members flush and whisper among themselves, while Gray murmured, "Is it just me, or is she glowing? She has foxtails and ears." Lucy whispered, "Are those real?" Even Makarov, though composed, narrowed his eyes looking at the two in suspicion. Especially at Tamamo. She was ethereal. Long pink hair, regal kimono swaying in the breeze, with beauty eclipsing any woman he had ever seen. But it wasn't her looks that unnerved him, it was her power. This woman wasn't ordinary. He wondered very briefly if Gildarts and himself could best her. And the boy? He'd taken multiple hits from Natsu and stood up again. That alone warranted caution. The guild master slowly began to shrink down, golden magic receding as he returned to his normal, small size. He soon gave a command to Gray to restrain Natsu. His stern gaze never wavered from the approaching duo. They were dangerous, but they also hadn't attacked them yet except for his two children. That counted for something. Issei cleared his throat awkwardly as he and Tamamo stopped a few feet away. Hi. Sorry about everything." He gestured broadly at the chaos around them. "We didn't mean to cause all that." Tamamo gave a shallow bow, her eyes never leaving Makarov. "Forgive us for the earlier chaos. One of ours tends to act before thinking." Tamamo spoke in Japanese, but none could understand her. Urza stepped forward, swords lowered but still ready. "Your companion, the one in black, she nearly killed Natsu." Issei simply scratched his head in embarrassment. "Yeah. I feel pretty bad about that, and all I can say is sorry. She's kind of the loose cannon in the group. We'll try to keep her in line." But in her defense, we sensed something hostile approaching us, and Karasuba went to deal with it. Makarov approached, arms behind his back, squinting at Issei. "Your language is foreign to us. But your words somehow reach me." "How?" "That would be thanks to this," Issei says, showing his watch. "It's very advanced technology that has a universal translator that allows me to speak with others. Unfortunately, I'm the only one who has it." Makarov studied the watch with a scholar's eye before nodding. "I am Makarov Dreyer, Guild Master of Fairy Tale." "And you two are?" "My name is Issei Hayadu," he said, tapping his chest. "This is Tamamonome. My wife." Tamamo smiled politely. "A pleasure." A murmur rippled through the Fairy Tale Guild. "Did he say wife?" Lucy blinked. "Wait, she's his wife? But he looks like a teenager?" Even Urza's brow twitched. "Impressive." Makarov tilted his head slightly. "And the rest of your group?" Issei looked over his shoulder at the assembled collection of powerful and ordinary women, and two concerned parents holding a yawning little girl. "That's my family and my other wives." Silence. Gray blinked. "Wait. How many are your wives?" A single bead of sweat rolled down the side of Issei's head. "Yeah, it's complicated." Makarov exhaled, impressed and jealous. "Clearly." Shaking his head to clear his mind, he asked another question. "Issei," Makarov said, voice firm. "Who are you?" "We're simply travelers that came to this place for a vacation. Unfortunately, we're lost and don't know where we are. If it's not too much of a hassle, could you tell us?" "We were simply walking in this direction to reach the town we saw in the distance. But then Karasuba and the pink-haired guy started fighting. Makarov then signaled Gray to release Natsu and gave a look to him to explain himself. I smelled Igneel, Natsu muttered, half to himself, half accusing. I know I did. Issei held up both hands. I don't know who or what Igneel is. I've never met him. But what do I smell like for you to confuse him for me? He is a dragon. I've been searching for him since I was a kid. A dragon. Well, I'm a completely normal human, but if you smelled a dragon, maybe it's because of this. He raised his gauntlet the boosted gear and allowed its red glow to flare. Drake's voice echoed from within. Hello, boy. The ancient dragon rumbled. You must have quite the nose to be able to smell me. How quaint. Natsu's eyes widened. That voice. That is a dragon. Issei explains. This brings a shock to the members of Fairy Tail at the voice coming from his arm. Makarov's brows furrowed. A dragon? Inside your arm? Issei sighed. It's a long story. While this exchange happened, the rest of the guild members of Fairy Tail slowly approached. And as their gazes swept over the rest of Issei's group, jaws dropped. Whispers rippled through the guild members. Are they really all his wives? Kana whispered as they all heard Issei say they were his wives. Who are these people? Levi breathed, eyes wide. Is it a harem? Happy asked innocently, fluttering by Lucy's shoulder. Tamamo, at the center of attention, seemed to glow in their eyes. Her aura is radiant and mysterious. I don't think even Myra's that pretty, whispered Jet, causing Droid to nod dumbly. Tamamo simply smirked. Careful with those stares, she said silkily. My darling may get jealous. Though the large group had no idea what she said but felt like sighing from pure bliss at her voice. Issei sputtered. Two don't get jealous. Makarov chuckled, rubbing his beard. You're certainly not what I expected, but I've seen stranger. I'd like to hear your full story. Issei nodded. We'd be happy to share. Makarov returned his gaze to Issei. If you truly mean no harm, you'll come with us to the guild. We'll talk further there. Issei looked back to Tamamo, who gave a tiny nod. All right, Issei said. Lead the way. With that, Fairy Tail turned to head back toward Magnolia, Issei's strange, dimensional family trailing behind. Magnolia. The cobbled roads of Magnolia stretched beneath their feet, winding between concrete and timber-framed buildings. Morning sun danced across rooftops and shop signs. And amidst it all, a very unusual procession made its way down the main street. The citizens of Magnolia, already used to the chaos of Fairy Tail's daily life, still found themselves slowing to a halt as they saw the group approach. At the head walked Makarov, flanked by Urza, Gray, Lucy, and the rest of Fairy Tail. But behind them came the real spectacle, a group of breathtakingly beautiful women, each completely different from the last, and a young man at their center with a strange red gauntlet on one arm. And none of them looked like they belonged. Their clothes, for one, were completely alien. Some were traditional, like Tamamo's regal kimono or Mia's Miku outfit, but others wore modern jackets, miniskirts that clashed oddly with the rustic charm of the town. Even more suspicious was the way the group moved, like tourists, yes, but with a childlike wonder that was a little too wide-eyed for comfort. Whoa, Issei muttered under his breath as he looked around. It's like stepping into an anime. I wonder if this is how isekai protagonists feel. With how many times you go to other worlds, technically, you are an isekai protagonist. Natsu whispered beside him, holding up a tablet and furiously recording everything. But more importantly, look at that energy source. Oh my god, those crystals could revolutionize the world's energy crisis. Is that a magical plumbing system? Do they stop talking? Yuka hissed through gritted teeth as she grabbed Matsu's collar to stop her from practically crawling into a street vendor's cart. Onlookers watched with curiosity and growing murmurs. Who are they? They with Fairy Tail? Are they new recruits? No way, did you see the one with the pink hair and tails? Her ears are moving, are those real? Even the local shopkeepers paused to stare. One baker's tray of steaming bread nearly tipped over as he tripped on his own feet, watching Akitsu's silent form. Makarov didn't miss the stares or the surprise that appeared on the travelers' faces. As if they never saw most of the things that were quite common in the world. Especially the orange-haired girl with glasses. Matsuo was far too enthusiastic for a supposed tourist. Not normal, he thought. Not travelers, at least not in the usual sense. And yet, despite everything, they didn't feel like enemies. Behind him, Sakura skipped along happily, holding hands with Goru, pointing at the various stalls and whispering questions to her grandpa, who answered in odd just as much as she asked. Tamamo, walking at Issei's side, kept her head held high, while Yuzum and Mia clung onto Issei's arms, selling the idea that he really had multiple partners. Soon, the towering silhouette of the fairy tale guildhall came into view. Its warm wooden doors were open, laughter and noise spilling out into the street until they arrived. The moment the group stepped onto the stone steps leading into the hall, the noise inside came to a halt. Every member within looked up. Cups paused mid-sip. Dice stopped rolling. Brawls froze mid-swing. Then came the crash of chairs and the sound of clattering trays, as everyone surged forward to get a better look at the parade of otherworldly beauties entering behind their guildmates. "Are we getting new members?" someone shouted. Back OFFI saw the one with the ribbons first. "She's got 3 tails. Is that a kid? Are we becoming a nursery now?" Makarov pinched the bridge of his nose and grumbled. "And they wonder why we have a reputation." But before he could say more, a trio of rune knights in silver armor approached from the side entrance, stopping just short of the guild's master. "Guild Master Makarov," one said urgently. "We need to speak with you immediately. It's regarding Urza Scarlet and a recently postponed council summons." Makarov turned toward them with an exasperated sigh. "I'm a little busy keeping a problem child from burning down a forest. I don't have the time to hear what the council wants now." The rune knight blinked. "But, later," Makarov waved them off. "This takes priority." He then turned to Issei and Tamamo, motioning for their group to follow him inside. "Let's get off the street and come into my office. We've got a lot to talk about." Issei nodded, gently guiding Tamamo and the others behind him. "Let's go, everyone. Try not to break anything." Natsu already had her camera lens out. Makarov's office. The room was cozy, lined with bookshelves, dusty maps, and mementos. A massive window behind the desk let in sunlight, illuminating the table where Makarov Dreyer, Urza Scarlet, and Natsu Dragneel now sat across from Issei, Tamamo, and the members of their group. Makarov leaned back into his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin as he studied the boy before him. His face was thoughtful but not unkind. "So," he began, his voice steady, "are you really just tourists?" Issei blinked. "Oh well," but Makarov didn't let him finish. "Because with the way your group acted in town, and the way your magic feels." He gestured to the windows. "It's almost as if none of you have ever been to Earthland." Urza blinked, sitting up straighter. "Master, are you suggesting they're not from any known continent?" Makarov gave a slow nod. "Exactly." Issei scratched his cheek sheepishly. "Well, to be honest, we're not from this world at all." That made Urza's eyes widen slightly. Even Natsu stopped glaring just long enough to blink. Standing near the corner, Goru, Miki, Masuki, and the rest of the girls who hadn't spoken yet exchanged confused looks. Sakura, curled up beside Yashima, looked up at Issei with innocent curiosity. "Mamas?" she whispered. "What's going on?" "I don't know," Yuka muttered. "I can't understand a damn word they're saying. Hopefully it's nothing serious." Masuki says. Urza looked up at the group of women, frowning. "Not to mention how they can't understand us?" Issei sighed and turned to face his group. "Yeah, sorry. The translator function from the watch only works for me." Yuka stood then, arms crossed, clearly irritated. "Okay, can we please fix that? This whole watch them talk while we sit here dumbly thing is getting old." Tamamo glanced at Yuka, then at the fairy tale trio across the desk. "Fair enough." Without a word, she reached into the air, her fingers forming a mudra as magic swirled around her palms. With fluid, delicate movements, she conjured a series of glowing paper talismans, each inscribed with golden runes and fluttering lightly as if caught in a phantom breeze. The magic in the room thickened like honey. Even Urza and Makarov stiffened slightly, sensing the quality of the spellcraft. With a gesture, Tamamo sent a talisman fluttering to each person in Issei's group. "Carry it on you," she said simply. "It will attune to your man however faint and translate all foreign tongues you hear or speak. Like subtitles for life, Natsu whispered in awe as her talisman settled onto her chest. The talisman flared once with light, then melted away into invisibility, leaving only a warmth behind. Makarov raised a brow. Impressive. Urza looked from Tamamo to the others. That's high-tier spellwork. I've never seen that form of enchantment before. Of course you haven't, Tamamo said with a small, sly smile. The two are now astonished at being able to hear them. I'm just that amazing. Issei coughed awkwardly. You're not helping our we're normal tourist argument. Wait, I can understand the rest now. Natsu suddenly exclaimed. So this is how you guys sound like. It's slightly accented, but it's clear. Yuak said. Same, Mia said, her tone cool but intrigued. Mickey clasped her hands together. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was going to have to start drawing pictures to be able to understand each other. Gora gave a low whistle. Magic sure is handy. Tamamo looked smug. You're welcome. Makarov gave her an appraising glance. You're quite talented. Natsu finally spoke again, leaning forward. So if you're not from Earthland, then where are you from? Issei hesitated. It's complicated. But the short version? We are from another world, or rather multiple worlds. I possess the Dimensional Watch, a futuristic device that allows anyone easy access to travel to other worlds. I have been to more than one, and there I have met my wives. Now they live with me, and we decided that we should take a small vacation with my parents and daughter to a brand new world to relax. That earned a collective intake of breath. Urza's gaze sharpened. Traveling to other worlds. Isn't that dangerous? Kind of. The process to travel is safe, but the world we enter could be dangerous. Issei muttered. Especially if the destination is set to random. Who knows where we could arrive? Tamamo nudged him. It has been quite a journey, hasn't it, darling? He flinched. I mean it has, and I wouldn't change it for the world. Causing the girls to blush. Urza coughed into her fist, not hiding the amused twitch of her mouth. Makarov leaned back in his chair, folding his hands, his expression no longer stern but contemplative. I see, he finally said, voice soft with the weight of understanding. So you truly are from beyond this world. Tamamo nodded gracefully. As we said, Makarov exhaled slowly and looked at Urza and Natsu. In that case, I believe we can forgive your dramatic arrival. You didn't come with hostile intent, and you fought in defense. Thank you, and we apologize for Karasuba attacking your friends. Mia says with an elegant bow. We will make sure that she behaves. Mia gives a glare at Karasuba for causing this mess. But she simply ignores it. Urza gave a firm nod of agreement. Apology accepted. Natsu, however, didn't seem convinced. His narrowed eyes hadn't left Issei since they sat down. The tension in his shoulders had softened, but he leaned forward slightly, voice rough with the fire barely contained in his chest. All right, now tell me, he said, staring at the red gauntlet on Issei's arm. What's with that thing? Issei opened his mouth, then hesitated. He looked down at the boosted gear. The green jewel on its surface pulsed. Then, before he could answer, I suppose I can explain myself. The voice echoed in the room. The jewel glowed brighter. You just love to tell this story? Tamamo complains as she heard it before. I am Dxd, the Welsh dragon, once known as the Heavenly Red Dragon Emperor of Domination. One of the 2 heavenly dragons who shook the foundations of the world. This was the second time the members of Fairy Tale heard him. But that didn't stop the awe and shock at knowing a dragon was in their presence. An emperor. Makarov took note of what he just said. Long ago, there was a great war between angels, devils, and the fallen. Unfortunately, during that time I was in battle with my rival, the second heavenly dragon, Albion. While in the middle of our battle, we entered and interrupted their war, causing the 3 sides to turn their swords on us to be able to continue. Of course, that resulted in us being furious at them and starting a battle that killed many. But in the end we were defeated and our souls were bound to sacred gear by God. Now I have lived for generations as a weapon, passed down through the ages until I came to my current partner, Issei Hayato. Makarov rubbed his chin. So this god sealed your soul in an artifact. Fascinating. Urza kept her eyes on Issei. So when Natsu said you smelled like a dragon, He was smelling Drake, issei finished. Not me. Natsu slowly sat down again, still staring. That's awesome. Everyone blinked. He grinned wide. You have a dragon sealed in your arm. That's like the coolest thing ever. Issei blinked. You're not mad? Why would I be mad? It's disappointing to know that the scent I followed wasn't Igneel. But it's super cool to know other dragons exist. Natsu's grin dimmed slightly. I thought maybe he could help me find Igneel. Issei's expression softened. I'm sorry. But we've never met Igneel. I didn't even know that name until today. Natsu nodded once slowly. Yeah. I get it now. I just got too excited. The name Igneel means nothing to me. Drake confirmed. But I do wonder why you are so invested in finding him. Igneel. He was, Natsu said softly. He is my dad. But one day he just disappeared and I've been trying to find him. Tamamo and the others fell respectfully silent. Especially Issei at knowing Natsu's story. Now that the mystery has been solved, Makarov was in deep thought and looked at them all, then gave a firm nod. You all seem like good people, he said. But you are also completely unknown in power, in origin, and in motive. And while I do not believe you mean harm, I can't, in good conscience, let your group wander Earthland unchecked. Issei blinked, stiffening slightly. Wait, are you saying we're under arrest? Urza stepped in before the tension spiked again. No. The Master is not accusing you of any crime. But he does want to keep what we found out a secret. As this world is dangerous, and what you just revealed could be dangerous to you. Tamamo raised a brow. So, what do you intend to do? Makarov smiled, gently. I would like to formally invite you to stay with us. As honored guests of Fairy Tale. Until we determine a long-term solution for your safety, and for ours. The room was quiet. Misuki tilted her head. Fairy Tale? Yuka gave Makarov a sidelong look. Is that a place or a group? Urza stepped forward, placing a hand to her chest with pride. Fairy Tale is one of the most powerful and well-known magic guilds in all of Fiori. A guild? Mia echoed. Makarov decided to explain. Guilds are organizations where mages gather, take on jobs, develop their skills, and work under a shared banner. We're officially recognized by the Magic Council, and most mages join one. It's like a club, Natsu offered, crossing his arms behind his head, but with adventure and explosions. Makarov chuckled. Not entirely inaccurate. Matsu's eyes lit up. So it's a mix between a workplace, mercenary base, and social network? Tamamo looked around at her companions. So this guild takes in strays? Makarov smiled. We take in the lost. The lonely. The wild. We don't always ask why you came. Just whether you're willing to stand by your family when it matters. A moment of silence passed as that sank in. Issei's group exchanged glances. Some uncertain, some amused, and some like Yuzum, Akitsu, and Yashima curious but eager. Yuka whispered to Issei. They'd at least give us a roof. And it's not like we have a better plan right now. Plus, Tamamo added, brushing her hair back, they don't seem eager to dissect us. Which is a refreshing change, Matsu mumbled. Issei looked at Makarov, then at his group and nodded. All right. We'll accept your offer. We'll stay. Makarov smiled warmly. Good. Then welcome to Fairy Tale. Back in the main hall of Fairy Tale, the atmosphere had shifted from its usual brawling, bickering chaos into a buzzing hive of gossip. Half-empty mugs of ale sat forgotten on tables. Cards lay unplayed. Dice games paused mid-roll. Instead, clusters of guild members huddled together in small groups, whispering in tones that fluctuated between amazement, envy, and unabashed curiosity. Did you see the one with the foxtails? Whispered Kana, resting her elbow on a barrel while sipping from another. I swear she looked like something out of a painting. And what about the white-haired one? Jet added, gesturing wildly. She moved like a predator ready to kill. Gave me chills. The orange-haired one with the glasses. That brainy type? That's my kind of girl, Nab grunted. You say that about every girl. Kana muttered. At the front of the hall, Mira Jane, ever the gracious barmaid, leaned over the counter with her usual sweet expression. But her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she listened in. Just then, the doors creaked open and in came the team that had accompanied Makarov and the trio. Lucy, Gray, Happy, and Elfman stepped inside, only to be instantly swarmed. Tell us everything. Where are they from? Are they joining the guild? Do they really all belong to the brown-haired guy? Was it true that Urza was fighting the silver-haired one? The questions flew like arrows in every direction. Gray scratched the back of his neck. All right. Calm down. One at a time. Happy zipped up beside Lucy. The guy's name is Issei. And he's got a dragon living in his arm. What? Several people gasped at once. Yup, Happy confirmed. Said his name was Drag. Gave Natsu a real scare. Lucy stepped forward, her hands raised to keep the crowd at bay. Okay, here's the quick version. They're travelers from distant lands that came here on a vacation. The guild erupted into fresh murmurs. Kana leaned back against the bar and raised an eyebrow. And apparently that scrawny guy with the red gauntlet is the husband to all those stunning women. I saw one of them call him darling, Elfman muttered, folding his arms. It was manly. Biska blinked. Wait. All of them? Yup, Gray confirmed. Every single one of those girls is involved with him. I don't even think he knows how he ended up in that situation. The little girl was his daughter, Lucy added. Wait, that adorable little girl is his daughter? Mary Jane blinked. She's so cute. Yeah, she was with the silver-haired woman, Droy chimed in. The one who fought Urza. That drew a hush. Wait, she fought Urza? Macau repeated slowly. Elfman nodded, jaw clenched. And not just fought. Matched. Blow for blow. Urza switched armors 3 times before Master had to end the fight. That sent a ripple through the guild like a shockwave. The idea of anyone going to Adodo with Titania and not dying was practically blasphemous. Holy crap, Warren whispered. Think they will be joining Fairy Tail? Lucy crossed her arms, still thinking. Honestly, who knows? But they sure are strong. Especially the scary one with the sword, Jet muttered. She looked like she wanted to kill everyone. Kana snorted. So does Urza on a bad day. Everyone chuckled nervously. Fairy Tail always finds the weird ones, Mira mused, looking toward the master's office. Soon the great double doors of Makarov's office creaked open. Every head in the guild hall turned as Urza Scarlet stepped out first, her posture and her tone sharp and clear. Attention, everyone! The din of conversation died in an instant. Mugs were set down. Elbows dropped from counters. A few poorly concealed gasps escaped as all eyes turned toward the crimson-haired knight, who radiated an aura of command that made even the rowdiest guild members sit up straight. Behind her, Makarov walked at a slower pace, hands folded behind his back. His expression was calm but resolute. Issei emerged next, flanked by Tamamo, Yuka, Matsu, Karasuba, and the rest of the group. Sakura skipped ahead of them, tugging playfully on Akitsu's hand, entirely unbothered by the tension in the room. Every Fairy Tail member stared. The room buzzed with barely contained curiosity. The fox woman. The graceful maiden. The swords woman with the cold eyes. The shy hammer girl. The ice maiden. The tech whiz. The little girl. The parents. And the brown-haired boy who, somehow, seemed to be the glue binding them all together. Makarov stepped up to the center of the guild's main hall and raised a hand. Ahem, these guests, he began, gesturing toward the newcomers, are not from Fiori and are lost travelers. While powerful, they have shown restraint, curiosity, kindness. I have decided to invite them to stay here in Magnolia, to be watched over by Fairy Tail until they can find their footing. I expect them to be treated with dignity and hospitality. His gaze hardened slightly. And I expect you all, he added, to be on your best behavior. A moment of dead silence. Then, Mira clapped her hands together with a bright smile. Let's prepare rooms for them and make sure they're comfortable. They'll need help adjusting. A flood of chatter followed, the kind only Fairy Tail could unleash. Issei, still adjusting to the sheer noise level, leaned toward Tamamo. I'm starting to understand that this place is quite chaotic. Tamamo grinned. But this kind of chaos has a certain charm, doesn't it? Karasuba, behind them, scoffed. So we're being babysat. Urza, overhearing her, shot a sharp glance. We're offering protection, not surveillance. Don't mistake hospitality for weakness. Karasuba met her gaze and grinned. Careful. I might start liking you. Yuka looked over the crowd and then back at Issei. I guess this is our life now. Sakura tugged on Issei's sleeve. Papa, does this mean we live here now? He chuckled, ruffling her hair. For now, yeah? Makarov sighed but smiled, watching his family start to get lively. Welcome to Fairy Tale, he muttered under his breath as he headed outside to talk to the knights that came with a message from the council. The members descended like curious wolves on fresh territory. Hey there, silver-haired beauty. Jet was the first to shoot forward, flashing a grin at Karasuba, who blinked once then slowly, deliberately reached for her sword. Jet saw this and stopped mid-stride. Uncle's sword. Big fan of blades. Very cool. I'll just be over here. Droy and Mikau were next, aiming their attention toward Tamamo and Yuka, who stood with arms folded and eyes sharp. So, what's a pretty girl like you doing with that guy? Droy asked, nodding at Issei. Tamamo's lips curled into a smirk. Sharing a bed. Yuka chimed in without blinking. Raising a child. The two men paled instantly. Ooh, Mikau stammered. That's nice. From nearby, Kana sipped from her barrel and laughed. Boys really thought they had a chance. Issei, at the center of the growing commotion, shifted from foot to foot as the guild's attention circled around him like a shark tank. The men who had failed to flirt were now staring at him like he was a living, breathing cheat code. That guy? Jet whispered, stunned. He's got all of them? What's his magic? Hypnosis? Droy muttered. Is he rich? Mikau asked, eyes narrowing. Nope, Natsu called out as if on cue. He's just stupidly honest and too selfless for his own good. Tamamo smirked. Also, the best cuddle I've ever had. Yuka sighed. And infuriatingly honest. Karasuba added flatly, and surprisingly strong. Elfman walked up and gave Issei a firm clap on the back that nearly knocked him over. Having that many strong women around you, that's manly, Issei wheezed. Marijane, ever the graceful hostess, approached next with her usual gentle smile. She turned to Mia, Masuki, and Miki. I hope our guild isn't too overwhelming, she said warmly. We're a loud bunch, but we protect our own. Miki chuckled, taking in the energy around her. It's like a war zone. Masuki nodded thoughtfully. Still more stable than my daughter's high school from the last time I visited. Mia simply smiled, eyes half-lidded. I've fought in wars quieter than this. Sakura, still clinging to Akitsu's hand, wandered up to Lucy and Happy. You're a talking kitty, she gasped. Happy puffed up proudly. I am. Lucy crouched with a warm smile. What's your name, sweetheart? I'm Sakura. Papa and Mama brought me here on a magic trip. Lucy looked over to Issei and Tamamo, then back to the child. You've got a big family, huh? Gray was already halfway out of his shirt. Let's go. Wait, what kind of celebration? Issei started to ask, just before a beer mug flew past his head and shattered against the post behind him. Of course it's a fight, Natsu deadpanned, slowly stepping behind Tamamo for cover. Sakura looked up in awe. Mama, is this normal? Tamamo didn't flinch, her expression unreadable. For them? Apparently. A flying table narrowly missed Masuki, who was too stunned to even scold anyone yet. Goru, meanwhile, calmly picked up Sakura and stepped back toward the wall with a grunt. Your old man sure knows how to pick his friends. Whoa! Elfman roared, clothes already torn, wrestling with Jet and Droy simultaneously. This is what it means to be a man. Issei turned to run only for Natsu to grab him by the collar and drag him straight into the center of the melee. Come on, dragon bro. Let's spar while everyone's watching. No! I'm not a dragon bro. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Issei screamed as Natsu launched a punch, which he dodged just in time only to get tripped by Gray sliding across the floor mid-brawl. Karasuba's eyes lit up. She had been standing off to the side, arms crossed, until now. But watching the chaos, the flames, the shouts, the battle lust surged up like a geyser. This, she whispered, grinning madly, looks fun. With a flick of her wrist, her sword slid into her hand. Urza immediately took notice. Stop right there, Urza barked, already changing into her hard crew's armor. Karasuba's grin widened. Make me. The clang of their blades echoed above the chaos, drawing gasps as the two most terrifying women in the room clashed again with no hard feelings, but all the intensity of a duel. Tamamo and Yuka slowly took seats at a table that had somehow survived. Should we help? Yuka asked hesitantly, watching issei flail through a brawl between Kana and a half-naked Grey. Tamamo sipped tea from a small cup she had conjured. No. I want to see how long our dear husband survives. Akitsu tilted her head. 1 minute. Maybe 2. Yashima, caught between pushing a couch upright and shielding a bowl of soup from being spilled, whispered, Is this a welcome or a riot? Yes, Natsu answered, ducking under a flying barrel. The fairy tale brawl raged on, Mirajane giggling while tossing trays like frisbees, Levi hiding under a table with a notebook, and Sakura clapped like she was watching a festival. And then a shadow fell across the room. Cold and terrifying. A presence more chilling than any ice-make spell. Mia stood, silent, motionless, as she had enough at the chaos around her. A Hanya mask started forming on her face. The room froze. Grey stopped mid-punch. Natsu's flame flickered out. Even Karasuba paused, her blade inches from Urza's face. Karasuba whispered. In the deathly silence, Mia's voice rang out with unnatural calm. Enough. No one moved as each syllable was heavy with the weight of doom. The mask glowed faintly. The air thickened with dread. Even Urza took a step back, afraid. Karasuba raised her sword, then slowly, very slowly, sheathed it with a hiss of steel. Natsu sat cross-legged on the floor. Yes, ma'am. Grey saluted instinctively. Sakura clapped again. Yay! Mama Mia wins! Mia removed the mask. Her usual gentle smile returned. Now then, clean this up or else. The entire guild nodded in sync like scolded schoolchildren. Issei crawled across the floor to his group. Is this what fairy tale is always like? The once chaotic guild hall had finally settled down after Mia's terrifying intervention. Plates were cleaned, mugs emptied, and bruises tended. Most of the fairy tale members gave a wide berth to Issei's group after witnessing what the mom of the group was capable of. Makarov Dreyer, third master of the fairy tale guild, stepped back inside after his meeting with the Rune Knights. He paused mid-step, blinking in mild surprise at the immaculate state of the guild hall. Tables had been repaired. Chairs were neatly lined up. The floor sparkled from fresh scrubbing. Broken bottles and plates off which there had been many were nowhere to be seen. He raised a bushy white brow and looked around. What happened here? He knows for sure he heard the sound of his children starting another of their famous brawls. But there is no sign of their roughhousing. He noticed that even Urza was standing rigidly beside the wall, her arms stiff at her sides. Her expression was carefully neutral, but her eyes filled with fear. That was new. Makarov narrowed his eyes. Urza, what happened while I was gone? Nothing of note, master, she said quickly. Suspicion crossed his features, but the master sighed, folding his arms. Right. And I suppose the guild cleaned itself. Behind him, Natsu, Happy, Elfman, Kana, Jet, Dory and Grey very carefully avoided making eye contact. I'll ask again later, Makarov muttered under his breath. He turned back to Urza, voice returning to a more serious tone. I need to speak with you in my office. It's about a situation with the Magic Council. Urza nodded without hesitation. Understood. The council wants a formal presentation. You'll be standing before them soon, he added, glancing over his shoulder. As Urza strode silently, Makarov's eyes turned toward the rest of the newcomers: Issei, Tamamo, Yuka, Natsu, Karasuba, Yuzum, and the rest of their extended family now calmly gathered in a corner, sitting and observing. Some with wonder on how the guild members fixed the damages. Issei caught his eye and waved a little awkwardly. He was sandwiched between Natsu, who was fiddling with a crystal radio she had borrowed from someone, and Sakura, who was currently braiding strands of Yuzum's hair. Tamamo sipped tea like she was already part of the furniture. Makarov smiled. All right then. He turned to the bar, where Mirajane had just finished pouring a glass of juice for one of the younger guild members. Mira, he called out. Do me a favor, will you? She looked up and smiled. Of course, master. What do you need? I want you to give our guests a proper tour of the guild. Show them around. Let them know where they'll be staying. Might help the rest of the guild calm down too. Happy to. Mira chimed, already walking toward the group. They'll be in good hands. Unless we provoke Mia again, Gray muttered. Oh God, not again. Lucy added, still trying to glue the handle back onto her mug. Makarov waved it all off and headed back toward his office with a sigh. Mira Jane stood before the newcomers with her hands clasped sweetly in front of her apron. All right, everyone. Since you'll be with us for a little while, how about I show you around? Who are you? Tamamo asked, giving her a look both intrigued and amused. My name is Mira Jane. I'm the barmaid and a senior member, Mira said cheerfully. Karasuba narrowed her eyes. You look strong. Mira tilted her head with a playful smile. Oh no. I'm not a fighter. And Mia is just a simple housewife. Yashima says sarcastically and instinctively took a step behind Issei. Issei sighed, standing. Lead the way, Miss Mira Jane. Call me Mira. She winked, which Issei blushed as it came from a beautiful girl. His harem made sure to show their displeasure by pinching his waist. As the group followed her on the tour of the guild. The lounge is where most of us hang out when we're not on quest, Mira explained with a laugh as they passed a wide-open space filled with tables, chairs and a few injured mages icing bruises. Aiko would have called it a nerd den. Yuzim called it a pretty chill vibe. Tamamo nodded approvingly. I wouldn't mind reading here sometime. Is that a job board? Matsu pointed ahead, eyes lighting up as she saw dozens of mission posters pinned up on a large wooden wall. Yep, Mira said proudly. Everything from monster hunting to babysitting. Though you'd be surprised which ones end up being more dangerous. Yashima tilted her head. Babysitting? Mira deadpanned. One word. Twins. Issei laughed. We've got one. That's enough danger. The next stop was the guild's modest but well-stocked library. Levy McGarden was sitting at a table, nose deep in a tome, but looked up and smiled when she saw the group. Welcome. She waved shyly. If you need help reading anything, especially in the old tongue, I am your girl. Matsu's entire body jolted with excitement. You have a library. I can already feel the danger, Issei muttered under his breath. Mira laughed. Matsu, this might become your favorite room. But the rules are, unless you're a member, we can't allow you to read the books. But we don't really enforce that rule. Thank you? Matsu echoed as she was already talking with Levy about books that explain the basics of magic. Finally, Mira led them to the living quarters. Each room was cozy and designed for comfort. Several already had names pinned to the doors, but 6 guest rooms had been freshly prepared for their use. You'll be sharing, Mira said, glancing between the couples. Though from what I've heard, you're all rather close anyway. Issei flushed, but Yuka pulled him into their room with a small smile. Let them think what they want. Mia, ever graceful, bowed politely. Thank you for your hospitality. Truly. Mira waved it off with that angelic charm of hers. It's what fairy tale does. Now, as the day turned to night, Issei and his group had retired to the guest rooms provided by Makarov. The rooms weren't extravagant, but they were spacious, warm, and surprisingly well kept. Issei sat at the edge of a large bed, idly running a hand through his hair as the events of the day settled in his chest. What do you think of this world, Drake? It's interesting to learn that dragons exist here. I wish we could have met them. Though I do wonder what this Igneel was thinking in adopting a human child. Drake responded from Issei's hand. What, don't tell me the big dragon wouldn't be able to handle a kid? Issei jokes and teases. I could raise a kid, just fine. Oh, then is there a little Drake out in our world after you died? No. Unfortunately, I never did have children of my own. Drake said sadly and wondered why the memory of the Chaos Dragon came to his head. What I am trying to say is that most dragons are not the most delicate species, and humans, especially children, are quite fragile. It's a miracle he hasn't been accidentally stepped on. I'm also interested in this dragon slayer magic. To think the dragons of this world would give such a tool to humans to kill our species. Huh. You're right, that is pretty weird. But didn't the biblical God do the same thing when he created the Longinus? That is true. I wonder what they were all thinking. Partner, I want you to ask the boy Natsu to teach you this type of magic. I wonder what the result will be. It might even give you a resistance to other dragon slayers. As you saw during your short fight, it was enough to actually break the gauntlet. That could be useful for you to be stronger. Issei actually thinks about it, as this magic could help him protect the girls. Soon the door creaked behind him. Yuka slipped in first, arms crossed. Tired? He nodded. Mentally. Not physically. He chuckled softly. Kind of used to the chaos now. You're getting used to it a bit too well, Yuka teased with a raised brow. Honestly, you should have seen your face when Natsu dragged you into that brawl. It was like watching a puppy caught in a thunderstorm. Yeah, well, that puppy almost got kicked in the nuts, he muttered. Behind her, Tamamo gracefully entered the room. She took a seat beside him on the bed, tail swaying gently behind her. That Natsu boy, Tamamo said. He reminds me of you. Except even more reckless than you and with no patience. Please don't compare me to that hot-headed, Issei said, raising an eyebrow. Yuka smiled and leaned against the wall. Still, you held your own. I think that impressed them. It nearly roasted me alive, Issei admitted. If not for the boosted gear and Draeng's warning, I might have taken a direct hit. Which means you need to train more, Tamamo said sweetly, then added in a teasing whisper, Can't have you get beat up in front of all your wives, can we? Issei blushed slightly. You could offer support, you know. Not jabs. I am supporting you, she said innocently. You're alive, aren't you? Just then, a knock came at the door. It opened a second later without waiting for a response, and Mia stepped in. We'll be preparing dinner downstairs shortly. The guild's allowing us use of their kitchen, but I thought I'd check in first. Is everything all right? Issei looked up, warmed by her presence. Yeah. Just decompressing. Mia's eyes softened. You've done well, Issei. Keeping calm in front of guild, protecting us all. Yuka and Tamamo exchanged a look. Issei stood, stretching. Thanks. It's hard, you know? Being the guy everyone looks to. I'm just a high schooler. One with a gauntlet and too many girls. Yuka smirked. And don't forget your daughter. Tamamo hummed, tilting her head. And your fox goddess. And your genius, busted inventor, came Matsu's voice as she leaned into the doorway with a smug grin. Also, we're hungry. Yuzum popped her head in too. Yeah, hubby. Let's have dinner. Yuka tugged him by the collar and pushed him toward the hallway. Come on. Let's eat before you faint. I'm starting to think I was safer fighting Natsu. The next day, up in the guest wing, a gentle knock came at the door of one of the rooms. Issei stirred first. The warmth of soft limbs draped around him and faint tickles of pink, black and brown hair reminded him that he wasn't alone, not that he ever was these days. On his left was Yuka, holding his arm like a plush pillow. On his right, Tamamo had curled her tails around his waist like a living blanket. He groaned softly, rubbing his eyes. Why does every morning feel like I'm waking up after a training match with Karasuba? I heard that, came a muffled voice from the room next door. Karasuba herself. Issei flinched. Why are the walls so thin in this guild? Tamamo yawned delicately beside him, then nuzzled into his shoulder. Because it's not a love hotel, dear. Yuka stretched, clearly waking up, but not moving from her spot. Can't we skip the whole getting up thing? Let's just pretend today's a lazy day. You say that, Issei muttered, but you know the others will barge in any second. As if on cue, a knock came again, this time followed by a familiar chirpy voice. Issei, breakfast's being made. Get up before we eat everything. Yuzum called. And next time it's my turn. There it is, he sighed, slipping out of bed as carefully as he could. Yuka gave a reluctant groan while Tamamo pouted and muttered, 5 more minutes. Downstairs in the guild's kitchen, Mia had already taken over operations, despite the fairy tale cooks being more than capable. Please let me, she said to one of the kitchen assistants, her voice as pleasant as her eyes were commanding. Mira, watching from the bar, smiled warmly. She really is a natural. Matsu was nearby, already working on enhancing a cooking stove with some sort of mana crystal converter. Trying to test her new knowledge after spending the night in the library. Poor Levi had been forced to teach her the written language and spent all day and night explaining magic to the hungry Matsu. If I can get this interface stable, we can use less wood for stronger flames. Efficient and eco-friendly. You're going to explode the guild, Yuka warned as she entered with issei, brushing her hair back into a simple braid. Tamamo followed shortly after, fully refreshed and humming to herself. The moment they entered, Sakura ran over with Yashima. Papa! Mama! We're helping! Akitsu was behind them, her expression blank as always, though her sleeves were rolled up as she washed rice. Helping by eating snacks, Mia said dryly, pinching a mochi ball from Sakura's hand before handing her a smaller one. Eat after breakfast. Miki and Goro were at one of the long tables, sipping tea and chatting quietly with Mikao and Wakaba. The parents were clearly fascinated by the stories of the older members' adventures. The peaceful morning broke again with a loud thud. Natsu crashes into the guild hall, grinning ear to ear. Issei! He shouted. Let's go train. I wanna see if your gauntlet can block my fire now. No, Issei said immediately, not even looking up from his cup of tea. Ah, come on, you can boost and stuff. I'm eating, Issei muttered. And I like not being on fire. Come on. We are both dragon-themed fighters. Let's hang out. Issei stops and thinks about his talk with Drake last night, and then remembers his dad's desire to go fishing. Alright, I'll train and spar with you, but only if you can show me a good place for me and Dad to go fishing. Is that all? Me and Happy know the perfect place. But then the doors to the guild were opened again. One by one, guild members filtered into the dining area groggy-eyed, stretching sore limbs, and murmuring about leftover bruises from last night's chaos. But their steps slowed the moment they saw the long tables laid out in elegant rows of unfamiliar, neatly arranged dishes. Amira? Mikao blinked as he eyed a bowl of natto suspiciously. Where's the usual bacon and eggs? Mira Jane, already seated with a plate and smiling like a proud hostess, answered sweetly, today's breakfast was prepared by Mia. It's a traditional breakfast from their homeland. That answer made everyone freeze. Mia? As in the masked lady? Gray asked, poking his head in cautiously. The one who made Urza back down. Kana added. She cooked? Jet muttered. I thought she only knew how to terrify people, Droy whispered. She was really terrifying. Lucy muttered, glancing at her plate warily. Despite the hesitation, stomachs growled and curiosity won out. Slowly, the guild members trickled in and took their seats, though more quietly than usual. The usual morning rowdiness was absent, replaced by cautious shuffling of chopsticks and whispered observations. Issei, seated between Tamamo and Yuka, tried to hide his amusement. I think they're more scared of her than they are of Karasuba. I'm not scary, Mia said sweetly as she passed the tray of grilled salmon, wearing her apron and a gentle smile that somehow still made grown men sit straighter. Jet finally braved the pickled plum and widened his eyes. Whoa, this is amazing. You can taste the balance in the broth. Levy gasped, already halfway through her second bowl. This grilled fish melts in your mouth, Happy murmured. She's super talented, Lucy said, astonished. Even Natsu, who was halfway through devouring a mountain of rice, paused. Maya, this stuff is great. Got any more? Eat what's in front of you first, young man, Mia replied, already placing another tray down in front of him. Just as everyone began relaxing into the meal, Karasuba's eyes scanned the room again. Where's the redhead? She asked suddenly. The chatter paused. Issei blinked. You mean Urza? Karasuba nodded, spearing a piece of daikon radish. She's the only one in this place worth a proper fight. A hush fell over the table as Makarov entered the hall, arms raised in a yawn. He paused, sniffed the air, then gave a grunt of pleasure. Oh ho! What's this delightful aroma? Mary Jane rose to greet him. Mia prepared today's breakfast. Makarov's eyes lit up. Well, she's full of surprises. He shuffled over to the nearest plate and sat down beside Issei's father, Gora. I'll take a bit of everything. As he began to eat, Issei spoke up. Master, where's Urza? Will she be joining us? Makarov sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Ah. She was summoned to appear before the Magic Council this morning. They want her to give an official report about Eisenwald and the flute incident. She should return by tomorrow. That answer brought a visible frown to Tamamo's face. And you trust her enough to go alone? Urza's handled them before, Makarov assured her. Karasuba grinned. Pity. I wanted a rematch. Makarov took a bite of the grilled fish and closed his eyes with a satisfied groan. By the gods, this is divine. If you ever leave your home world, Mia, you're hired as Fairy Tale's personal chef. Mia chuckled behind her sleeve. Flattery will get you seconds, master. The bustling heart of Magnolia's shopping district came alive with the sounds of bells and voices. Storefronts proudly displayed glittering wares meant to impress even the pickiest mage or richest noble. Lucy Hartfilia led the way, her blonde ponytail bouncing as she chatted animatedly with Levy McGarden, pointing out popular boutiques and magical shops. Trailing behind them were a Masuki, ever sharp-eyed and calculating Yuzum, practically glued to the shop windows with stars in her eyes, Matsu, scribbling furiously in her notebook while muttering formulas under her breath, and Yashima, her movements small and nervous as she followed, occasionally pausing at displays like a shy tourist. Oh my god, Yuzum gasped, stopping dead in her tracks in front of an upscale boutique. Look at these threads. Mannequins lined the front window, modeling robes that shimmered with runes woven into the fabric itself. Dresses that floated slightly off the floor. Suits that shifted color depending on your mood. And accessories, bracelets, earrings, chokers that pulsed with gentle magical auras. Levy leaned closer to the glass and tapped it. That ring? It's got a silent spell woven into it. The wearer can block all sound for a few seconds. Great for concentration or sneaking. Yuzum's eyes widened. These enchantments are stitched right into the fabric. This is amazing, Matsu hummed as she scribbled in her notebook, eyes darting over the stitch patterns and energy signatures. 3-layer mana threads. Intermediate inscription runes. Resistance enchantment. I can absolutely reverse engineer this. Don't say that out loud, Lucy whispered, glancing nervously at a nearby mage clerk who was fluffing scarves enchanted to change temperature based on the weather. Meanwhile, Masuki stood near a rotating platform that displayed a shifting outfit, a blouse turned into a corset, then into a sleeveless battle tunic, then into a sleek business dress. She crossed her arms and tapped her chin, calculating. An entire machine that can automatically make clothes. She murmured. And then mass-producing them? Yuzum, we might need to bring some of these back home. Imagine having this sort of variety for the store. Automated versatility. Yashima hesitantly reached for a wide-brimmed sun hat resting atop a display. Do I look okay? She asked shyly as she placed it on her head. Lucy turned with a wide smile and clapped her hands together. You look adorable. It suits your vibe. Yashima blushed, the compliment clearly overwhelming her. Thank you. Yuzum, now clutching a magical belt that slimmed your figure and adjusted your posture, sighed. I want all of this. Let's just get a few things to start with and… We can't, Masuki interrupted, frowning at the glass price tag on a pair of magical boots that hovered inches off the ground. We don't have any of this world's currency. Yuzum and Yashima both turned with crestfallen faces. What? Yuzum whined. But I want this color-changing silk. Matsu tapped the back of her pen on her temple. We don't even know the conversion rate between yen and whatever this place uses. Lucy and Levy exchanged looks. Right, Levy began, rubbing the back of her neck. I forgot. You guys aren't exactly locals. Lucy stepped in helpfully. You can gain money from questing. If you're a registered mage with a guild like Fairy Tale, you can accept official requests from townsfolk, nobles, or businesses. Anything from monster hunting and cargo protection to, babysitting. Complete it, and you get paid in jewels. Jewels? Masuki echoed. That's the currency? Yep, Lucy nodded. Most of us live entirely off the pay from missions. But if you don't feel like doing that, I'm sure we can find a job opening in one of these stores. Yuzum perked up. Wait. You're saying that if we just join the guild and do jobs, we can earn money and then buy all the magical fashion we want? That's the idea, Levy giggled. Welcome to freelance mage life. Masuki turned back to the rotating wardrobe. We need to register then. Build up credibility. Start small. But this is doable. Matsu closed her notebook. These are acceptable terms. Yashima hesitated. But are we even allowed to join? Lucy smiled. That's up to Master Makarov. But he's already let you stay as guests. And fairy tale? We don't judge backgrounds. If you've got the heart, I'm sure you will be welcomed. Yuzum's eyes sparkled like she just won a lifetime discount card. Then I'm in. Time to earn those shopping funds. I'm telling ya. Natsu grinned wide, thumbing toward the winding forest path. It's the best fishing spot in all of Fiori. I come here whenever I want to relax or take a nap. Happy chimed in, floating beside him. We even caught a fish this big last time. You dropped it before we could weigh it, Natsu mumbled. You scared it when you sneezed fire. Happy huffed. Behind the duo, the rest of the group followed with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Issei, decked out in casual clothes with Sakura over his shoulders, walked between his parents Mickey and Gora feeling oddly at peace. It's been a while, Issei said softly, glancing at his dad. Since we did anything like this. Gora smiled, adjusting his fishing gear. Too long. Glad we're getting the chance now. Even if we're, in a world with flying cats. Mickey chuckled beside them. At least no one's trying to kill us. That's progress. Papa, that bird has so many colors. Sakura pointed with wide eyes at the strange birds, using her new height to see different animals. Further behind, Tamamo, Yuka, Mia, and Akitsu walked together, each throwing occasional glances at Issei, who was too caught up in his conversation to notice. Tamamo flicked a foxtail thoughtfully. We should use this chance. Fishing is slow, perfect time to cozy up. Yuka narrowed her eyes. You mean flirt shamelessly? Exactly, Tamamo said with a grin. Akitsu blinked slowly. I also want to flirt with Ashikabisama. Mia gave a serene smile. Then we'll take turns. No pushing. Don't forget me, Karasuba said from the back, arms folded, walking with visible boredom. I'm only here because he is. You could at least pretend to enjoy this peaceful day. Mia said lightly. Karasuba scoffed. This is me pretending. The lake. Eventually, the path opened to a breathtaking lake tucked between rocky cliffs and dense trees. Its water was crystal clear, reflecting the blue sky like glass. The shore was lined with smooth rocks and tufts of grass. Dragonflies hovered above the surface, and a few ripples indicated fish below. See? Natsu declared proudly, spreading his arms. Told ya it was perfect. Issei stepped up beside him and nodded. I'll give you that. It's beautiful. It's so pretty. Sakura chimed as she looked at the lake. Issei soon lets her down and Sakura is quick to chase the dragonflies. All right. Happy cheered, already flinging his tiny line into the water. Let's catch dinner. The group quickly spread out. Issei sat on a large, flat rock at the water's edge. His father joined him, the two casting their lines together in practiced rhythm. The silence between them was easy, comforting. You've grown up a lot, Gora said quietly. Issei blinked. You think so? You used to freak out if a worm touched you. Now you're traveling dimensions and keeping a family together. Issei laughed. I still hate worms. Behind them, Mickey chuckled softly while keeping her distance, chatting with Mia who was expertly laying out snacks. Meanwhile, Tamamo gracefully settled herself at Issei's side, offering him a rice ball. Eat while you fish, darling. You'll need energy. Oh thanks, he muttered, cheeks a little pink. Yuka slid down on his other side, pretending to fix her rod but clearly inching closer. If he eats your food, Tamamo, that doesn't mean he loves you more. Tamamo sipped her tea. Of course not. He loves me more for other reasons. I am right here, Issei said between bites. Noted, Akitsu said, suddenly appearing behind him and sitting down without a word, quietly leaning against his shoulder. You're very sneaky, Issei muttered. I am cold. You are warm. Natsu, watching all this with wide eyes from a few feet away, nudged Gora. Is this normal? Gora just laughed. This is mild. Happy flew over to Karasuba, who hadn't even picked up a pole yet. Aren't you gonna fish? She sat cross-legged on a boulder and closed her eyes. I don't need fish. I'm here for the view. Happy blinked. What view? Karasuba opened one eye and smirked toward Issei's direction. You wouldn't get it. Hours later, the afternoon sun shimmered across the lake. Lines tugged. Fish flopped. The scent of cooked rice and grilled vegetables filled the air. Laughter echoed among the trees. Goro reeled in a fat, silvery fish. That's number 3 for me. Show off, Natsu grumbled, having caught exactly 0. Let's just cook what we have, Tamamo said, already lighting a fire with a few magical gestures. Mia and Mickey teamed up at the makeshift grill, preparing the fish with practiced grace. Akitsu cleans the fish with disturbingly efficient knife work. Sakura looks at what Akitsu did and turns a bit green at seeing the blood and guts. While Karasuba finally uncrossed her arms and wandered closer, lured by the smell. Issei watched them all, warmth growing in his chest. Yeah, he murmured, smiling to himself. This is a good day. The orange glow of late afternoon followed the group as they made their way back through the bustling streets of Magnolia. The warm laughter of children, the creak of shop signs in the breeze, and the clatter of carts filled the air. At the front of the group walked Goro, positively beaming, a string of freshly caught fish slung over one shoulder. That was the most fun I've had in years, he said proudly, patting Issei on the back. Did you see the size of that trout? I thought it was going to bite me. We did, Mickey said with a soft laugh. You screamed. Grandpa made a funny face. Sakura cheered. Like a hero, Goro declared. Behind them, Tamamo, Yuka, Mia, Akitsu, and Karasuba walked at a leisurely pace, the satisfaction of a relaxing day evident even on Karasuba's normally stoic face. Happy floated lazily beside them, holding a smaller fish in his paws, nibbling contentedly. I still say that fireball fishing would have worked, Natsu muttered. No one wants roasted scales, Tamamo said without turning her head. They rounded the corner toward the guild, where the large doors of Fairy Tale stood open. Inside voices echoed, laughter rang out, and so did the sound of heavy boots. As they stepped in, they were surprised to find the rest of their family had just returned as well. Masuki, Yuzum, Matsu, Levi, Lucy, and Yashima stood in the center of the guild hall, arms crossed or hands on hips, looking equal parts frustrated and thoughtful. Yuzum spotted them first. Hey! Fishing party! Get over here! Issei walked up, eyebrow raised. What happened? You all look mildly disappointed. We went shopping, Matsu said flatly, waving a notebook in one hand. Found some amazing magical machines outfits that change with the push of a button, some accessory enchantments I could tinker with, and a few magic books on casting and chanting. And? Tamamo prompted. We couldn't buy any of it, Masuki added. Because we don't have the local currency. We even tried seeing if we could work out a trade, but Yashima rubbed the back of her neck. They don't exactly seem thrilled for a change. The group fell into thoughtful silence. Even Gora's fishing joy dulled slightly as he glanced at his wife and daughter. Damn, Issei muttered. That stuff would have helped with the store, too, Matsu pouted. The tech alone is drool-worthy. Natsu scratched his head. You do know how people make money here, right? The group turned toward him. Natsu pointed a thumb at the guild crest hanging high above the bar. Join a guild. Take quests. Complete them. Get paid. Simple. Happy floated up behind him. And if you're gonna join one, why not the best one? Fairy Tale, Natsu and Happy said in unison, puffing their chests out proudly. Yuka folded her arms, nodding thoughtfully. That actually makes sense. Tamamo tilted her head. It would also ease the burden of relying too heavily on the guild's hospitality. Exactly, Yuka said. Makarov's been nothing but kind, but it's better if we contribute. Issei rubbed his chin. It's not like we can keep living here. It's all temporary. Mickey stepped forward. And maybe we should build something more stable while we're here. Everyone turned toward her. I'm not saying we're abandoning our world, she continued. But we don't know how long we'll be in Earthland. Having a proper roof over our heads, one we own, would be smart. Mia nodded sagely. And if we're joining a guild, we need to decide who should. Some of us aren't combat-oriented or want to fight. They looked between each other, each member weighing their strengths, their desires, and what made the most sense. I'm joining, Issei said immediately. I've got the boosted gear, I've been training, and well, Drake probably wants some action again. I would prefer seeing you actually fight something, partner. I will too, said Karasuba, cracking her knuckles. If there's battle, I'm in. I want to help, Yashima spoke up next, her voice soft but sure. I've trained enough. I want to support our family. Yuzum stepped forward, striking a playful pose. You know I'm not missing out on adventuring with hubby. Akitsu simply nodded. I follow Ashukabisama. I'm in. The room turned to Yuka, who met their gaze evenly. I said it from the start, she said, giving Issei a side smile. If you're diving into danger, I'm diving with you. Natsu gave a dramatic sigh. I'm joining, but only to continue having access to their library. Tamamo laughed. You're not the type for roughing it. Natsu huffed. I could be. Sakura raised her hand. Can I go too? No, Issei and Tamamo said in unison. Maybe when you're older, Issei added. Sakura pouted and leaned into Akitsu. Mama Akitsu convinced them. Tamamo soon goes to meet her daughter at eye level. How about staying here with Mama? I believe we should continue your class on magic. Really? Sakura responded excitedly. Yup. But that means you will be good to Papa and wait here with me. Tamamo says with a smile. Okay. Sakura agrees, causing Issei and Akitsu a sigh of relief. Issei Hayato walked with purpose, each step echoing faintly across the polished floorboards. His nerves curled in his chest. Beside him, Yuka walked in perfect sync. Her expression was composed, almost serene. Behind them followed the others, Karasuba with a predatory smirk, Yuzum bouncing on the balls of her feet with suppressed energy, Yashima calm but focused, Natsu reading another book that she took from the library, and Akitsu, silent and unreadable, but every inch prepared. The rest of the family had come to support them, Tamamo, cradling Sakura on her hip, Natsu scribbling something onto her portable notepad, Mia, serene and observant, Goru, cheerful and proud, and Miki and Misuki, their eyes soft with parental pride and quiet curiosity. Issei paused at the heavy wooden door, glanced back once at the faces of those who had come to mean everything to him, and gently knocked before easing it open. Inside, Makarov Dreyer sat behind a desk stacked with ledgers, old tomes, and an open letter that curled slightly at the edges. A chipped teacup steamed faintly beside his elbow. The old man looked up as he heard the opening of his door. Well now, he said, leaning back with a creak of wood. You all look like people who've just made a big decision. Issei stepped forward, shoulders straight. Master Makarov, we've come to ask officially. We want to join Fairy Tale. A heavy silence followed. Not oppressive but weighted, like something sacred. Makarov's bushy brow lifted slightly, though there was no real surprise in his expression. He looked at them like a grandfather seeing a grandchild choose their path. Oh? What brought this on, I wonder? Yuka took a step forward, voice calm but sincere. Since arriving here, we've been treated with more kindness than we could have asked for. Shelter and food. But we don't want to stay as just guests. We want to stand on our own feet and contribute. Earn what we need through honest work. Issei added, glancing around at his companions. For a long moment, Makarov studied them. His gaze didn't waver as he looked each one in the eye, from Issei's determined stare to Akitsu's blank expression, to Karasuba's restless anticipation. Then, finally, he chuckled. Well said, lad. With a low groan and a stretch of his back, Makarov rose from his chair, his short frame still commanding the room. All right then. No fancy speeches. No unnecessary tests. If you want to be part of Fairy Tale, then we welcome you. He motioned with his hand. Come on. Let's go make it official. The Fairy Tale Guild Hall was alive with sound, mugs clinking, laughter echoing, and the subtle strum of a bard playing softly in the corner. But amid the usual chaos, the moment Makarov approached the bar, a ripple of attention followed in his wake. Mary Jane, ever radiant, perked up behind the polished wooden counter, her smile as welcoming as sunlight after rain. We're getting new members? She asked, clapping her hands together in delight, her sapphire eyes sparkling with excitement. Makarov nodded, his tone jovial but proud. Indeed. A group from another world, no less. Let's give them the full welcome. Get the stamp kit. Mary Jane practically glided as she turned and pulled a polished, rune-carved wooden box from beneath the bar. Setting it on the counter with reverence, she opened it to reveal a collection of enchanted ink bottles, an ornate guild stamp, and a palette of magical hues glowing softly. All right, everyone. she called out cheerfully. Where do you want your fairy tale symbol? The room fell quieter as the newcomers gathered, some glancing at each other uncertainly. Yuka blinked, her brow furrowing. Wait. You mean an actual tattoo? Mary Jane tilted her head, laughing lightly. Oh no, sweetie. It's a magic stamp completely painless. No needles. Just a beautiful mark that shows your bond with the guild. Issei scratched the back of his neck, glancing down at the magic crest in the box. Still, where we're from, this definitely looks like a tattoo. Our teachers would flip out. And our classmates would never stop asking about it, Yuka groaned, folding her arms. They already think we're dating, married, and raising a kid. This would not help. Sounds like fun to me, Karasuba chimed in with a grin, cracking her knuckles. Let them gossip. It's more fun when people don't know the full truth. Issei rolled his eyes affectionately. Fine, I'll take it here. He tapped his chest over his heart. Left side. Easy to hide under the uniform. Same spot for me, Karasuba said with no hesitation. Yuka bit her lip and pointed to her lower stomach. There. I can hide it with my blouse. Nobody at school should see it. Yashima, still blushing faintly, lifted her sleeve. My shoulder. Please. Yuzum gave a playful wink and gestured to her hip. Somewhere stylish, of course can't ruin the silhouette. Here, just add it to my hand. Matsu states. Akitsu didn't speak. She simply extended her wrist, sleeve falling back, exposing pale skin as she silently waited her turn. Mary Jane hummed a cheerful tune as she carefully took the enchanted stamp and dabbed it in each chosen ink. She pressed it to each person's skin with gentle precision, her magic flaring in warm pulses. One by one, the fairy tale crest appeared in vivid colors unique to each member. Red for Issei. Black for Karasuba. Blue for Yuka. Soft pink for Yashima. Deep magenta for Yuzum. Pale blue for Akitsu. And orange for Matsu. The colors shimmered for a moment before settling, vivid crests now imprinted on each of them, a bond made real in glowing magic. There, Mary Jane said with a satisfied smile. You're now officially part of Fairy Tale. There was a moment of silence as the groups stared at their marks. Even Karasuba, who had worn many badges of violence in her life, traced her crest with an almost thoughtful expression. Tamamo watched from the side, arms crossed but a soft smile on her lips. Well, look at you all wearing another world's mark like you were born to it. I feel honored, Yashima said softly, eyes shimmering. Issei chuckled. Honestly? Feels kinda cool. Behind the counter, Mary Jane leaned toward Makarov and whispered with a wink, they're going to shake things up around here. Makarov chuckled and stood before the guild and raised his hands. These 6 are no longer just guests. They are now our comrades, our nakama. Welcome them to Fairy Tale. A cheer exploded through the hall. Drinks on me! Mikao roared, nearly knocking over a table as he raised his mug high. You said that last week! Shouted Wakaba, already reaching for the bottle. Don't drink all the alcohol again, Kana! Mary Jane called out from behind the bar with a laugh, her usual sweetness edged with practiced authority. Fairy tale style, baby! Shouted Kana, slamming an empty barrel beside her and popping the cork off a new one. Issei stood stunned for a second, watching the chaos unfold. Then Yuzum grinned, slinging an arm around his shoulder. This place really knows how to party. Let's see how long they can keep up, Karasuba muttered, though even she had a smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. Yashima smiled shyly and waved at a group of cheering members near the wall. Akitsu simply nodded in quiet approval, her new guild mark glowing faintly on her arm. Yuka slipped her hand into Issei's, squeezing it gently. Looks like we're really part of something now. Issei looked around at the hall full of laughter. He nodded. Yeah. Feels right. As was tradition, the celebration lasted exactly 10 minutes before turning into a full-on brawl. Natsu and oh, too late. Natsu lunged forward and grabbed Issei in a headlock, grinning like a maniac. As tradition, you gotta survive your welcome party. I didn't agree to ACK. Issei choked, flailing as the fire dragon's slayer noogied him with unmatched enthusiasm. Gray, shirt mysteriously vanished, launched a mug across the room. Heads up! Karasuba, quick as ever, caught the airborne cup in one hand, spun it once between her fingers, and hurled it back like a missile. It whizzed past Happy, who screamed and dove for cover, nearly losing his fish in the process. "Watch the food, lady!" Happy squawked, clutching his meal. "Can't you people not fight for once?" Yuka groaned, ducking as a chair flew overhead. She straightened her jacket with a sigh. "It's like dealing with toddlers with superpowers." The rest of the fairy tale guild needed no encouragement. Kana started downing drinks like ammunition, using empty mugs as projectiles. Elfman shouted, "This is manly," and charged into the fray like a freight train. Levi ducked behind the bar, giggling nervously, while Natsu, observing the madness, took notes on combat patterns as if it were a scientific study. Soon, the newcomers were swept into the madness. Yuzum was flipping between dodge and dance moves, laughing as she blocked blows with a coat hanger she found nearby. Yashima panicked and apologized to every person she accidentally bumped into. Akitsu silently froze someone's drink midair and handed it back with a flat stare. And through it all, Issei was still trying to get out of Natsu's grip. "This is not how welcome parties are supposed to go in my world." Amid the whirlwind of chaos, one person remained seated. Mia. She sipped her tea gracefully at a far corner table, expression calm but slowly twitching. Her eyes drifted to a shattered plate. Then to a toppled table. Then to someone was that gray, swinging from the ceiling beams. Her smile trembled. "That's enough." It wasn't loud or angry, but it sent a chill through the room. Then came the mask, her infamous Hanya visage sliding into place with terrifying serenity. The entire guild froze mid-brawl. Natsu stopped mid-swing. Gray slowly put down a chair he was about to throw. Kana spat out her mouthful of beer. Even Urza, who had just returned from the council, paused with one boot inside the doorway and turned pale. The tension could be sliced with a butter knife. Then, just as casually, Mia removed her mask, smoothed her sleeves, and sat back down. "Thank you?" Silence lingered like fog. Finally, Mary Jane leaned over to Lucy, her voice a whisper. "She's scarier than Urza." Lucy nodded slowly, still sweating. "Way scarier." The next day, the usual noise of bickering, laughter, and magic-infused chaos rumbled in the background, but at the moment, a specific group of newcomers stood in front of a wide, well-used bulletin board. Issei, Yuka, Karasuba, Yashima, Yuzum, and Akitsu stood in a loose semicircle, eyes scanning the multitude of parchment slips pinned in neat rows. Each paper was a different job request. Every one of them offered coins in exchange for aid exterminations, bodyguard duties, deliveries, investigations. "So these are quests," Issei muttered. Beside him, Mary Jane leaned against the edge of the bar with her usual serene smile. Her arms were folded loosely, but her tone was warm and instructive. "These are submitted by people all across Earthland. Some from towns in need, some from nobles with coins to spare, and others from wandering merchants, travelers, farmers, and citizens who just need help." She pointed to the top row of the board, where a few slips had red borders and metallic seals. "The jobs are ranked based on difficulty," she continued. "Rank are simple errands or beginner-friendly missions, little to no danger. Crank and above begin to carry real risks. Higher ranks like B or A can include bandits, monsters, or high-stakes magical threats. The danger is greater, but so is the reward. S-class jobs are off-limits unless approved by Master Makarov himself, or you reach the rank of S-class mage." "Sounds like fun," Karasuba said again, her eyes scanning for anything labeled A or above. Yuka squinted at a slip offering 700,000 jewel to slay a titan boar of the eastern glade. She quickly stepped back. "Not that one," Mary Jane giggled. "Exactly. Every job comes with risk. That's why it's important to pick a quest that suits your abilities. Especially for your first one. Fun can quickly become fatal if you're not prepared. It's not just about strength, each quest requires certain skills. Stealth, tracking, diplomacy, sometimes just patience." Issei nodded in understanding. "So we need something that won't kill us right out the gate." "Smart thinking," Mary Jane said. "The job slip will usually mention the danger level, the expected time, and the reward. But you can also ask me or Master Makarov if you're not sure." The group returned their focus to the board. He stepped up to the board, eyes flicking across the papers, reading over job titles and short blurbs. Lost dog in the mountains drank reward 5000J. Herb gathering in the forest of wind crank reward 40000J. Bandit camp near East Cliff brank combat experience required 80000J. Ghost in the manor drank local elderly couple seeking help. Yuzum tapped her chin, scanning each line like she was hunting for a fashion trend. There's a lost pet mission. Pays almost nothing, but hey, easy win? Please no, Karasuba deadpan. I didn't come to a new world to chase cats and dogs. Yashima was quietly reading a request from a village asking for protection during a harvest festival. Concerns of bandits were rising. This one's not bad. Escort work, maybe a fight. I'd prefer something easy. Akitsu murmured. Issei's eyes hovered over a different job. One with a worn edge and small, careful handwriting. Request help needed in Turnip Village. Livestock have gone missing. Rank B. Reward 100,000 jewel. Request type investigation protection. Client village farmer. Notes are cows have gone missing. Locals believe it's a dangerous beast. No casualties reported yet. This one sounds interesting, plus the reward is pretty high. He said, pulling it from the board. Yuka stepped beside him. Missing cows? Wonder what could be taking them. Don't know, but it might be fun. Issei replied, handing the slip to Mary Jane. She skimmed it and nodded slowly. Turnip Village is a day's travel from here by foot, half that by cart if you can hire one. The place produces the best milk in the country. These kinds of quests can go either way. Maybe it's just thieves as their cows are quite famous, or maybe something worse. Karasuba grinned. Either way, we get to fight. Yuzum stretched. I'm in. Long as I don't have to hike the whole way. Akitsu gave a faint nod. Acceptable. Yashima smiled softly. It's not a bad way to start. Issei looked over the group, his team. His family, in many ways. He turned back to Mary Jane. We'll take the job. She stamped the form with a flick of her wrist, the fairy tale crest glowing briefly. Mary Jane, ever the helpful heart of the guild, smiled as she handed over a rolled parchment. Here's a map to Turnip Village. It's a bit off the trade routes, so try not to stray too far from the markers. Roads can get tricky that way. She smiled. And don't forget Yuri representing fairy tale now. That means no property damage if you can help it. Issei and the rest shared a collective glance. A long beat of silence. We'll try, Issei said. The group returned to the main hall, where Tamamo, Mia, and the others were waiting. The moment they meet, Issei is quick to explain what they will be doing and where they will be going. Tamamo and the rest, hearing that Issei will be gone for a day, left to prepare for their trip. Tamamo and Mia appeared from the kitchen with neatly wrapped bento boxes and tightly packed supply kits. Tamamo, wearing a warm, if slightly smug smile, handed Issei a pack. Here's enough food for 3 days. Mia added calmly, I also included salves, bandages, and extra water. You'd better not die before dinner. Comforting, Issei muttered with a nervous chuckle. Tamamo leaned in close, brushing a pink lock behind her ear. Don't forget to think of me while you're out there. She gave him a gentle kiss on the lips, catching him off guard. Before he could recover, Mia leaned in too elegant and swift. For protection and luck, she said simply, and kissed him as well. Issei couldn't help but smile. But then his smile faded slightly as his gaze shifted to Yuka, who was busy double-checking the pack, clearly assuming she was part of the quest team. He approached her carefully, already dreading the conversation. Yuka, I need to talk to you. She looked up at him with expectant eyes. Yeah? There was hesitation in Issei's tone. I think you should stay behind this time. The light in her eyes dimmed instantly. What? Don't you dare say what I think you're about to say, she warned, hands on hips, her foot tapping sharply on the wood. Issei winced. Yuka, look, I want you to come, but you're leaving me behind? Again? He raised his hands defensively. You don't have a way to defend yourself right now. This could be dangerous. I'm serious, what if something goes wrong? She looked away, her shoulders stiff. So I'm a liability. No, not that, he said gently. I just want you safe. That softened her expression, even if her pride still bristled. Fine. But next time, I'm coming. No matter what. He smiled at her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Next time. And then, to everyone's surprise including herself, Yuka surged forward and kissed him fiercely on the lips. If I'm not going, at least let me give you this for luck. She mumbled after, cheeks red, and quickly turned away. Issei laughed nervously, completely flustered. From across the room, Sakura came running up, waving a little hand. Papa! Good luck! Don't let the bad guys get you. Issei knelt down and hugged her tight, the warmth of her little arms a reminder of what he had to return to. I'll be back before you know it. Be good for Mama, okay? Sakura nodded excitedly. I'll draw you a picture. Miki, Goro, and Masuki were the last to say their farewells. Miki gave him a firm hug. Don't do anything reckless. And eat properly. Do be careful and take care. Goro added proudly. Masuki smiled warmly, brushing her hair behind her ear. Be safe, Issei. Then, when she noticed that Miki and Goro were saying their goodbyes to the other, and no one was watching, she leaned in and quickly pressed a kiss to his cheek. Masuki-san? He blurted, flustered, but she simply turned away as if nothing happened. Stay alive, she whispered, quickly stepping back. Issei blinked, face flushing, but before Issei could fully recover, a loud voice called out. Stop squirming, you slacker! Karasuba was dragging Natsu by the back of her coat like a naughty cat being removed from a bookstore. Let me go! I'm on the verge of decrypting a layered magical formula from this world's. We need a map reader, Karasuba cut in bluntly. You're coming. You've been buried in books for days. I like being buried in books. You'll like not being killed by me more, Karasuba said dryly. Ugh hi. The groupies say, Karasuba, Yuzum, Yashima, Akitsu, and a very reluctant Natsu gathered at the edge of Magnolia, packs loaded and spirits high. Everyone ready? Issei asked. Karasuba cracked her knuckles. Always. Yuzum grinned. Let's make this quest one to remember. Yashima gave a soft nod, and Akitsu stood silently beside them, her presence calm but alert. Issei looked back one last time at the guild hall, at his family, his friends, the home that had taken them in. Then he turned forward. Let's go. The dirt road stretched endlessly beneath their feet, framed on either side by gently swaying trees and the occasional field of wildflowers. The morning sun filtered through the forest canopy. Birds chirped lazily in the distance, and a breeze carried the scent of the forest. Issei, dressed in his casual clothes, led the group with steady pace. Behind him trailed Karasuba, ever alert, her hand never far from her sword. Akitsu walked in near silence, occasionally glancing to the treetops with her usual detached expression. Yuzum strolled with a light bounce in her step, chatting idly with Yashima, who responded with shy smiles and the occasional nervous laugh. And then there was Natsu walking in the middle of the group with exaggerated huffs, holding the rolled-up map in both hands like a prisoner clinging to her last shred of identity. I should be in the library right now, she muttered, glaring at the dirt like it personally offended her. Magical theory doesn't study itself. Yuzum leaned closer and poked Natsu's side with a teasing grin. Oh come on, don't pout. It's just one day. Think of it as field research. I'm a scholar, not a field agent, Natsu grumbled. There's an entire chapter on discovering the mysteries of the arcane that I'm missing right now. Yashima giggled softly. That sounds complicated. It is. And now I'm stuck with you muscleheads on a milk-related mystery mission. Hey, Issei interrupted, glancing over his shoulder with a warm smile. If it helps, I'd love to hear what you've been learning. Really? That gave Natsu pause as her eyes lit up like a child being handed a mystery box of sweets, and her pout started to fade. She lowered the map, tucking it under one arm, and adjusted her glasses with a tiny smirk. You really want to see? She asked, a trace of smug pride returning. Of course, Issei said. You've been studying nonstop. Show me what you've got. Natsu didn't need to be asked twice. Feast your eyes upon my latest achievement. She raised one hand, and a faint shimmer of magic energy danced around her fingertips. A swirl of light formed in the air before her like rippling glass, and then, with a pop, a pair of black lace panties floated into existence from the distortion. Issei blinked, unsure if he was impressed or horny. Tada! Natsu beamed, holding the fabric up with 2 fingers. Spatial magic. Specifically, a pocket storage spell. Yuzum's brows rose. Is that your underwear? Indeed, Natsu declared, puffing out her chest with pride. I can now store select items in an internal pocket dimension accessible only by me. My current capacity is limited, but with further refinement, I estimate a 200% expansion rate in a month. Yashima tilted her head. So you made magical storage space just for your panties? It was the easiest test item. Natsu replied defensively. They're soft, foldable, and replaceable. Issei chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Well, at least now we don't have to carry extra bags. Karasuba, who had been silent up to this point, let out a small scoff. That's your big magic breakthrough? Hey! Do you know how difficult spatial manipulation is? Natsu shot back. The quantum matrices alone are murder. Yuzum leaned over to Issei. She's cute when she's nerdy. Don't encourage her, Karasuba muttered. Akitsu stepped forward. Can you teach it? The question caught Natsu off guard. Why you want me to teach you magic? Yuzum chimed in too. I mean being able to carry my outfits in magical space without it burdening me? That's super handy, Yashima nodded. I'd love to learn too. That way I don't have to carry my hammer everywhere. If that's okay, of course. Even Karasuba muttered, if it helps carry my weapon, maybe it's worth learning. Natsu looked as if she'd just been crowned Empress of Magical Academia. She held her chin high, glasses flashing. Well then, lucky for you, Ali, accept your eager minds. The rest of the journey to Turnip Village passed with laughter, lesson plans, and several clumsy attempts at learning pocket storage magic. Issei occasionally glanced around, relieved that for now things were peaceful. Their first real mission had yet to begin, but already, it was off to a good start. He glanced back at Natsu, who was now lecturing Karasuba on the importance of mana stabilization, while Akitsu practiced forming a small magic circle between her palms. Maybe Karasuba dragging Natsu away from her books wasn't such a bad idea after all. Fairy Tale Guild. While Issei and his team made their way toward Turnip Village, the rest of the family remained behind in Magnolia, anchored at Fairy Tale, where life continued at its usual chaotic pace, or at least, it tried to. Mugs clinked. Forks scraped plates. Laughter echoed, but in a far more subdued than usual. Mia, who had, over the last few days, unintentionally become Fairy Tale's unofficial barmaid and disciplinarian. Her sleeves elegantly rolled up and her hair pinned neatly behind her, moved gracefully from table to table, a tray balanced effortlessly in one hand, a pitcher in the other moved refilling mugs, and stirring pots that made the entire hall smell like heaven. Her calm smile never faltered, even when a fireball spell exploded near the back table, which she silenced with just a look. Literally a look. And no magic indoors, she said in a gentle tone laced with the weight of divine judgment. The group of rowdy mages turned pale and scrambled to clean the mess before she even raised her ladle. Thank you, she said sweetly. Refills? She asked sweetly, pouring ale into mugs with a soft, maternal smile. They nodded vigorously, terrified. Most of the guild members, hardened mages who had no problem starting brawls over spilled drinks, sat up straighter and kept their voices down like schoolboys at a dinner table. Several had grown visibly pale at her approach, not from fear of poison, but because the memory of the Hanya mask still haunted them like a bad dream. The tables were cleaned. Plates returned to the bar. Food was eaten in designated zones. Makarov didn't quite know what had happened, but he wasn't about to argue with the results. Even the ever-flirtatious Lok now sat at a respectable distance, sipping tea like a well-mannered noble. She's an angel, whispered one recruit, watching Mia float by. Do you think if I propose, she'll cook me breakfast forever? Another mage said dreamily. She's a demon in disguise, muttered Jet, shoving his mug to the center of the table and scooting farther away. Droy nodded furiously. She made Elfman mop the floors after he tracked mud into the hall. She made Urza do the dishes, said Levy, still in disbelief. Despite the subtle terror she instilled, there was no denying the guild had never looked better. The tables were polished, the bar was pristine, the floor shone like varnished wood from a noble's manor, and perhaps most miraculously the guild hadn't broken a single thing in hours. A record. At the bar, Mary Jane watched with amused fascination. I think she might actually be more effective than Urza. The kitchen door swung open and a fresh plate of sizzling stir-fried vegetables floated out literally. Mia directed it with a casual flick of her hand, placing it gently on the bar. Lunch is ready, she said softly, her voice smooth and warm. Mages scrambled for their plates. And then came the obvious side effect. Being beautiful. Mia attracted attention. A lot of it. Within hours of Issei and his party leaving for their first quest, the guild's more desperate bachelors began their siege. A group of younger male members had quickly become smitten with the graceful, purple-haired beauty. Many had tried to flirt with the new barmaid, making flirtatious comments, grand gestures, poems written on napkins. Mia turned them all down with a level of elegance so cold it could freeze a volcano. Miss Mia, may I say your eyes shine brighter than the stars? No. Mia rejected. But your lips would better serve you if they were eating rather than talking. Yes, ma'am. Another tried a flower, enchanted to sparkle with glittering magic. Madam, I picked this myself. Mia took the flower, smiled politely, and placed it in a vase behind the bar without another word. Next, Mary Jane, standing nearby and polishing a glass, chuckled as she watched the latest would-be suitor slink away. They never learn. Mia gave her a faint smile as she passed another tray of rice and grilled fish to a table of stunned mages. I don't mind their attention, she said. As long as they behave. And stop wasting good flowers on futile dreams. By noon, a new unspoken rule had formed: you do not flirt with Issei's terrifyingly graceful housewife. The great doors of the fairy tale guild hall swung open with their usual thunderous slam, and in marched a mop of spiky pink hair and blue feline wings fluttering at his side. Yo! Natsu called out, punching the air. Where's Issei? We're gonna train, eat, then train some more. Happy, flapping beside him with his signature grin, added I. And maybe fish while we're at it. But the hall didn't echo with the usual cheers. Instead, Natsu was greeted by the sight of a calm and orderly guild which immediately felt wrong. Several members shot him warning glances and subtly gestured toward Mia, who was cleaning a table. What happened to the chaos? Natsu muttered. Before he could get an answer, a familiar voice called to him. Ah, you just missed him. Natsu turned and saw Miki smiling warmly at him from one of the tables, her husband Gora sitting beside her, sipping coffee. Huh? Missed who? Natsu asked, scratching the back of his head. Issei, Miki replied with a chuckle. He left just this morning for his first quest. What? Natsu groaned, throwing his hands up. Seriously? I finally wake up and he's already off adventuring? Happy landed beside him, giving a comforting pat to his shoulder. Don't be sad, Natsu. We can still find trouble on our own. Not the same, Natsu muttered, crossing his arms and scowling. I wanted to see how strong he really is. We both know dragons. That kind of guy makes for a great sparring partner. Gora chuckled into his cup. You two are quite the pair. Miki smiled gently, noting the disappointed slouch in the normally fiery boy's shoulders. Well, she said, standing and brushing off her apron, if you're not too busy sulking, maybe you could do us a favor? Huh? Could you show us around the town? Miki asked. Gora stood up, stretching his back. We haven't had a chance to really explore Magnolia yet. Been busy adjusting. It'd be nice to stretch our legs. Natsu blinked. You want me to be a tour guide? Why not? Miki asked with a playful smirk. You must know the town better than anyone. Happy's wings perked up. That sounds fun. Natsu scratched his chin, then grinned. Yeah, alright. I'll show you the best food stalls. Let's go. A short while later, the trio, plus one flying cat, were strolling through the vibrant streets of Magnolia. Stalls of magical oddities lined the cobbled roads. Paper lanterns swayed gently in the breeze. Children ran with wooden swords, pretending to be mages or knights. Somewhere in the distance, a street bard played a whimsical tune. Natsu pointed left and right with reckless excitement. That shop sells firecrackers enchanted to explode in animal shapes. And over there? Best meat skewers in all of Fiore. Happy floated beside him, occasionally chiming in with and personal commentary on which vendor made the crispiest fried fish. He even introduced them to several shopkeepers, many of whom gave awkward waves and knowing glances at the sight of the couple walking beside him. Goro chuckled at the reactions. "You're quite the local hero here." Natsu scratched the back of his head. We just help out when things explode. Or before they explode. Or sometimes during." Happy nodded. "Usually during." Goro chuckled as they followed behind. "I don't know why, but he reminds me of how issei was as a child." Mickey laughed, watching Natsu animatedly describe how he once accidentally destroyed a fountain and blamed it on Gray. They even pout the same way. As Natsu led them to a juice stand, Mickey smiled softly, her voice more contemplative. "He does remind me of issei when he was younger. Wild. Passionate. Full of energy and ready to take on the world." Goro nodded. "He's rough around the edges, but there's sincerity in him. Good heart." As if hearing them, Natsu turned around mid-drink with juice dripping from his chin. "Huh? You guys talking about me?" "No," Mickey said with a serene smile. "Yes," Goro answered plainly. At one point, as they passed a bakery, Natsu suddenly paused and looked toward a distant rooftop. "What is it?" Goro asked. "It's weird," Natsu murmured. I mean. I don't know why, but I like that guy. Like we're meant to spar. Or something. He might just be the same kind of idiot as you, Natsu." Happy offered helpfully. "Yeah," Natsu grinned. "But I mean that in a good way." Mickey chuckled, linking arms with her husband. "It's okay. We'll all see him again soon. And I'm sure he'll come back stronger. Bet he still can't take a punch from me," Natsu said proudly. Happy agreed. "He's definitely not fireproof." The four continued walking, two loving parents, a pink-haired arsonist, and a flying blue cat laughing together, as Magnolia bustled around them. The midday light filtered gently through the high windows of the Fairy Tale Guildhall, casting golden lines across the wooden floor. But Yuka barely noticed any of it. She sat at one of the side tables, elbows propped up, cheek resting in her hand as she absent-mindedly stirred a glass of juice with a straw. Her eyes held a far-off look, focused on nothing at all. Across from her, Misuki sipped her tea with a calm expression, though her eyes occasionally flicked over to her daughter's face with quiet concern. "You're going to have a permanent frown if you don't cheer up," Misuki finally said, setting her cup down. Yuka didn't respond. "He'll be back soon, you know," Misuki added, voice gentle. "Issei always comes back." "It's not that," Yuka muttered, pulling herself out of the haze long enough to frown. "Okay, it is that. But it's also the fact that I wasn't with him. This is his first quest, and I'm just sitting here, useless." "You're not useless," Misuki replied matter-of-factly. "But Issei has a point, you don't know how to defend yourself." Yuka blinked. "Wow. Encouraging." "I mean it," Misuki said with a shrug. "If you want to be beside him in real battles, you need to be someone who can protect herself and him. While I as your mother would prefer you to not be in mortal danger. I won't stop you from joining Issei in his adventures." Yuka sighed. She hated that it made sense. Hated more that Issei had been right when he said she wasn't ready to face danger. "I know. I really wanted to be there. Our first quest, and he told me to stay behind like I'm some useless background character," she said, pushing herself up from the table. "I'm going to see Tamamo in the library. To see if she can teach me something. If I can't fight now, I'll find a way to fix that." But just as the two stood, the muffled sound of gunshots cracked through the air. Bang! 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 Yuka's eyes widened. "What the hell was that?" she asked. Misuki raised an eyebrow and gestured toward the door. "Let's go find out." Fairy Tale's training yard. Following the sounds to the back of the guild, Yuka and Misuki stepped out into the open training field where Fairy Tale members often practice spells and techniques. But what they found this time surprised them. The two quickly found the sound where two Fairy Tale members were firing at magically generated targets that shimmered in and out of existence. A pair of figures stood confidently near a set of worn-out wooden targets. Alzak Kano, dressed in his desert wandering gear, fired twin revolvers with pinpoint accuracy. Beside him, Biska Mulan adjusted her wide-brimmed hat and summoned a gleaming sniper rifle out of thin air, taking aim before releasing a charged magical shot that splintered a target in half. Yuka's eyes lit up with genuine awe. Whoa! The rapid fire, the precision, the effortless stylight was nothing like the raw explosive power she'd seen from Natsu or the cold, elegant swordplay of Urza. It was clean. Controlled. Cool. Masuki, beside her, eyed the gleaming hardware like a merchant spotting buried treasure. Now that, she muttered, is marketable. Yuka didn't hesitate. She walked right up to the pair, waving with a sheepish smile. Excuse me? The two marksmen paused, lowering their weapons when they noticed their spectators. Alzak spoke first. Oh, hey. Yuka, right? Sorry, didn't mean to startle anyone. Biska waved. We're just brushing up our aim. Something we do every few days. You two are amazing. She motioned to their gear. I mean, you're mages, but you're using guns? Magic guns, Biska said, offering a wink. All our weapons are infused with magical power. Range, versatility, impact, it's all about how you channel your energy. Custom enchanted. No lead needed. Masuki stepped up beside her daughter, eyeing the weapons with a calculating gaze. Fascinating. So these function entirely off magical energy? Alzak nodded. Exactly. Different enchantments allow for different effects. Explosive rounds, ice shells, even homing bullets if you're good enough. Yuka took a deep breath, her nerves fluttering in her stomach. Could you teach me? Alzak blinked. Teach you what? How to do what you do. Fight like you fight. I want to be able to stand beside issei. And right now I can't. Biska and Alzak exchanged a glance, then looked at Masuki as she stepped up, arms folded but eyes locked onto the weapons with interest. I might want to learn too, Masuki said coolly. Those are very efficient. Do you think I could try too? Masuki asked casually, looking far too interested in the firearm's intricate design. You want to learn too? Biska asked. Masuki's smile was sweet. Well, a woman has to protect her family somehow. Alzak chuckled. Fair enough. Biska smiled. We don't usually take students, but we've made exceptions before, Alzak finished, his eyes softening as he glanced at Biska. Really? Yuka said excitedly. Biska grinned and shrugged. Why not? Alzak waved them closer. All right, let's see what you've got. And don't worry, we'll start with the basics. Handling, channeling, targeting. You'll be the fiercest sharpshooter on the continent if you stick with it. Yuka's heart pounded, her earlier gloom replaced with a flicker of hope and determination. She smiled, then nodded firmly. I'll do whatever it takes. And just like that, Yuka's day turned around. As Biska showed her how to hold a rifle and Alzak adjusted Masuki's stance, the clearing echoed with laughter, encouragement, and the occasional magical crack of gunfire. Yuka grinned as she pulled the trigger for the first time. This is just the beginning, she thought, eyes gleaming. Next time, issei won't have to leave me behind. Library. The fairy tale library was unusually quiet, even for a building filled with tomes of ancient lore and magical theory. Seated cross-legged on a round cushion, Tamamonome gently turned the pages of a leather-bound book on basic elemental theory. Her golden tail swayed slowly behind her, brushing the floor in a rhythmic wave. Before her, perched with hands in her lap and eyes wide with curiosity, was Sakura. Now, Tamamo said, her voice smooth and patient, before we can cast magic, we must first understand what magic is. You feel it, don't you? The energy in the air and in your body? Sakura's brows furrowed in concentration. Like when the wind tickles your fingers? Tamamo smiled. Exactly. Mana is like a current flowing around and through you. It's alive. When you understand it, you can guide it. She reached forward and summoned a small wisp of fire, gentle and blue. Sakura clapped in awe. I want to do that. She beamed. Tamamo laughed. You will. But first, we learn control. Try feeling the mana inside you. As she guided her daughter through the first breathing exercise, a quiet shuffle came from the hallway. Tamamo's ears twitched slightly, and her golden eyes flicked toward the aisle, and sure enough, peeking from around the corner was a head of wavy blue hair and curious brown eyes. There stood Levi Micardeno, tepad in hand, wide eyes watching in fascination. Enjoying the show? Tamamo asked, raising an amused brow. Levi stepped out from her hiding place, her cheeks flushed in embarrassment. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was just looking for a new book and overheard your lesson. Tamamo gave her a small, knowing smile. It's all right. Not many can resist my daughter's enthusiasm. She tends to draw people in. Sakura, now wide-eyed, looked between the two. You use magic too? What kind of magic do you use? Levi beamed at the attention. Me? I use letter magic. Sakura tilted her head. What's that? Levi flipped her notepad open, summoned a small burst of magic, and in a sweeping motion, wrote the word flame in midair. The glowing letters shimmered, then burst into a small controlled fireball that hovered over her palm before disappearing. Sakura gasped. Levi winked. My magic lets me bring written words to life. Anything I write I can cast. Whoa! That's so cool. Sakura bounced in her seat. Mama? Mama? Can she teach me that? Please? Tamamo tilted her head, considering. The magic Levi showed was not inherently destructive. With proper discipline, it could serve as a foundation, especially for a clever child like Sakura. She gave Levi a curious look. Is it safe to learn as a beginner? Levi nodded. Yes. It's not very flashy. It teaches control, language, and precision. And it's really good for kids who have vivid imaginations. With a twirl of her finger, Levi stepped closer and waved her hand. Glowing letters began to appear in midair, each forming a word in brilliant blue light wind. As soon as the word finished, a soft breeze swept through the aisle, ruffling Sakura's hair and making her giggle. Sakura's hands shot into the air. Mama, can we learn that? Please? Tamamo pretended to ponder dramatically, tail flicking. Well, I was planning to get back to your fire lessons after lunch, but this seems harmless enough. She turned to Levi with a sly grin. I suppose we're your students now. Levi blinked. Wait, you want to learn too? Tamamo tilted her head. Why not? A good teacher never stops being a student. Levi's eyes widened with excitement. I'd be honored. Okay. Let's start with something simple, short action words like push, float, or light. They moved to a larger table, where Levi laid out blank parchment, brushes, and magic-sensitive ink. Sakura excitedly picked up a brush as Tamamo, ever graceful, took her seat with serene poise. Okay, Levi began, slipping into full instructor mode. Letter magic relies on intent. You don't just write the word, you feel it. Breathe it. Imagine it with all your senses. If you write fire, don't just think of flames. Think of warmth, heat, light. Hear it crackling in your ears. Smell the smoke. That's how the word gains power. Sakura's brush hovered over the page. So I think of the feeling? Exactly. Tamamo glanced at the parchment, and gave a faint smile. A magic born from words. How elegant. She knelt beside Sakura and handed her a small chalk stylus and a practice board. Try writing the word push. Just think of what it means while you write it. Focus your energy or magic into the letters. Sakura furrowed her brow in concentration, tongue sticking out slightly as she copied the letters. She finished, and the word glowed faintly. Levi and Tamamo exchanged a hopeful glance. Then, boom! The chalkboard flew off the table and smacked into a nearby bookcase with a loud thwack. Eep! Sakura squeaked. Tamamo stared blankly at the bouncing board. Well, it worked. Levi laughed. Maybe a little too well. Turnip Village entrance. The dirt road narrowed as issei, and his group passed under a hand-painted wooden sign that read Welcome to Turnip Village. Small and quaint, the village looked like something pulled from a storybook. Cozy cottages with thatched roofs sat nestled amidst rolling fields of tilled earth. Fences lined pastures that stretched to the horizon, dotted with hay bales and groves of fruit trees. The distant sound of braying animals and the scent of fresh soil filled the air. It's smaller than I expected, Natsu commented, adjusting her glasses and scanning the surroundings. Well, the request was from a farming village, not a city. Yuzum said, stretching her arms behind her head. Still feels peaceful. I like it, said Yashima, her voice soft as her eyes traced the gently grazing animals. Simple, quiet. Karasuba yawned audibly. Hopefully that means the fighting starts soon. I'm already bored. Karasuba then sniffs around and frowns. It smells like mud and not everything can smell like flowers. Issei muttered beside her. He had already unzipped his jacket halfway, the sun beating down harder now that they were out of the forest. Their boots crunched softly on gravel as they entered the village square, where a few curious villagers paused mid to screen gardens, gathering eggs, leading carts of hay, and looked up at the strangers. Issei raised a hand in greeting. Excuse me. We're from Fairy Tale. We're here about the job request? The moment the words left his mouth, the tension visibly dropped from the villagers' shoulders. A wave of relieved sighs passed through the crowd. The woman sighed in relief and gave a warm, grateful smile. Thank the heavens. We were worried no one would come. They're finally here. One elderly woman called out over her shoulder. Go fetch old Mitch. Moments later, a tall figure emerged from the barn at the end of the main road. Despite his age evident in the silver streaks in his beard and deep-set wrinkles, Mitch carried himself with the strength of a man who'd spent his entire life working the land. His arms were thick with corded muscle, and his eyes sharp under a weathered straw hat. He came to a stop in front of the group and gave them a curt nod. You the Fairy Tale mages? Issei stepped forward. That's us. I'm Issei. These are my companions Natsu, Yuzum, Yashima, Akitsu, and Karasuba. Mitch said, looking them over. Bit young, but you've got the guild stamp, so I'll trust it. Yuzum tilted her head. You're the one who sent the request? Mitch nodded. Mitch Harper, the man introduced himself, offering a firm handshake. I'm the one who sent that request. I oversee most of the livestock here. In the last couple weeks, some of our best cattle have been disappearing. No sounds. No damage to the fences. Just gone. Natsu frowned. You haven't seen anything? No signs? Footprints, claw marks, anything? Mitch's shoulders tensed as he rubbed the back of his neck. Nope. And believe me, we looked. Even posted a night watch 2 days ago, but whatever's doing this, it moves fast and quiet. Too fast for the farmhands. Natsu leaned in. No signs? No tracks? Anything left behind? Mitch shook his head. Nothing. Just gone. We've been raising these cows for generations. Losing even one is a big deal. Why leave them alone in the first place? Yuzum asked, folding her arms. Mitch raised a calloused hand and gestured for them to follow. Come see for yourself. The group followed Mitch to a large, open pasture enclosed by a wooden fence reinforced with thick ropes and wooden stakes. And there, grazing peacefully under the sun, were the cows. Only these weren't normal cows. These were massive. Their muscular frames looked closer to small boulders with legs. Thick, horned heads, shaggy coats, and hooves the size of dinner plates. They looked more like minotaurs on all fours than cattle. Holy crap, Issei muttered, blinking. Are you sure these aren't half-magical beasts? Just a local breed, Mitch grunted. Raised them myself. Strong, heavy, loyal. We thought they'd be safe. Yashima stared in disbelief. I'm not even sure I could lift one of these. Akista simply looked at the cows in quiet fascination. Yuzum tapped one with her knuckles. That's solid. You sure they weren't, like hypnotized into wandering off? Mitch shrugged. No signs of tracks, no gates left open. They're here 1 minute, grazing by the trees, and then gone. That rules out wolves or bandits, Natsu muttered, scribbling notes on a parchment she pulled from her pocket to mention. Maybe some form of magic, a teleportation spell? Karasuba leaned against the fence with a disinterested expression. So what you're saying is we're dealing with something sneaky, strong, and probably smart. Issei nodded solemnly. Yeah. And maybe dangerous enough that a bunch of villagers wouldn't stand a chance. Mitch looked them over once more. Are you still sure you want to help? Issei grinned. That's why we're here. Don't worry. We'll keep your cattle safe. Yashima nodded beside him. And maybe figure out who or what's behind this. Karasuba let out a slow breath, a small smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. Hopefully it's something dangerous. The sun hung in the sky, casting light across the gently rolling green pastures of Turnip Village. The gentle rustling of grass and the occasional lazy moo of massive cattle echoed in the open air. Each one as big as a truck and twice as heavy. Perched atop one such beast as he looked around for anything suspicious, Issei Hayata's sighed. This place sure is peaceful. Too peaceful, muttered Karasuba, arms crossed as she paced restlessly near the fence. Her boots kicked up tufts of dry grass. We've been here for hours and nothing's happened. Relax, Karasuba? Yuzum called from her lounging spot against another cow. She reclined like she was sunbathing, one leg lazily draped over the creature's massive side. Whoever is taking the cows will do it when people least expect it. Natsu sat on the ground, scribbling into a leather-bound notebook which she'd conjured from her pocket dimension. Considering their size and temperament, these bovines exhibit an unusually docile nature. It could be that their sheer bulk discourages predators, or perhaps they've been bred over generations to avoid aggressive behavior toward humans. Which means something smart or strong is stealing them, Yashima added, standing at the edge of the field with her war hammer slung across her back. She glanced at the nearby tree line with a wary eye. If this were something the villagers could handle, they wouldn't have called us. Issei nodded. Exactly. Karasuba, just be patient, okay? Karasuba groaned. Patience isn't exactly my specialty. Why not take a page from Akitsu? Yuzum pointed. Sitting serenely atop one of the larger cows, Akitsu looked completely unmoved by the heat or the time passing. Her pale hair fluttered gently in the breeze, her eyes half-lidded, posture perfectly still as though she were meditating on the bovine's broad back. See? Issei gestured toward her. She's got the right idea. She's calm, observant. She's asleep with her eyes open, Karasuba deadpanned, raising a brow. It's the attitude that matters. Karasuba groaned dramatically and threw her arms into the air. This is pointless. This was supposed to be a dangerous quest, not babysitting oversized hamburgers. When is something going to happen? One of the cows let out a slow, deep moo, almost as if in answer. The group paused. Then Yuzum burst out laughing, quickly followed by Yashima's giggle and even a faint smile from Akitsu. Oh my gods, Natsu wheezed, struggling to hold in her laughter. The cows are mocking you. Karasuba turned slowly toward the culprit, eyes narrowing in murderous offense. Her hand slid toward the hilt of her blade. Easy! Issei leapt off the cow and landed between Karasuba and the animal with both arms outstretched. We're here to protect them, not turning them into stakes, the swordswoman huffed, visibly restraining herself. That one knows what it did. I'm not sure if we should be more concerned that you want to fight a cow or that you might lose. Yuzum says with laughter. Karasuba scowled. I will remember this. All of you. But if something doesn't attack in the next hour, I swear I'm turning one of these things into dinner. The cow simply let out another lazy moo, as if mocking her. Akitsu, as calm as ever, looked over. It is taunting you. Yuzum nearly fell off her cow from laughter again. Issei grinned and gave her a pat on the shoulder. Come on. The real action's bound to happen soon. That's how these quests always go. He turned his gaze toward the tree line, his mood sobering slightly. If something out there is strong enough to take these cows without a trace, it's not going to wait forever. Honestly, these cows look delicious. If I had my body back, I wouldn't mind sinking my teeth in them. Hopefully, whatever is taking these cows is nothing as big as you. Issei thought with terror at facing such a big opponent. A few hours later, the warm glow of the campfire flickered against the descending dusk, casting long shadows across the open pasture. The night was cool but calm, with a gentle breeze brushing over the field of slumbering, hulking cows, each of them resting peacefully, unfazed by the small group of humans and sekires sharing dinner nearby. They sat in a loose circle around the fire, their packs opened and food containers unwrapped. The smell of grilled meat and sweet rice buns wafted through the air, evidence of Mia and Tamamo's cooking that had been lovingly prepared and packed back at the guild. Issei took a bite of tamagoyaki and let out a sigh of content. It still tastes amazing, even hours later. Yuzum, sitting beside him, leaned on his shoulder. That's because you've been spoiled rotten by those two. She teased, her lips brushing his ear. And lucky for you, you've got even more beautiful girls here to do the same. She then hugged him, bringing Issei closer to her boba. Issei flushed slightly, scratching his cheek as he felt Yuzum's bountiful epee. Yeah, I guess I am lucky. Across the fire, Yashima giggled softly, setting down her food. You say that, but you never take full advantage. You're still shy even now, my Ashikabissima. Yuzum smirked, keeping his head between her bulbas. Right. After everything we've been through, he still gets red like a tomato. Matsu, lounging on her stomach with her feet swinging lazily in the air, adjusted her glasses and gave Issei a playful smirk. Our dear Ashikabi is so innocent. We must preserve it. Or ruin it completely, depending on the day. Karasuba, who had remained largely quiet, took a slow bite of her skewer before casually glancing at Issei. If you're all going to flirt, at least have the guts to actually do something about it. The others blinked, startled by the bluntness. Yuzum released Issei and raised a brow. Oh? And what do you know about flirting? I don't flirt, Karasuba said, licking a bit of sauce off her thumb as she got up and walked to where Issei was. I take. Before Issei could say anything, Karasuba reached down and pushed him downward. In one swift, fluid movement, she pinned him to the grass beneath her and kissed him deep and forceful. Her tongue claiming his, dominating the kiss like it was a battle to be won. Issei's eyes went wide as his limbs froze beneath her. His mind went blank. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. The other girls stood in stunned silence before the collective chaos erupted. The girls quickly reacted in outrage, standing up and forgetting their food. And no fair. I want to do it too, Yashima blurted out, her voice cracking as she turned bright red as Karasuba grinded her body on Issei. Hey! Next is my turn, Karasuba, Matsu said with a huff, though her eyes sparkled behind her glasses. Akitsu and Yuzum stared in shock at the actions of the Sekirei of Death, both visibly flustered as heat rushed to their faces. With heat rushing to their core as they also wanted to push Issei down and have their way with him. Yuzum tried to speak but just let out a squeaky, flustered sound as she clutched her chest waiting for her turn. Karasuba finally pulled away from Issei, her breathing just a little heavier. A fine string of saliva trailed between their lips. She stood up slowly, brushing herself off with her usual deadpan confidence. See? The wife, the girlfriend, and the housewife aren't here. We've got a night under the stars and nothing but time. Seems like a good opportunity to remind our Ashikabi just how much we adore him. Yashima fidgeted, her hands wringing her sleeves, but didn't step back. Karasuba-san, you're so bold, but she's not wrong, Yuzum admitted, finally recovering as she strode forward with a sultry look. And since you broke the ice, me turn. She bent down and kissed Issei slower and sweeter. Issei could feel her affection in the way her hands cupped his cheeks, the way her lips molded to his like she didn't want to part. Then came Matsu, already crawling forward like a cat. Step aside. I said I was next. She pulled Issei up just enough to straddle him, then dipped down with a grin and claimed her kiss, leaving his hair slightly tousled and his brain even more so. Akitsu didn't hesitate. Without a word, she leaned down beside him and placed her lips to his. Her kiss was soft, almost hesitant, and when she pulled away, her pale cheeks were faintly dusted pink. Yashima, seeing that she was the last one, went to join the rest in having a make-out with Issei. Clothes were ruffled, saliva was exchanged, and the girls had completely forgotten why they were there. Then, without warning, a soft rustle from the dark woods beyond the field caught Karasuba's ear. Her eyes snapped toward the noise. I hear something. Everyone went still and untangled themselves from Issei, fixing their clothes. Issei stood slowly, his stance ready for any action. And here I was hoping we could just have a nice, peaceful night. Guess Karasuba got her wish, Matsu muttered. Karasuba cracked her neck, raising her blade with a grin. Finally, no one said anything at first as they waited for something to go wrong. A strange, unsettling silence blanketed the field. Not even the gentle rustling of grass or the low, lazy moos of the cattle could be heard. Issei noticed. The cows they had been watching were now completely rigid, staring blankly into the distance. Master, I sense something coming. Sherry's voice came from the watch, giving a warning. Matsu, Issei called, his tone shifting. Do you feel that? Matsu's eyes narrowed behind her glasses as she used her new knowledge to sense her surroundings. Yes, something's wrong. I feel magic in the ground. It's twisting. A dark ripple slithered beneath the grass like a living oil slick moving without disturbing a single blade. It was hard to see at first because of how dark the night was, and it slithered under one of the cows. What the? Yuzum says, confused. Without warning, the cow bellowed in panic and started to rise, but it was too late. The black mass reached up, wrapping around the creature's legs like tendrils. The earth beneath it sank, swallowing it in one slow movement. Matsu's voice rose in horror. It's being taken underground. Not happening. Issei's boosted gear flared to life with a red glow. He didn't hesitate. Without a moment's thought, he dashed toward the panicked, half-submerged cow. We're not losing it. Everyone grab on. In seconds, Yashima and Akitsu were quickly beside him. Even Karasuba, her grin wide with bloodthirsty glee, surged forward. Now this is more like it. Yuzum twirled her cloth around the cow with Matsu in her arms. Tell me again why we left Tamamo at home. Karasuba laughed. You're insane, Ashikabi. Maybe. Issei shouted. But I'm not letting this thing vanish without finding out what the hell it is. Brace yourselves. Matsu shouted, clutching her glasses. With a sickening pull, the black shadow yanked them down, and the solid ground beneath their feet became liquid darkness. The shadow absorbed the entire cow and everyone on it to the ground. And then it was gone. The moment the darkness spat them out, Issei, Karasuba, Akitsu, Yuzum, Matsu, Yashima and the cow dropped to the solid rough, damp stone beneath their feet. The shadows peeled back like smoke, revealing a dimly lit underground chamber, a hidden lair carved from the earth itself. It was lit by glowing blue crystals embedded in the dirt walls. Surrounding them were a dozen mages, dressed in ragged cloaks, tattoos glowing and hands already charged with energy. They looked shocked for a moment, surprised that anyone else had arrived through the shadows meant only for stolen cattle. Then, one of them hissed, "Intruders!" Another raised a staff. "Kill them before they report back!" Their weapons were drawn, and the moment they saw Issei's group they attacked. "Hostiles!" shouted Matsu, ducking behind a rock as a volley of fiery projectiles whizzed over her head. They're mage rogue ones and they must have been stealing the livestock for a while. Then they've made a mistake picking a fight with us, Karasuba growled, drawing her blade in a swift arc, somehow cutting the magic projectiles. Before Issei could even react, Karasuba was already charging forward, her sword a silver blur as she carved through the nearest two mages before they could fully cast their spells. Sparks of magic collided with steel, explosions lighting up the cavern walls. Her form was a blur. She met the next closest mage with a horizontal slash, steel crashing against conjured stone as he barely summoned an earth wall in time. Karasuba didn't stop. She spun, kicked off the wall, and came back with another swing, cutting the man from behind. Issei was seen knocking down several mages with a fierce punch to the gut, while dodging several elemental attacks. "Behind you!" shouted Yuzum from the side, her cloth whips blocking a barrage of glowing needles. But it was too late. The shadow mage, cloaked in black and grinning, stepped out from Issei's shadow, slashing with a jagged blade. Issei barely dodged, tumbling into a roll. "You!" he growled, boosting immediately. Boost! With enhanced speed, Issei leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding another lunge from the rogue shadow mage. "So you're the one stealing cows? Weird specialty, man." The mage didn't answer, simply snarled and vanished again, melting into the ground again like a puddle. "Coward," Issei muttered. Drake's voice echoed in his head. "Watch your back, partner. This one blends into the shadows." "Great," Issei muttered. "How do I attack a shadow?" "Light would be a good counter for this situation." Sherry answers. Issei soon makes a small dragon shot and directs it into the ground, causing light to explode from the floor and temporarily remove all shadows in the area. The shadow mage flinched, revealed mid-phase, and Issei delivered a powerful body blow to knock him out. Meanwhile, Yashima let out a fierce battle cry as she tried to swing her massive warhammer, but her targets danced out of reach, launching fireballs and gusts of wind to keep her at bay. "Cowards! Fight me, heathen!" she growled, slamming her hammer down and cracking the stone. "Yashima, calm down!" Yuzum called, dodging a lightning bolt from another mage. "They're range types. Don't let them bait you." Yashima released a breath of frustration as she tried to wait and stood her ground, her powerful war hammer gripped tightly in both hands. Sweat glistened on her brow, but her focus didn't waver. Her opponents were too fast for her preferred style. Her hammer slammed into a wall of air, windshielding one of the cloaked mages just in time. The resulting force shook the chamber, sending a small shockwave through the ground. Dust rained from the jagged ceiling above. The two mages grinned mockingly, weaving around her like dancers. One was conjuring chains of compressed wind trying to trip or bind her. The other hurled precise darts of concentrated kinetic magic, each one aimed to distract, disorient, and frustrate rather than kill. Yashima backed up a step, shifting her grip on the hammer. Her breathing was steadying now, her focus narrowing. No good. I can't chase them. A gust grazed her cheek, cutting shallowly. She grunted. Fine. If I can't match their speed, I'll make them come to me. She lowered her stance, allowing one knee to dip slightly as if faltering. Her shoulders slumped, and her hammer dipped, almost too low. One of the mages took the bait. With a cry, he launched various projectiles aimed directly at her exposed side. Yashima's eyes snapped open, her body tensing. The moment the weapons were thrown, she rolled forward, not away, but into the path, letting a weapon clip her shoulder, and with a harsh thud she charged beneath it. The mage barely had time to gasp as Yashima closed the distance. She brought her hammer up in a wide arc gaitu. With a thunderous crack, the steel head of her weapon collided with the mage's midsection. The force was colossal, sending him hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. He smashed into the far cavern wall with a wet crunch and slumped to the floor, unmoving. The remaining mage paled and immediately tried to retreat, conjuring another wind shield. But Yashima stood tall, rotating her shoulders. You next? She asked flatly. The answer came as wind magic was formed under his feet. The mage quickly tried to run away, going into one of various tunnels. But Yashima did something unexpected as she threw her hammer towards the fleeing mage, crushing him with the weight. With a huff, Yashima retrieved her hammer and turned back toward the group attacking her beloved. Her shoulder stung, but her heart raced with satisfaction. Akitsu, serene as a still lake in winter, took out her opponents with quiet precision. As ice captured various mages in place without giving them any way to escape. But a wave of heat surged toward her, a stream of fireballs roaring like miniature comets. Her expression didn't change. With a graceful sweep of her arm, a glacial wall surged up from the stone floor, thick and crystalline, catching the fire spells in a hiss of steam and cracking ice. Then, with barely a whisper, she turned her palm outward. Ice thorns. From the earth beneath her, ice spears spiraled upward in a wide circle, sharp as razors and clear as glass. 3 enemy mages were caught and the radius 2 managed to leap back, barely escaping. The third wasn't so lucky. The sound of ice piercing flesh echoed briefly before a splash of red stained the nearby cavern wall. Gasps came from the enemies. Akitsu's gaze didn't waver. From the edge of the chaos, a new challenger stepped forward, a woman mage clad in a sleek combat tunic, silver-trimmed, with glowing twin bracelets that pulsed red-hot with magical heat. Her eyes narrowed on Akitsu, firelight reflecting in her gaze. You're strong, the woman said. But let's see how long your frost holds against my inferno. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a cone of fire, a sweeping surge of heat and light that raced across the ground toward Akitsu like a tidal wave of flame. Akitsu didn't blink. She stepped into the spell. As this fire was nothing compared to the fire of Tamamo. Steam erupted instantly as fire collided with a barrier of pure cold, the temperature in the cavern dropping sharply. The explosion of vapor obscured the field, and for a moment, all anyone could see was white mist and light. Then the haze parted. Akitsu stood untouched, her hair slightly tousled but her face as blank and unreadable as ever. She lifted one foot, then placed it forward deliberately. Ice bloomed beneath her with every step. Frostbite. The ground beneath the fire mage froze in an instant, sharp tendrils of ice racing toward her. Before she could leap away, a lance of frost pierced her ankle, rooting her in place. The woman cried out, trying to ignite her bracelets again, but it was too late. Akitsu raised her hand once more. Surrender, she said with clinical finality. Or you die here. The mage, panting, looked at the frozen ground, the eyes closing in, and dropped her weapons, raising her hands in defeat. All around the chamber, the remaining rogue mages hesitated. One of them muttered, "She's a demon." "No," another whispered, backing away, "a monster." Yuzu, meanwhile, danced between enemies with her cloths and acrobatics, deflecting spells and parrying blows. "Honestly, this is so much more exciting than the store." She laughed. "Focus!" Natsu shouted from her cover, firing off blasts of raw mana from a borrowed staff of the enemy mages. "They're trying to retreat toward that tunnel and let them escape." Issei heard her and narrowed his eyes. "They're leaving?" Then it hit him. They were trying to escape with the cattle. "Karasuba, take out the tunnels." Akistu, block the others. Issei commands. The raven-haired warrior grinned, already on the move. Her blade glowed black as she leapt, landing at the cavern's narrowing choke point. She slashed down, the impact splitting one of the tunnel entrances in half, burying it in rock and debris. Akista followed as she used her eyes to block the other entrances. "No one is leaving," Karasuba says, sliding her blade back into its sheath with deliberate grace. Her smile was sharp, hungry, like a predator ready for its second course. The remaining enemy mages froze. Their plan had crumbled literally. Panic surged across their faces, and several stumbled back, raising shaky hands in surrender. "We're done! We give up!" One of them cried, his voice cracking under the pressure. Akitsu, unflinching, raised a wall of ice to pen them in further. "Do not resist," she said plainly, the temperature in the cavern dropping enough to make their breath visible. Yashima panted slightly, standing guard. They weren't strong individually, but they worked together too well. Natsu emerged from her cover, brushing dirt from her sleeves and adjusting her glasses. "Agreed. They must have been doing this for a while, likely selling the stolen livestock on black markets. The use of that shadow mage for extraction was ingenious. Too bad they weren't ready for us," Yuzum said with a cheeky wink, her cloths tightening and coiling around the injured mages before pulling them to the others. Those that were dead were simply left there. Issei walked forward, surveying the battlefield. The cow was still alive, though shaken. Now they just had to find a way out. "Karasuba, Akistu," Issei said, nodding to them, "Thanks. That could have gone way worse if they escaped." "Don't thank me," she replied, still gleaming with adrenaline. This was quite fun. Akista simply gave a soft smile, and nod that she could be useful for Issei. "We should secure them," Natsu said. "And document this place." The crystals, the spells used its valuable experience. Issei rubbed the back of his neck. "And we'll need a way out. Pretty sure we didn't bring a ladder." "Don't worry about that," Natsu replied smugly. "All we have to do is make a hole big enough for us, the cow and prisoners to go through. Luckily, our dear Ashikabi is strong enough to make an explosion strong enough to tear open the ceiling, and then Akitsu can just make stairs for us to go through." Akitsu nodded. "Sounds easy enough." Issei heard, and soon the sound of a boost was heard. "Yuzum, Yashima, Karasuba, please guard the prisoners and check on the cow." The girls agreed and went to keep watch while Yashima went to the cow. Yashima knelt beside the cow that was taken, patting its side gently. "Hey, big guy. You okay?" The cow snorted once in response, but didn't move. Still, its eyes were calmer now. Yashima placed a hand on the cow's horn. "Everything will be fine." Boost! After 30 seconds, Issei had enough boost for a powerful dragon shot. He felt the surge course through him. His arm shook slightly from the power pooling within it, but his aim was clear, a direct shot through the ceiling of stone and dirt to give them a way out. "I've got enough stored. A 4-stack dragon shot should do it," he muttered to himself, glancing upward at the ceiling. "Be careful not to bring the whole place down on us," Natsu warned, squinting up nervously as she backed behind the other girls with the prisoners tied up beside her. Issei exhaled and raised his gauntlet. "Here goes nothing." A fiery crimson light surged through the boosted gear. With a sharp breath, Issei released the charged blast. Dragon shot! A deafening roar tore through the chamber as the blast ripped upward, a blazing beam of red that vaporized rock and soil in an instant. The shockwave cracked nearby stone, and a torrent of loose pebbles and dust rained down across the cavern. Heat radiated in waves as the energy burst carved a tunnel through the earth and into the sky. But he didn't stop it fast enough. The hole was too big. The dragon shot not only broke through the ceiling, it blasted straight through the forest canopy above and into the heavens, a massive vertical beacon of light that illuminated the treetops for miles. Everyone stared in stunned silence. Oops, Issei muttered, lowering his smoldering arm and staring at the far-too-visible pillar of light fading above them. Karasuba burst into a laugh. So much for subtlety. Yuzum chuckled behind her. Overcompensating much? Even Akitsu, normally silent, blinked at the gaping hole and deadpanned. You said you wouldn't cause a cavern. Yashima covered her mouth, giggling. That wasn't even close. Matsu sighed in exaggerated defeat. Next time, let me calculate the proper output. Issei rubbed the back of his neck, a sheepish grin spreading on his face. Hey, at least I didn't collapse the tunnel? The rogue mages who had been captured could only gape at the hole Issei made, some trembling, others backing away as if fearing he might unleash another blast. That kid, what the hell is he? One muttered in disbelief. Another just sank to his knees. We tried to fight that. Unbothered, Akitsu walked to the center of the chamber and clapped her hands together. Cold magic flared beneath her feet. Moments later, a winding staircase of ice coiled upward, connecting the cavern floor to the freshly made exit. Shall we? She asked, her voice calm as ever. Issei nodded. Let's head up and take these guys and cow to the village. Deep within the forest, far from any path walked by man or mage, something stirred. A mound of moss-covered rock suddenly shifted, revealing not stone, but scales massive and dark. From between the cracks of earth and root, a single baleful golden eye snapped open, glowing in the shadowed grove. It had been asleep. Until now. The searing red light that pierced the sky just moments ago still echoed in the beast's senses. The sharp tang of unnatural power, like lightning tearing through the world, rattled its bones. The ground around its form trembled as it exhaled, a long, low growl vibrating through the trees like distant thunder rolling across the land. Its nostrils flared, catching the scent of a dragon. It was faint, diluted, but unmistakable. A predator's scent, but quite young. The air sizzled as it rose, earth falling from its enormous, coiled form like crumbling stone from a cliffside. Leathery wings, jagged, spread wide with a snap that shook the canopy, sending flocks of birds screaming into the sky. It was hungry, annoyed and curious, and it began moving. Whatever had dared disturb its slumber would pay. Each beat of its wing-like arms kicked up waves of wind, scattering leaves and flattening underbrush as it lifted off, heading straight toward the crimson beacon that dared to disturb its slumber. Toward the one who called it, whether they meant to or not. Issei and the rest could now be seen out of the tunnel and on the pastures of Turnip Village. The prisoners were also outside with docile attitudes after seeing Issei's massive attack and not wanting to anger him. They did whatever was commanded of them as they feared the repercussions if they didn't listen. Karasuba exhaled through her nose, rolling her neck with a satisfying crack. That was fun, she said, her tone almost wistful, like she hadn't gotten a good fight in weeks. Her crimson eyes scanned the prisoners again, daring someone to try standing up. Next time, I hope they scream more. The prisoners visibly flinched. Yashima dropped to one knee beside a rock, her hammer sinking into the soil. Sweat trailed down her temple, and her chest rose and fell with measured breaths. Now what do we do with them? She asked, her voice still gentle despite the weariness. Issei stepped forward, his eyes scanning the field, the horizon, and the prisoners in a single sweep. The adrenaline was fading. The power of the 4-boost dragon shot still echoed in his limbs. We take them back to the village, Issei said, voice steady even. They were stealing from the people here. It's not our justice to deliver. The clarity in his tone settled over the group like a quiet command. Matsu gave a crisp nod, adjusting her glasses. Her hair was a bit singed from a near-miss fire spell, but she carried herself with pride. We should also interrogate them, she added. Find out where the rest of the cattle are. They didn't just steal one cow. Yuzum sauntered up to one of the bound mages. She crouched beside him, poking him in the ribs with the toe of her boot until he rolled onto his back with a grunt. She smirked. Hey, Sunshine, she said with playful malice. We're gonna ask nicely first. Where are the rest of the cows? The man swallowed, his eyes darting toward the other mages, but none met his gaze. His mouth trembled. "2 kilometers west," he stammered. "We kept them in a hidden pen near some cliffs. We were planning to sell them. As these cows are quite famous and the village is notorious for not selling them to anyone. They are really expensive to the right buyer or various rivals that want to sell the village's famous milk." Yuzum raised an eyebrow. "Are these cows really that famous?" Matsu sighed. "Great. Not only were they criminals, they were idiots." Karasuba's blade glinted in the rising sunlight as she walked past the man. "You better hope the cows are still alive." Otherwise, she let the thought hang, her smile razor sharp. Issei turned to Akitsu, who stood silent. "Can you freeze the prisoner's bindings a little tighter? I don't want any slipping out on the way back." Akitsu gave a slight nod. "Understood." With a small motion of her hand, a thin sheen of frost crept over the ropes, tightening them with delicate precision. The rest of the cattle lowered softly in the background, unfazed by the ordeal, their massive frames casting long shadows under the rising sun, with the one that was taken joining the rest of its family. Issei and the girls went to take the prisoners to the village to face their judgment. The sun had risen by the time Issei and his group trudged back into Turnip Village, leading a train of bruised, bound mages ahead of them. The rustling of rope and the occasional grunt from the prisoners echoed uneasily across the fields. Karasuba walked behind the group, blade in hand not drawn, but her smile alone was enough to keep even the twitchiest captive in line. From their homes and windows, the villagers peeked out cautiously. The earlier explosion of energy in the sky had shaken the entire village. Some thought it was divine retribution, others a monster attack. Nobody dared venture near the pastures since then. Doors remained bolted, curtains drawn. But now, a group of strangers coming towards the village with strangers dragging more strangers that were roughed up and injured. Many farmers came out to see what was happening. Who are they?" One man asked aloud, eyes fixed on the restrained mages. "Aren't those the beautiful woman from Fairy Tale that Mitch called to deal with our problem of missing cattle? Do you think they know anything about the massive light show at night? But who are the others? Do they have something to do with our missing cows? I really hope they're all right." The closer the group got to the village square, the more people gathered. Suspicion filled the air, but it began to shift into curiosity and hope as familiar figures became clearer. The mages from Fairy Tale had come back. A group of armed farmhands rushed over but stopped short when they saw the prisoners were bound. Mitch, the broad-shouldered, old man who had originally filed the request with Fairy Tale, pushed through the crowd. "What in the blazing hells happened out there?" he asked, his voice stern, though layered with concern. "That explosion, it lit up the sky. We thought we were under attack." Issei didn't even know where to start explaining the massive hole he'd accidentally blasted into the earth. It was one thing to stop criminals, another to terraform someone's pasture by accident. Issei scratched the back of his head awkwardly as eyes focused on them for questions. "How about that beam in the sky?" Before he could ramble, Matsu stepped forward, like a seasoned spokeswoman, her glasses glinting in the sun. "The beam you saw?" "Yes, that was from our dear Ashikabi here." She patted Issei on the arm, who looked away with a wince. "These mages," she announced, voice calm but firm, "are cattle thieves. They've been abducting your livestock using shadow magic and hiding them underground." There was a collective gasp. Yuzum followed up. "But luckily, after interrogating them, we found out that the missing cattle are in a hidden pen by some canyons. From what we heard, all of them are safe and we'll escort them back first thing tomorrow." Mitch's weathered face turned pale for a moment, then broke into a wide, relieved grin. His hand shook slightly as he leaned on his cane, overwhelmed. "You found them?" he repeated, almost in disbelief. "All of them?" Yuzum nodded with a soft smile. "Every single one, even managed to stop them from stealing a stubborn bull." There was laughter from a few nearby villagers who knew exactly which bull she meant. Karasuba, meanwhile, leaned casually against the fence post, keeping her crimson eyes on the prisoners. "They're lucky Issei told me not to kill all of them," she said aloud. "I would have had fun." A few of the prisoners whimpered. Yashima stepped forward, offering Mitch a respectful bow. "We'll help secure the rest of them until proper authorities come. These people won't cause trouble again." Issei turned back to the villagers, offering a sheepish but genuine smile. "And sorry about the pasture and the crater, and the giant glowing energy beam in the sky. There was a beat of silence. Then Mitch burst into laughter, clapping Issei on the shoulder. Boy, if that's the price for getting my cows back safe and sound, I'll take it. We'll call that a new irrigation pit. The tension broke instantly. Laughter and cheers rang out from the crowd. People emerged from their homes in earnest, approaching to thank and gawk at the strange but powerful newcomers. Natsu whispered beside Issei, "That might have been the smoothest social recovery you've ever had." "I'm as shocked as you are," Issei replied. Turnip Village came alive with renewed energy. The once quiet farmers, previously stricken with worry, now buzzed with excitement and gratitude. News of the criminals being taken care of for taking their prized cattle spread like wildfire. Every house lit up, and preparations for a grand feast began almost immediately. Tables were dragged out into the village square. Lanterns were hung between homes on makeshift ropes. The aroma of roasted vegetables, simmered stews, and fresh-baked bread filled the air. Barrels of cider and beer were rolled in from a cellar, as the villagers declared this a day worth celebrating. "We can't thank you enough," one woman said, passing a large bowl of buttery mashed potatoes to Yashima, who bowed shyly and accepted with both hands. "They're stronger than they look," muttered one old man, watching Akitsu calmly consume her third bowl of soup without any expression. "And they eat like an army," another man whispered, wide-eyed as Yuzum reached for her fourth helping of grilled chicken and rice. Karasuba was seated cross-legged, blade resting beside her, calmly chewing through a massive cut of meat. She didn't say much, just observed, occasionally giving a satisfied grunt when the food was good. Natsu, meanwhile, had a stack of empty dishes beside her as she spoke animatedly with several curious villagers about the underground cavern that the thieves created. She had a fork in one hand and a diagram sketch in the other. "I'm telling you, the way they formed their tunnels? Primitive yet efficient. Here, look at this angle of convergence." Villagers, not entirely sure what she meant, simply nodded and kept handing her food. At the center of it all was Issei, blushing slightly under the constant praise, hands raised in a gentle refusal as villagers pushed food into them. "Really, I didn't do that much." "Oh, hush, lad." Mitch, the village elder, laughed heartily, clapping him on the back. "You brought back our livelihood, lad. That deserves at least 3 pies and a jug of our finest cider." Issei gave a sheepish smile. "Well, when you put it like that." As laughter echoed and drinks were passed, a small group of the village's fastest young men mounted horses and rode toward the nearest garrison, where they would inform the Fiori Knights of the captured rogue mages. Their destination was a town a few hours away by horse, and the prisoners would be collected tomorrow. Later, with bellies full and the sun high above them, the villagers guided the group of heroes to a large, cozy farmhouse at the edge of the fields. "It's old, but sturdy," said one elderly woman, smiling as she handed Issei a key. "Been in my family for years. Tonight it's yours." Inside, the house was simple but warm. The wooden floors creaked slightly, and the fireplace still held glowing embers from an earlier blaze. The villagers had even drawn warm baths for them, lining the edges of the tub with herbs to soothe sore muscles. One by one, the group bathed, cleaned away the grime and blood of battle, and changed into fresh sleepwear. Moments later, they lay scattered throughout the house, some on cushions, others curled up in blankets. Yuzum was draped over Issei's left side, humming softly in her sleep. Natsu slept next to Yuzum. Yashima leaned against the opposite end, holding a pillow like a shield. Akitsu had taken to sleeping on top of Issei. Karasuba was flat on her back, one arm across her eyes, her sword within reach. Issei, sandwiched as usual, let out a slow, contented sigh. "Remember, we'll sleep for a few hours and then go to retrieve the rest of the cows," he mumbled, barely audible. Natsu whispered drowsily, "Yes, but for now let's rest." Outside, the village was quiet, save for the chirping of crickets and the occasional mooing of grateful cows. While the mages slept soundly in the borrowed house, the rest of the village stirred in a quiet routine. It was noon and they were behind in their work because they celebrated their hero's accomplishment. Farmers moved between rows of vegetables, careful not to make noise near the guest house. Mitch had personally told everyone the mages who saved them had fought all night they needed rest. Even the children played quietly. But then they felt something was wrong. It started with the animals. The massive cattle in their pens began to shift, lowing in unease. Goats kicked at their fences. Chickens squawked and fled from their coops, wings flapping in panic. Even the dogs began whining, tails low, ears flat against their skulls. Mitch, tending to the animals with a pitchfork in hand, froze when he heard the animals in distress. The farmers began to glance around, confused. Must be a wolf nearby, one man said. But Mitch, who had raised animals all his life, furrowed his brow. No, this ain't how they act when it's wolves. He starts looking around trying to spot anything that could cause them to act like this, but finds nothing, and the criminals are all still locked and watched by various strongmen. But then Mitch looked up. Look at the sky. They all turned and saw a black figure flying far away. At first they thought it to be a bird, but it moved too fast, and the shape was wrong. Then the villagers saw the massive, serpentine wings beating rhythmically through the dawn haze. Its wingspan was wide enough to eclipse rooftops as it came closer. Scales like obsidian shimmered faintly in the rising light. Jagged spines crowned its back, and its long tail cut through the air like a whip. A wyvern, Mitch muttered, the words choking in his throat. Black, that's a bloody black wyvern. Gasps and shrieks followed. Farmers ran. Mothers grabbed children. Buckets and tools clattered to the ground as panic surged like a wave. The creature shrieked, a guttural, irritating cry that echoed across the valley and made even the bravest men stumble backward. Get the women and children to the root cellar. Get everyone inside now. Mitch roared, suddenly the voice of command. Panic spread fast, but his shouting gave direction. You wake the fairy tale mages. Go! Two housewives didn't hesitate, skirts flying behind them as they sprinted across the village square, dodging carts and terrified animals, straight toward the guest house. The wyvern was descending, slow and deliberate, circling above the village like a vulture eyeing its prey. Mitch turned toward the sky again. He'd heard of beasts like this, ranked monsters, creatures of ruin, often enough to level towns with a single tantrum. One false move and the whole village could become a crater. And with a rising dread in his chest, Mitch realized the wyvern wasn't circling at random. It was looking for something. Inside, Issei and the others still lay in peaceful sleep, blissfully unaware. Boom, boom, boom. The front door to the guest house rattled under the rapid barrage of panicked fists. Please! Wake up. It's urgent. A woman's voice called, strained with panic. Inside, groggy groans echoed from every corner. Blankets rustled. Someone cursed softly. Then click. The door creaked open to reveal Karasuba, standing barefoot, wild hair draped over one shoulder, eyes half-lidded and glowing with irritation. Her voice was low, dangerous. You better have a damn good reason for waking me up. Or I'm going to cut you down where you stand. Behind her, Yuzum let out a sleepy yawn, rubbing her eyes with the heel of her palm. Was it now? Yashima sat up slowly, reaching for her hammer on instinct while Natsu grumbled into a pillow. Is it time already? Issei, still half-dreaming, muttered, 5 more minutes then I'll get up. But the two women on the doorstep didn't flinch at Karasuba's threat. In fact, they looked more terrified of what was happening outside. A wyvern! One of them blurted out, her face pale. A black wyvern is flying over the village. The animals are panicking. We need help, please. The other added in a rush, it's huge. We've never seen anything like it, and it's getting lower. Mitch said to wake you. He said you're the only ones who can fight something like this. The air in the room shifted instantly. Natsu blinked sleepily, then wide-eyed. Shranked wyvern? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. I've read about them in the library. They are quite dangerous and can destroy an entire town if angered. Only shranked mages are sent to hunt them down. Issei shot up, wide awake. Wait, what? A wyvern? Are you serious? Dead serious, one woman cried. We'll all be killed if it starts attacking. In an instant, Issei was off the tangled bodies of his sekirei, slipping on his shoes and summoned the boosted gear, which shimmered into form with a crimson pulse. Everyone up! Now this is a good reason to wake me up, Karasuba said, voice brimming with bloodthirsty glee. She didn't bother changing, she simply put on her boots, grabbed her sword and vanished outside like a predator on the hunt. Wait! Don't run off alone! Issei shouted, now throwing on his jacket. Only for the echo of her laughter at the newest threat could be heard. Yuzum wrestled with her leggings. Ugh, why do emergencies always happen when you least expect it? Yashima grabbed her hammer, lips tight but determined. If it's really dangerous, we'll need all of us. Akitsu, calm as ever, was already dressed in her white kimono. Issei, already halfway to the door, called over his shoulder, if this thing is anything like a dragon, we're going to need everything we've got. Outside, the sound of villagers screaming and livestock panicking was growing louder. Above them, the shadow of leathery wings passed once again, the air trembling from the pressure of the monster's descent. The air warped with pressure, as the great black wyvern descended from the skies like a storm given flesh. Wings like arms beat against the air with deafening force, causing dust to scatter in a whirlwind. The villagers who hadn't already taken cover scrambled now, diving into homes and barns as the enormous beast landed in the center of the pasture with a seismic thud. Its massive talons dug into the earth. With leathery wings like arms folding inward and eyes glowing like molten gold, the monstrous beast lowered its head and inhaled sharply through its snout. The scent was clear now. There. That same scent that dared to wake it. The hatchling. The one that fired the blinding lance of energy into the sky, waking it from its slumber. Its nostrils flared again. It wasn't just the hatchling, it was surrounded by other creatures. Insects. Crawling around, shouting, running, blocking its path. With a deep, guttural growl, the wyvern opened its maw. The inside of its throat began to glow a hellish blue light that pulsed like a beating heart. The air around it warped from the heat, crackling with deadly electricity as it prepared to unleash a devastating breath. The villagers screamed. But before the wyvern could unleash devastation, a flash of silver. Clang! A burst of force rang out like a thunderclap. The wyvern's head jerked to the side, its jaws snapping shut with a snarl of surprise. Its breath fizzled out before it could erupt. The wyvern jerked its head back, briefly staggered not from pain, but from the sheer audacity of being struck. Its golden eyes narrowed as it turned its attention to the insect that dared interrupt it. And then it saw her, standing amidst the grass, her silver hair billowing from the shockwave of her own strike, was Karasuba, her silver blade still humming from the force. She stood defiantly in its path. Her eyes were alight with savage thrill, but a faint glimmer of surprise danced in them. Her blade, the very sword that cleaved through reinforced steel, had left not even a scratch. She grinned. So she whispered to herself, licking a cut on her lip from the blowback, "You're not just a big lizard after all." Not even a scratch, she muttered, but instead of dismay, her voice was practically dripping with anticipation. Finally. A real challenge. The wyvern bellowed in fury, rising to its full height. Its wings cracked like thunder as it leapt forward, the claws of its legs poised to strike down the impudent warrior. Karasuba met its charge heat-in. Their clash was a storm of movement, her blade flashing, the wyvern's tail smashing craters into the earth. Dust exploded around them as villagers fled further into the village, screaming. Karasuba barely ducked a wing that sliced through the air like a guillotine. She rolled, kicked off the dirt, and slashed at its underbelly again. Nothing. Its scales deflected her blade. She landed, panting but grinning wider now. "I've waited so long," she whispered, shoulders trembling not from fear but anticipation. "For something like you." Karasuba moved like wind, pivoting low beneath a massive swipe, her blade glinting as she countered with a rising slash to its wing joint again, no damage. But she didn't stop. She danced around it, fast and fearless, laughing in pure joy. "Try harder, lizard!" she yelled, her blood singing in her veins. "Let's see which of us can tear the other apart first." The wyvern snarled and whipped its tail, carving a trench into the earth as Karasuba leapt skyward to meet its gaze, blade raised, eyes alight with fury and thrill. The wyvern lunged again, and their battle resumed, a deadly dance of steel, fangs and claws. Dust rose like smoke from the cratered ground, swirling around the two combatants. Karasuba darted forward again, boots skimming the earth, as she narrowly avoided the wyvern's sweeping tail. The sheer force of the swing tore through a fence and shattered a stone outcrop where a barn once stood. Shards of debris exploded outward, and yet Karasuba moved with precision like a shadow cutting through the storm. She spun under the creature's hind legs, black sword flashing like a fong in the dark. Her blade struck the joint at the beast's knee, aiming for a tendon. Clang! Sparks burst from the impact, and Karasuba's arms rattled from the recoil. She skidded back, digging her heels into the dirt to stop her momentum, her teeth clenched tight. "Tch, nothing," she hissed, shaking out the sting in her wrist. "Its hide is like living armor." Above her, the wyvern snarled, yellow eyes narrowing with the first hints of irritation. It had faced mages and soldiers in its lifetime, but this woman moved like none of them. Fast. Sharp. Persistent. She was like a mosquito buzzing around its snout. With a guttural rumble, the wyvern reared back and launched its clawed foreleg downward like a falling tower. Karasuba leapt sideways, twisting in the air, and flipped over the strike with effortless grace. She landed behind its head, crouched low, and thrust her blade at the soft spot beneath its jaw. Another clang, another failed strike that caused no damage. Still nothing? She barked in frustration, though her smirk betrayed her thrill. The wyvern snapped its head backward, its horns nearly catching her. She was already in motion, dashing up its flank, blade dancing with flurries of strikes, each one masterfully aimed at joints and eyes, but each blow bounced, grazed, or outright failed to pierce its black, obsidian-like scales. It was like fighting a moving fortress. "Come on, there must be one weak spot," she muttered, sliding beneath its arched wing as it slammed into the ground again, cracking open a trench with the sheer weight of its limbs. The wyvern shrieked, now fully annoyed. It inhaled sharply, and this time Karasuba recognized the glow returning to its throat. Nope. She dashed again, this time straight up the creature's back, sprinting between its spines. "Not letting you barbecue the town." The beast's head turned, eyes locking onto her with searing hatred as its breath began to build again in its gullet. Her legs lifted and kicked herself off as the strength of her legs carried her skyward, flipping over the wyvern's head just as the breath detonated from its mouth. Whoosh! A cone of white-hot electricity obliterated the empty pasture behind her, vaporizing earth, grass, and stone in a single roaring blast. The resulting shockwave knocked Karasuba out of her flight path midair. She grunted as she twisted to land on her feet, only to roll hard across the dirt, coughing, and singed at the edges of her clothes. She sat up, eyes wide, heart hammering. "How that would have killed me!" The wyvern stepped forward, its scales shimmering in the sun, steam rising from its mouth. One of its eyes bled slightly, not from a strike, but from the sheer strain of its breath. Karasuba stood, spat blood from a bitten lip, and raised her sword again. Karasuba's boots kicked the ground as the wyvern and her lunged at each other again. She dodged the wyvern's bite by inches, her blade glancing off its shoulder in a desperate counter. The strike forced the beast back but just a step. Her breathing grew heavier, her coat was tattered and scorched at the edges, and small cuts dotted her limbs where debris had grazed her. She wasn't tired. She was thrilled. But her body was reaching its limit. She ducked under another swipe of its tail, only for the wyvern to suddenly spin faster than expected. Its massive claw caught her in the ribs and sent her flying like a ragdoll. Crash! She slammed into a half-crumbled stone wall, the impact kicking up dust and knocking the breath from her lungs. For a brief second, the world blurred. Her limbs trembled. Her sword was still clutched tightly in her hand, but she couldn't move fast enough. The wyvern reared up, towering above her, maw glowing once more with the telltale heat of its breath. Karasuba snarled and tried to rise, but she knew she wouldn't make it in time. A beam of crimson light exploded from the side. A dragon shot. The wyvern reared back, roaring in actual pain as it was hit, stumbling back several steps as its breath fired harmlessly into the sky. Karasuba glanced over her shoulder, and there stood Issei, clad in his boosted gear, arm raised as steam hissed from his armored gauntlet. His body glowed faintly from a recent attack, and a determined fire lit his eyes. He looked addition. "I said don't run off alone," he muttered, stepping forward. Karasuba only laughed. "Took you long enough." "Well, sorry I'm late," he said, glancing back at her with worry. "Someone started without me." Karasuba coughed, smirking as she slowly pushed herself up. "Tch. I had it handled." He chuckled at her tough act. "Yeah. Sure you did." More footsteps approached rapidly. Yashima, Akitsu, Yuzum and Natsu arrived wide-eyed. "That thing's huge." Yuzum gawked. Natsu blinked rapidly, analyzing the beast. So this is what a wyvern looks like. It's big. Issei said grimly, eyes locked onto the beast as it hissed in fury, shaking off the hit and locking onto its new, true target. Drake. Any ideas on how I can beat it? The dragon's deep voice echoed through the gauntlet. That thing is a wyvern, partner. A lesser cousin of us dragons. Powerful and durable. But not very intelligent. They fight mostly on animalistic instinct. You can exploit that. But do not be careless. So they're just angry animals? Yashima asked. Correct. Stronger than most beasts, but not nearly at the level of a sentient dragon. Hit it hard, hit it fast, and avoid letting it charge a breath attack. But then, everything changed. The wyvern's wings snapped open with a thunderclap. The air grew heavy, oppressively charged. The beast raised its head and released a deafening roar, and this time, a magic circle was summoned below it. Issei's eyes widened as sparks of lightning arced along its horns and wings. Wait, what the hell? Suddenly, a bolt of blue-white lightning came from the wyvern's body, lashing directly toward Issei and the rest. Crack them! Move! Natsu shouted. Issei crossed his arms in defense, tanking the attack, as he didn't want the girls to be hit by it. The bolt slamming into his gauntlet and launching him across the field like a missile. He tumbled, skidding to a halt on his knees, steam rising from his scorched sleeves. Lightning? Yuzum shrieked. It can use magic? Yashima's eyes widened. I thought Drake said it wasn't intelligent. Impossible. Drake's voice rumbled low. That's not normal. Wyverns shouldn't be able to use magic of that level. Karasuba rose, ears ringing from the attack. Guess it's stronger than we thought. Issei slowly got to his feet, lips pressed in a hard line as it saw the beast look straight at him. I wonder what ate it off. The wyvern snarled, lightning coursing along its back like living veins. Boost! Everyone ready? Issei called the boosted gear on his left arm, glowing faintly red. A pulse vibrated from it as Drake's voice echoed in his mind. You'll need every boost you can get, partner. Yuzum cracked her knuckles and gave Issei a cheeky grin. We ready? Let's show this overgrown bat what a real performance looks like. Akitsu, quiet as ever, raised one hand to the sky. Cold winds swept across the battlefield. Frost formed beneath her feet as her expressionless gaze locked onto the wyvern. It's moving again! Yashima shouted. The wyvern roared and lunged forward only to have ice rise up from the ground. Akitsu's ice encased one of its legs, and at the same time, Yuzum spun forward, her veil swirling and tightening around the creature's massive torso and slowing its momentum. Now! Yuzum cried out. Yashima's war hammer struck first, slamming into the creature's joint. Karasuba's blade aimed for the neck she carved down with a powerful strike. The wyvern buckled, growling in pain. But Issei followed up with a punch. He hit the wyvern's wing shoulder, causing a shockwave that forced the beast to stumble. But the damage was minimal, and with a roar and the beat of its wings, the wyvern pushed its attackers away. Boost! The gear echoed, his power climbing higher. The wyvern's yellow eyes snapped straight to him, ignoring the rest. With a violent twist, it tore free from the bindings, ice and veil shattering and ripping in an instant, and blasted forward, the wings again sending a shockwave of wind that threw dust into the air. It didn't care about the others. It only wanted to kill the hatchling. Issei quickly reinforced his legs and leapt backward as lightning licked the earth where he'd just been standing. Damn it! He cursed, skidding back beside Akitsu. It's targeting me, Drake. Why? You are my host. Drake answered grimly. To it, you're a challenge. A rival. The rest are just background. Issei could barely catch his breath between boosts. He needed more time, just a little more. But the wyvern had other plans. With a screech, it took to the skies, wings snapping open and flapping powerfully, lifting its massive body high above them. Dust and debris scattered like a storm beneath its ascent. It spiraled into the air with unnatural speed for its size, ascending high above the battlefield. Crap! Yuzum shouted, shielding her eyes from the sun. Akitsu stared upward, her expression still unreadable. It's taking to the air. From the air, it dived and struck like a missile, blazing breath arcing toward the group, wings slicing the air with lethal force. The wyvern roared again, its yellow eyes locked not on the group but on Issei. It's targeting me! Issei yelled, dodging backward just as a blast of concentrated lightning rained down from the wyvern's wings cracked the ground where he stood. Karasuba dodged, a stray bolt that came close to her. We can't attack it like this. She growled in frustration, backing up beside Issei. Yuzum looked up at the beast circling above. Too fast. It has too much an advantage. We need to ground it. But how? Yashima shouted, shielding her face from a sudden blast of wind. Karasuba turned to Issei and gave a sharp grin. Guess it's time for a power-up. Before Issei could even ask, she grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into a deep, forceful kiss. Her body erupted with light, and her black wings were brought out. Her aura flared in a storm of black, the pressure of her power surging. This is the pledge of my blade, exterminate the sworn enemy of my Ashikabi. Karasuba said in bless. Karasuba! Yuzum shouted, eyes gleaming. Don't hog the fun. She darted to Issei's other side and kissed him as well, her body glowing with warmth and energy. As her cloth-like wings bursted out. By the veil of my contract, my Ashikabi's nightmares will be dispelled. One by one they followed. Yashima kissed shyly but gently and firmly. Her blue wings shining brightly. The hammer of my pledge! Shattered the enemy of my Ashikabi. Akitsu, her lips were cool like ice, her gaze with deep affection. Her eyes like wings freezing the air. This is the ice of my pledge. Shatter the misfortunes of my Ashikabi. The Sekirei Norito's sacred bond between Ashikabi and Sekirai awakened in each girl. From where Natsu was hiding, she could only pout in dissatisfaction as her Norito wouldn't help the situation. Issei, panting as he could feel his energy was drained, looked at them all stunned. You girls okay? Yuzum gave a wink. We're better than okay. Let's drag this lizard down, Karasuba growled. Boost! This time, when the wyvern dove again, they were ready. Akitsu reacted first as the battlefield was encased, trapping the beast from moving. The wyvern, seeing it could not break free, was about to release its breath to break free, but Yuzum's reinforced veil wrapped around the beast's mouth just long enough for Karasuba to leap upward with a slash, and Yashima swung her hammer in full force. Each attacking its sides. Blood. Its scales were cracked by the force of Yashima's hammer. In its other side a massive cut was formed, causing blood to gush out from the wound. The wyvern shrieked in pain and rage, spiraling off balance, and the group backed away as Issei charged forward. Boost! Issei's gauntlet pulsed like a heartbeat as he charged his next dragon shot. Thanks to Akitsu's eyes, the wyvern was still trapped, and he aimed the gauntlet straight to its head at a super close range. Explosion! Issei released all his boost in a final dragon shot. A massive beam of energy hit the wyvern at point blank. The wyvern released a shriek of pain as it felt a scorching heat that burned everything around it, the beam encasing its entire body in the attack. Ironically, it was the same blast that awoke it from its slumber. The blinding crimson light of the dragon shot finally faded, leaving behind only the charred remnants of its path. Smoke curled in the air, tinged with ozone and scorched earth. The black wyvern lay sprawled in a crater of ash and dirt, its wings tattered and bent at impossible angles. Patches of its shimmering scales were missing, burned away, and dark blood pooled around a deep gash that ran down its side, the result of Karasuba's blade, now blackened at the edge from the intense heat of the beam. Issei dropped to his knees, gasping for air, his boosted gear hissing with fading energy. Sweat poured down his brow, and his limbs trembled from exhaustion. Issei! Yuzum and Yashima rushed to him first, dropping beside him with wide eyes and trembling hands. You're burned, Yashima said, brushing gently against his arm, where a singed line across his jacket revealed raw skin underneath. Guess I was too close, but I'm fine, Issei muttered. Just drained. Akitsu knelt silently at his side, cooling his arm with a light frost. The soothing chill helped. Karasuba didn't speak, but stood nearby, blade held loosely at her side, breathing heavily through parted lips. Her eyes stayed locked on the wyvern, watching for the slightest twitch. The rest of the group gathered close, Natsu watching the body of the wyvern and picking up various scales that had fallen off. The moment the villagers heard the sound of the fight fading, they began to emerge from their hiding spots. Gasps of awe spread across the crowd as they approached the battlefield cautiously. They did it. They killed the monster. Mitch, the elder farmer, stepped forward, his face lined with both relief and uncertainty. You saved us, he said to Issei and the girls. You all are heroes. That word echoed through the villagers. Heroes. They did it. They protected us. A few even began to cheer quietly at first, but soon more joined in, applauding the team with admiration and respect. Some had tears in their eyes. But the moment was cut short as a pained whine from the wyvern turned everyone's attention back to the monster. Heads turned. The wyvern let out a low, pitiful whimper. The sound was pained, heavy with fatigue. It twitched, barely managing to lift its massive head off the scorched ground. Its once fiery golden eyes were dimmed, hazy with pain. It was alive. Barely. Issei stood slowly, gritting his teeth as he forced his body upright. The girls followed, circling the beast again. Its sides heaved, smoke rising from the wounds. It couldn't even move its wings. I don't think it can fight anymore, Yuzum said softly, her voice conflicted. Karasuba clicked her tongue. Then let's finish it off. It's too dangerous to leave alive. That's cruel, we've already defeated it. Yashima muttered, stepping protectively in front of the beast. It tried to kill us, remember? Matsu chimed in, eyes sharp. There's no telling what it'll do if it gets healed and escapes. It could burn half a town. Still, Issei said, looking down at the wyvern. It's not attacking anymore. It's not even trying. Killing it now feels wrong. It wouldn't hesitate to kill us, Karasuba replied flatly. It's not about what it would do, Yashima said gently, it's about what we do. The debate continued, tense and uncertain until a soft ding echoed from Issei's wrist. May I offer a suggestion? Sherry's voice chimed through the Dimensional Watch's speaker, drawing everyone's attention. Sherry? Issei blinked. What is it? Given the creature's current state, and the knowledge I absorbed from the Akashic records, it is possible to bind it as a familiar. Everyone looked confused. A what? Yuzum asked, frowning. A familiar, Sherry explained calmly. A creature bound to a mage or user through a spiritual contract. They act as protectors, guardians, partners, and sometimes mounts. If the creature is weakened, has low intelligence, or willingly submits, a binding can be performed manually. You're saying we can tame it? Issei asked slowly. In essence, yes. Sherry confirmed. You would need its consent since this beast has proven to be smarter than predicted. But given its condition, it may prefer survival over pride. Karasuba raised a brow, surprisingly intrigued. So we can keep it and ride it? Yashima paled. That's not the first thing that came to mind. Matsu's eyes lit up behind her glasses. A magical wyvern under our command? That's a walking nuclear weapon. Think of the type of research we could perform with it. Akitsu merely looked at Issei. Do you wish to bind it? Issei stepped forward slowly, gazing down at the barely conscious wyvern. He reached down not with arrogance, but with calm intention. I don't want to kill you, he said softly. But if you try to hurt anyone again, I won't hesitate. The wyvern's eye flicked open. It looked at Issei. And, as if sensing his sincerity, the creature lowered its head, a soft growl rumbling through its throat. Submission. A pulse ran through the watch as Sherry confirmed. Consent acknowledged. Beginning familiar binding process. A crimson light extended from the Dimensional Watch, wrapping around Issei's arm and reaching toward the wyvern. Runes etched themselves in the air, swirling magic coalescing. The villagers gasped. And as the light faded, a faint sigil glowed on the wyvern's chest. The bounding was a success. The once pristine pastures were now littered with craters, shattered fence posts, and large patches of frozen earth. Akitsu's eyes still clung stubbornly to parts of the field, glistening under the sun like shards of crystal. Fences were splintered, carts overturned, and the pastures had become a patchwork of damage. But despite the destruction, no one was injured, no homes had been leveled, and the livestock had survived shaken, but unharmed. For fairy tale level destruction, it was almost a miracle. Villagers worked with steady hands, patching fences, sweeping rubble, and reinforcing their barns. Some even laughed lightly among themselves, still caught in disbelief that their humble farming village had faced down a wyvern and survived. Honestly, One old man grunted, hammering a beam into place. I thought this place was going to end up like one of those towns in the capital stories. Another nodded. Compared to that, this is practically tame. Just then, the faint sound of galloping hooves echoed down the road into town. The villagers paused in their work, heads turning toward the growing noise. A dust cloud rolled in behind a dozen armored riders, knights of the Fiori kingdom, clad in silver and blue, each bearing the kingdom's crest. They rode in formation, lances upright, expressions tense and alert. At their head, a stern-faced woman with a red plume in her helmet raised a hand and signaled for the group to halt. The knights quickly dismounted and began surveying the area, eyes wide at the extent of the damage. By the spirits, one whispered, gazing at the gouged earth and shattered posts. Was this a battlefield? A few of them immediately moved toward the nearest cluster of villagers. What happened here? The captain asked, voice laced with concern. Were you attacked? Are there casualties? Mitch, dirty, sweaty but calm, stepped forward, wiping his hands on a cloth as he approached the knights. No need to worry, Captain. We're all alive and mostly well. The damage you see was from a wyvern. The knights paled instantly. A wyvern? Another muttered in disbelief. There hasn't been one near this region in decades. And yet one showed up breathing lightning. Mitch said, his tone casual, like describing a bad storm. But it was dealt with. The captain stared at him. Dealt with? You mean it left? No, Mitch corrected, I mean it was defeated. By a group of mages. The knights gawked, stunned into silence. You're saying a group of mages captured an entire criminal group and slew a wyvern? Mitch nodded, gesturing toward the largest crater near the edge of the field. The group was from fairy tale mages who came to fulfill my request. They saved the whole village. Not only by capturing the criminals who were stealing our cattle but also by taking down that monster. One of the knights turned pale. I've heard towns flattened by a wyvern's rampage, and this one's still standing? They were no ordinary mages, Mitch said, chuckling. One of them fought that beast Bladatoskale like a demon, and the other fired a blast so strong, I'm surprised we still have a sky. You should have seen it. Turned the night into morning for a few seconds. The knights looked at one another, a mixture of awe and disbelief crossing their faces. Where are these mages now? The captain asked, more reverently now. Resting, Mitch said simply. They fought all night. Let them sleep. They've earned it. Reluctantly, the commander nodded. Of course. We'll see to the prisoners. Mitch led them around the side of the barn to a small storage building, where a line of captured mages sat bound, bruised, and notably quiet. They kept their eyes down as the knights approached, a stark contrast to how rowdy and arrogant captured mages usually were. What happened to them? One knight muttered. Mitch smirked. They met the boy with the red gauntlet. As the knights began to transfer the prisoners into magical restraints, the villagers continued their repairs, whispering stories, spreading the tale of the wyvern-slaying warriors. The scent of hay and old wood clung to the air inside the village's largest barn, where filtered sunlight slipped through cracks in the high rafters. There, lying on a bed of straw and thick blankets, the massive black wyvern rested, its once proud wings now bound carefully in makeshift bandages. Yurzum's handiwork was evident in the neat wrappings crisscrossing its limbs and chest. Though the beast still radiated raw, intimidating power, there was a noticeable gentleness in its movements. A flick of its tail, a slow rise and fall of its chest, the tension of earlier battles was gone. Seated beside the wyvern, Issei gently ran a hand along the coarse, warm scales of its neck. His fingers traced over the jagged line of a sealed wound, feeling the thrum of energy that pulsed just beneath. Sherry, he asked, eyes still on the beast. You said it'll heal faster now? Sherry's voice, calm and informative, came through the dimensional watch. Correct, master. As a familiar, it draws energy from your magical core. Physical proximity accelerates the process. That's kinda cool, Issei muttered, continuing his slow strokes along the wyvern's neck. The beast responded with a soft, rumbling exhale, like a great cat purring in its sleep. Next to him, Yashima knelt quietly, her hand also resting gently against the wyvern's snout. Her presence was calm, soothing. I think it likes the attention, she said softly. It's kind of cute, in its own way. Issei chuckled. Just glad it's not attacking anyone. A sudden click hiss broke the moment. Hold still, this is for science, came Natsu's voice, as she snapped a thin measuring tape around the base of the wyvern's wing. She adjusted her thick glasses with one hand while scribbling measurements into her notepad with the other. The wyvern's eye opened slowly, narrowed, and then it let out a low, displeased growl. Its tail gave a threatening twitch. That was a warning growl, Yashima said, backing up slightly. Maybe you should. It's fine, it's fine. Natsu waved a hand. I'm just collecting vital data. Scale density, joint flexibility, wingspan. This is a chance of a lifetime to investigate the unknown. The wyvern's lips curled back in a subtle snarl. Its eyes flashed with heat. Issei finally stood and stepped between them, brow furrowed. He gave the wyvern a single, firm glare. That's enough, he said calmly, but with weight behind the words. She's not trying to hurt you. She's mine. That means you protect her. Got it? The wyvern stilled. For a moment it merely stared at him. Then, slowly, it dipped its massive head in acknowledgement, a sign of submission. A quiet hum vibrated from its throat, not in anger, but in understanding. Natsu peeked from behind Issei, wide-eyed. Did it just listen to you like a scolded dog? Yashima smiled softly. I think it's learning. Issei rubbed the back of his neck. I guess being bonded like this goes deeper than just commands. Indeed, Sherry confirmed. A familiar's instincts will naturally align with its master's priorities, including those they hold dear. It now recognizes your mates as part of its horde, so to speak. Great, Natsu said dryly. I've been upgraded from pest to family. You're welcome. Issei replied with a teasing grin. The wyvern let out a final huff, closed its eyes again, and settled its head back into the hay. As quiet fell once more over the barn, Issei sat back down beside the beast. Yashima resumed her silent comfort, while Natsu adjusted her approach, still taking notes, with a delicate touch this time. The warm afternoon sun filtered through the forest canopy, casting long shadows as Yuzume, Akitsu, and Karasuba led a group of sturdy villagers down a narrow dirt path. Horses pulled a couple of makeshift carts behind them, rattling over roots and loose stones. At their sides, a few villagers carried ropes, tools, and bundles of hay. Yuzume glanced up at the jagged cliffside that loomed ahead. This must be the canyon those criminals talked about, she said, adjusting her gloves. I still can't believe they managed to hide this many cows in a place like this. They were quite subtle in taking them in the dead of night. Karasuba replied, sword lazily resting against her shoulder. Plus this place is remote, hard to reach, easy to guard. Shame they weren't smart enough to stop us. I suppose it shows they weren't completely unskilled, Akitsu added in her usual calm, monotone voice, her pale blue eyes scanning the rocky cliffs. They simply underestimated who they were up against. They followed the twisting path until they reached the mouth of a wide, dark cave tucked behind a thicket of overgrown brush and a half-collapsed wooden gate. It was large enough to fit several wagons, and judging by the hoofprints and droppings scattered at the entrance, they had found the right place. All right, Yuzume said, signaling the group to pause. Everyone stay behind us while we check the interior. If anyone's still inside, we don't want them getting the drop on you. Karasuba gave a smirk, already drawing her sword. I hope someone's here. I've been getting twitchy again. But as the three Sekirei stepped inside, their footsteps echoing off the cool stone walls, it quickly became clear that the cave was empty, aside from the low groaning moo sounds coming from deeper within. There they were. A dozen of massive, horned, and muscular cows stood packed tightly inside a series of rusted metal cages. The poor creatures shifted nervously, some pawing at the stone floor, others staring with wide, frightened eyes. Yuzume gasped. They're alive. All of them. Akitsu moved toward the nearest cage and examined the locking mechanism. Where will we find the keys? Karasuba rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. With a swift, fluid motion, she sliced cleanly through the bars of the nearest cage. The metallic clang echoed loudly as the pieces fell. Karasuba turned and pointed her sword at the remaining cages. Get the villagers and start herding. I'll handle the doors. And one by one, she cut through each lock, each gate, freeing the cattle while Yuzume and Akitsu coordinated with the villagers to calm the animals and lead them out. Easy there, girl, yeah, I know you're scared, Yizum said, petting a trembling brown cow gently between the eyes. But you're going home now, okay? Akitsu stood quietly at the exit, gently forming ice along the edge of the pathway to keep the cows from slipping on loose gravel. The villagers worked quickly, some tying rope leads to the stronger bulls, others feeding bits of hay to get the more hesitant ones moving. One young man wiped sweat from his brow. I can't believe they took them all the way out here without anyone noticing. They were organized, Yizum admitted. But cruel. No food. No proper air circulation. They would have died if we hadn't found them soon. Once the last cow exited the cave, the group turned back to watch them be led up the canyon trail, the massive beasts mooing contentedly as if already sensing their return to familiar fields. Karasuba, resting against a boulder with her sword over her shoulder, gave a small, satisfied grin. Well, that was boring, she muttered. But satisfying. Yizum nudged her with an elbow. Not everything has to be a bloodbath. I didn't say it had to be, Karasuba replied. But it's more fun when it is. Akitsu, standing just behind them, watched the herd disappear over the ridge. Let's go back and see Ashukabisama. Yizum smiled softly. And tonight, we'll finally get to relax. The trio turned and followed the last of the villagers out of the canyon. As the sun dipped lower, the rumble of hooves and the soft mooing of cattle signaled the return of a long-awaited part of the community. Children and elders alike rushed toward the eastern road, eyes wide and sparkling with joy as they caught sight of their prized cattle being led back into the village. Villagers who had remained behind immediately hurried to greet them, brushing fur, offering buckets of water, and checking every animal with the care one would give family. We really got them all back, one older woman whispered, tears in her eyes as she embraced one of the cows. I thought we'd lost them for good. But away from the joyful clamor, Yizum, Karasuba, and Akitsu quietly slipped past the crowd, their steps turning toward the large barn where they knew issei would be. The moment they stepped inside, their eyes locked on an almost surreal sight. The massive black wyvern, the same creature that had tried to burn them alive and shred them with its claws, was now softly nuzzling its head against Yashima's lap like an oversized reptilian dog. Yashima, ever the gentle soul, sat cross-legged on the hay, humming quietly as she ran her fingers across its massive snout. The wyvern's tail flicked contentedly, wings folded tight around its battered sides, now bandaged and gently treated. Yizum blinked. Okay, not what I expected. Karasuba narrowed her eyes. Is it purring? Akitsu tilted her head. I think so. From the other side of the barn, Issei turned from where he was speaking with Natsu, who held a notepad and a slightly smug expression. He gave the approaching trio a bright smile. Hey! You're back! He called. How'd it go? Yizum walked up with her usual hop in her step, tossing her long hair over her shoulder. All cows accounted for and back home safe. The village practically exploded with joy when they saw the herd. Karasuba added, though her tone was nonchalant. Akitsu gave a small nod. Mission complete. Issei laughed, scratching the back of his head. Glad to hear it. The trio's attention returned to the wyvern. The creature had now shifted, curling its huge tail around itself, eyes closed as Yashima whispered something soothing. And that thing, Yizum said, pointing. Is this seriously the same monster that tried to barbecue us? Yup, Issei said, stepping beside her. But I wouldn't call him a monster. Natsu pushed her glasses up. He's a familiar now. His connection to Issei's magical core has accelerated his healing. I'd estimate he's recovering at 4 times the natural rate. And he's been behaving, Yashima added softly. He's kind of sweet. In a terrifying sort of way. Karasuba folded her arms. So, what are we calling the overgrown lizard? Or are we just gonna keep calling him the wyvern? I was wondering the same. Yizum said, nudging Issei. You're his master, after all. Gotta name your pet. I've been thinking about it, Issei admitted. He deserves a name. Something with powerful. They all stood in quiet thought for a moment. Akitsu, voice even as always, offered midnight. For his scales. Natsu tapped her tablet. How about Sector X93? Everyone gave her a look. I'm still working on my naming conventions, she muttered. Yashima, still petting the wyvern, murmured, he feels like a Kuramaru. Issei blinked. Kuramaru? She nodded. Dark, noble. And it fits the way he's been acting. The barn was silent for a moment. Then Issei smiled and knelt next to the wyvern, placing a hand gently on its massive head. Kuramaru, huh? He repeated softly. You like that, boy? The wyvern stirred, lifted its head slightly and gave a quiet, approving rumble. Yuzan grinned. Guess that settles it. Welcome to the family, Kuramaru, Issei said. And in the stillness of the barn, surrounded by companions and the scent of hay and healing, the once feared wyvern twitched his tail in silent acknowledgement, as though accepting the name and the new life that came with it. That the end for now. Thanks for listening.